it was apparent to everyone that Trump will not accept yes from Iran, that having positioned his carrier groups to carry out strikes on Iran, that Trump will not accept even Iran's capitulation at the negotiating table. It was only a matter of time before he carried out these military strikes. It's also significant that these joint strikes by Israel and the US have occurred right after Modi's Israel visit. And I think striking Iran in the way they have struck was clearly an attempt to decapitate.
Yes. Stay with us, Mr. Chilani. I'll come back to you. Now we're getting some more update here. We're getting to learn from the reports that United States strikes against Iran are being carried out by air and sea. A US official told Reuters on this. So this is also a breaking update that we are getting, and in fact US President Donald Trump confirmed the attack on Iran, and in fact this is something which is coming out right now, that the attacks were carried out by air and sea. This is what the US official is confirming to Reuters on this attack in Iran. So from both sides, air and sea, that's what the United States is planning. Let me quickly go back to Brahm Chilani here. Mr. Chilani, this is the breaking update that we are getting, which is being confirmed by US officials to Reuters, that the attacks being carried out by air and sea.
I think the most significant element is something that you're not highlighting, which is that it was an attempted decapitation strike on Iran. The attempt was to kill the Ayatollah Khomeini as well as the president of Iran. So it was an attempt to decapitate Iran's leadership, which is why certain targets were chosen. And whether that attempt has been successful or not, we will know, because Iran was obviously prepared or preparing for such strikes by the US and by Israel. Nobody expected Israel to join hands with the US from the outset. The expectation was that Israel would come in once Iran would retaliate. But here, to the surprise of everyone, to all the analysts who were looking at the possible war scenarios, Israel joined hands with the US from the word go. And the fact that these strikes have happened right after Modi's visit, just after Modi has returned home, is also very significant.
Yes, stay with us, Mr. Chilani. Let me go back to Ambassador Dayal here. Ambassador Dayal, what are those focal points on which Iran was not agreeing and United States was stressing? Because we have seen the most recent talk that happened on 26th that has failed, and that's the reason probably we are seeing these strikes that are taking place right now.
You know, Mr. Brahm Chilani very correctly pointed out that the Omani foreign minister had given hopes by saying that peace is within reach and that Iran has agreed to no nuclear material stockpile. However, the message which came from Trump was very different. Trump said he was not thrilled with the manner in which the talks had gone, and he said that this is not a good sign at all. And he said, well, he has not taken a decision whether to attack the country, but that was only a facade. He was planning very, very closely with Israel to go ahead with these attacks, and
overseas,
now that is precisely
and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with His help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, there you heard United States President Donald Trump confirming there that United States forces have conducted this operation in Iran. There, let's quickly go to Sanjay Suri here, who is in Israel right now. Sanjay, United States President Donald Trump confirming this, that United States forces have conducted this attack, and he also reiterated what he's been saying and now put the ball in the courts of Iran, saying that lay down your arms and you will be treated fairly.
Well, this is very clear message, a bold message that this is going to be a war to the finish. The U.S. will not stop this operation together with Israel until there is regime change. So regime change certainly is the ultimate. The decapitation of the regime is the immediate aim. It is also the ultimate aim, and there will be no cessation of these hostilities short of that. That is the position of the U.S. and it is the position of Israel. The question now is that what Iran has that it can hit back with. Iran does have a very extensive and sophisticated enough missile arsenal, and whether these strikes have neutralized that to a considerable extent and whether Iran is left with enough to hit back with, that is the immediate tactical military question. This seems to be an attack at two levels. First, to hit at the regime, Khamenei, the IRGC, and to hit them hard. The idea is that if the leadership were to disappear or vanish or become so weak that it ceases to carry any conviction or any force at all, then the operative fallout and the extension of that could well be that a lot within the IRGC choose not to fight, and Trump has given them both an invitation, a temptation, and a warning that they must surrender. So that if there were to be surrender in the face of this assault and the threat of more, then the missile arsenal of Iran could be politically neutralized to an extent. To the extent it is not. There are thousands of missiles in place, scattered around the country, and the military force and the military leaders of Iran will certainly need to use them. Now is the time to do it, and they will certainly want to hit back, whether they have the means to, or if there is a vacuum at the top, whether then they will have the wish to. This is now the question.
Just stay with us, Sanjay. We also have CNN News 18's Anand Narasimhan here. Anand will be, of course, taking it forward from here. Anand, the United States President Donald Trump is just confirming that his forces have conducted these strikes.
Yes, it is. And Israel has already called it Operation Lion's Roar. Thank you for that, Arun. Professor Brahmachalani is also with us. We'll also go across to our other guests who are joining us on the broadcast. But viewers, we are breaking format to get you what has happened or what is currently happening in that region. Iran is under an all-out attack, even as the Israelis have mounted a massive string of cyber attacks trying to bring down critical Iranian systems. The American Navy is using its full might and force. Just an update that we will start with. The Embassy of India in Jordan has actually tweeted and said that in view of the prevailing regional situation, all Indian nationals and tourists in Jordan are advised to exercise utmost caution, stay safe, and follow advisories issued by local authorities diligently. All Indian tourists in Jordan are further advised to leave the country immediately before the operations of commercial flights get disrupted in case of any exigency. In fact, if you were to check flight radar, and we'll try and show you here from our news pit in a bit, that the entire airspace is clearing out. The moment Iran said that they were closing the airspace at least until Thursday next, and that entire region, and the huge assault across multiple locations in Iran by the American military. Trump is on an all-out aggressive mode. What he's saying is that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. To safeguard America is what he's saying, and its people and this region. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We are going to decimate their navy, is what he's saying. They are a vicious group of hard, terrible people, and I'm quoting President Donald Trump here. Its menacing activities directly endanger the U.S., our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. Trump has further said that the U.S. attack on Iran could result in the deaths of U.S. personnel and cause casualties, saying that often happens in war. When he was asked of the repercussions, he said when you go into war, you have to gain losses, you have to be able to absorb a few losses, but it's for the greater good. Trump further saying, and I'm reading this out, we are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We are going to annihilate their navy. Just a short time ago, Trump has further said the military operation in Iran began. Our goals are to protect the American people and eliminating immediate threats from the Iranian regime. Terrible and malicious people. Iran must not have nuclear weapons. Never. This regime will learn that it must not challenge American military power. And then Trump has told the IRGC to lay down their arms, saying they will be treated fairly and with total immunity or face certain death. Now there is also another update coming through that there are fighter jets dominating on the skies of Tehran. Mossad has appealed to Iranian citizens following the attack. We are with you. Together we will return Iran to its days of glory. Keep yourself safe. Trump has further said, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. this will probably be your only chance for generations. So this is the message to the Iranians, the common people. So somewhere trying to draw the line by saying we are not against all of Iran, we are against the current regime led by the Ayatollah Khomeini, and also we are against the IRGC. Brahmachalani ji, how do you view this? Because there is a certain level of politics that's already developed closer home. Pawan Khera has just tweeted saying, look, Modi's friend has attacked Bharat's old friend Iran less than 48 hours after the Prime Minister left Tel Aviv and touched down in Bharat. Brahmaji.
As you know, Anand, that Trump in his second term has carried out a series of military interventions. He has bombed more countries in the very first year of his second term than Joe Biden did in his entire four-year term. But this renewed strikes on Iran, just 8 months after he claimed publicly that his bombing of Iran's nuclear sites had completely obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. He, in fact, posted on social media that not only had Iran's nuclear capability been completely obliterated, that it would take years for Iran to rebuild that capability. Now, within 8 months, his goalposts have shifted. He's now talking about freedom. This is the usual tactic with the US. Whenever it intervenes in any country, under any administration that has spoken about freedom, freedom is only a facade for intervening in another country's affairs. But let's pose a very basic question. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. Pakistan is building ICBMs according to American intelligence. In other words, Pakistan is building a missile capability that can strike the United States. And as US governments have admitted in the past, Pakistan has been involved in nurturing terrorist groups. In fact, there was a Pakistan link to 9/11. The key masterminds like Sheikh Khalid were found in Pakistan. Osama bin Laden was ultimately found in Pakistan. Yet the American administration, today's administration, is not concerned about Pakistan. It's actually mollycoddling Pakistan while claiming that Iran poses an existential threat to the US. As the New York Times yesterday pointed out in a detailed front page article, that all the three basic claims that Trump has laid out as to why Iran needs to be attacked, all those three key elements are based on falsehood. Now, the more fundamental question is this, that if this operation against Iran doesn't go well, it will not only mar Trump's presidency, it will actually stem his impulsionist, his interventionist impulse. He's been, as I said, on a spree of military actions. He has redefined peace. Peace no longer is the absence of war. Peace, according to him, is what arises from employing overwhelming force against targets that you choose. So he has blurred the line between war and peace. And the kinds of military interventions he has carried out, he has felt emboldened by success of these operations, especially the one in Venezuela, the way he managed to bring about regime change in Caracas. All that has emboldened him. Now, if this operation against Iran were to backfire on Trump, that will completely blemish his presidency and basically tie his hands for the rest of his second term.
Well, but one would assume that he has gamed that, and the fact that he delayed it for such a long time to trying to avoid it was perhaps fruit of or somewhere proof of the fact that he wanted Iran to toe the line. There are others who believe, Ambassador Prabhudeal is with us, Ambassador Prabhudeal, there are others who believe that Trump has decided to try and... Sanjay Suri is also with us. Sanjay Suri, In Israel, are there any alarm bells ringing, any sirens that are blowing? What is the message around in Israel? You're down on ground, even as Israel has joined operations and called it Operation Lion's Roar. And we are given to understand the Israelis have started with the other arm of craft of war, where they've attacked the installations via a massive round of layers and waves of cyber attacks across all Iranian installations, critical installations.
Well, in Israel, we've had warnings and by way of a siren going off, and there have been alerts issued to everybody in Israel through the Home Front app, and people have been told to stay alert, stay close to a shelter. This is an alert, a warning that's gone out. There are no visible and immediate signs of any panic. There are unlikely to be any. Israelis are very strong as a nation. They hold their nerve in the face of such a situation, and not least because just about every Jewish Israeli is trained in combat. People are not just familiar with military routines, they have been a part of these routines. And so this is a combat situation that Israel has long lived with, long prepared for, and long trained in. So the surface calm that you see is not just a matter of pretense. There is a very genuine sense that people will hold their nerve and are determined for Israel to see it through, to serve Israeli ultimate interests as they see it. And those interests will have to be, for a start, not just the nuclear issue that Trump has been speaking more of, but within Israel, the immediate threat is the ballistic missiles from Iran. And if those have to be neutralized, then this operation certainly has to be taken through to the finish. And the prevailing view here appears to be that it's about time this was done, and now that it's begun, it has to be carried out through to the end, that there must be a complete destruction of the ballistic missile arsenal of Iran. There must be regime change, and there need to be moves to encourage protesters to take over their government, and that this attack could be a sign of encouragement for them to do so, while it also seeks to weaken the government and the IRGC from within.
True. Sanjay, you are above, you're outdoors. Is life as usual in Israel, or have people been advised to stay indoors? And hope you also have a spot safe around, and you've been told if the sirens go up, where you need to go, which shelter to take.
Well, by way of an alarm, Anand, you see right behind me a minute back, people were playing beach volleyball. On the beach here, there are people surfing. So that is how alarmed a lot of Israeli people are. But that is not to say that they are watchful. People will not take silly chances out of any sense of false bravado. Right here to my right is a bomb shelter. It's an extensive bomb shelter, 4 floors below the surface. And that is where people have been asked to go to in case there is a warning, and people have told that they will have 90 seconds in which to get to a shelter. So people are watchful, they're going about things, but they know where their shelters are. They've seen them, they've familiarized them with these places, themselves with these places for a long time now. Everyone has the app that will guide them. So there is a system of precaution in place, and for people to respond very quickly. So should the alarm go off, should the siren sound, people will know what to do. Short of that, there is no immediate sign of panic on the streets yet, and people are just going about quite calmly. Israelis do recognize that this is not a new situation. They have faced and lived with the threats and in a warlike situation almost ever since the existence of Israel from the late 1940s. So this is going to be a real test now. This is going to be a real challenge. This is going to be different. And very soon we'll know whether Iran hits back and what it can hit back with, and crucially, for how long. Because in the last 12-day war in June of last year, to begin with, Iranian missiles were neutralized by Israel and the US together. But as the fighting continued, Iran managed to penetrate the defenses in Israel more and more. Iran has recourse to what it considers swarm tactics, where it seeks to overwhelm with numbers. So these are strategies and scenarios we're looking at down the line.
Right. We've just got an update. Russian Ministry of Transport has said that Russian air carriers have suspended flights to both Iran and Israel. So it's open conflict. Everybody taking certain measures, cover measures. We try and see if we can get Ambassador Prabhu Dayal also to join us on the coverage. Brahmachalani is with us. We have more updates, viewers. Exiled Iranian prince Raza Pahlavi has urged Iranians today, just a short while ago, to prepare to return to the streets as the Islamic Republic collapses, and called on the country's military, police and security forces to break with the clerical establishment and join with what he described as a push for a stable and secure transition. Now, this message that was addressed to Iranians, Raza Pahlavi has said it's time to resume protests because the end of the regime was near. He urged people to stay home, remain calm, and be ready to mobilize when he gives what he said would be precise instructions. So clearly, it's a multi-pronged strategy, which we knew, Brahmaji, when we discussed last, that they will have to put in place to topple the 47-year-long regime led by the Ayatollah. Somewhere the focus is to topple this regime, a regime change to another regime which will be more pliable, perhaps docile, and would listen to the American terms. That's what they're trying to engineer here, and they cannot allow this to stretch beyond a certain limit, because otherwise this entire momentum will be lost. So one is cripple their installations via cyber attacks. 2, bombard them via huge military attacks. 3, create street unrest. 4, try and break the security stranglehold or perhaps the organizational stranglehold. And 5th will be the economical pressure, because all their oil exports, crudes are gone, the coffers are now dry, and Iran can't wage a long war. Their entire ballistic missiles, if they are neutralized in the silos itself, Brahmaji, what does Iran have as an option but to accept a regime change and the unseating of the clerical establishment?
And regime change in Iran is going to be a Herculean mission. If that's a mission that Trump has sought to achieve, then success is going to be quite elusive. The reasons are simple. Iran is not a soft state. Unlike the states that he has attacked, he has bombed in the last 13, 14 months, Iran is a very different state. Second, the Israelis and the Americans did try the street protest method to topple the regime in Tehran. They were behind. They were behind the recent wave of protests in Tehran. That led to thousands of deaths. The fact that those outside Iran sought to engineer a mass rebellion against the regime, unconcerned about how many thousands of people may perish in that rebellion. And yet, those mass protests were crushed ultimately. But I think there's a more important geographic fact that we have to keep in mind. You know how terrible George W. Bush's Iraq invasion went, the occupation of Iraq, backfired on the US. It ultimately created such strong public opinion against foreign interventions that the Americans even now talk about the disaster of Iraq. And we should not forget that Iran is 6 times bigger than Iraq, 6 times bigger than Iraq. Or take a 20-year US military intervention in Afghanistan. If you put Iraq and Afghanistan together in terms of size, Iran is double the size of Iraq and Afghanistan put together. Regime change in Iran is going to be a very uphill task. I don't think the Americans will be able to accomplish that. This puppet son of the late Shah of Iran, he carries little credibility in Iran. He can make any statements that he wishes. from the safe comforts of his home in the West. The fact is that in Iran, as long as a large body of public opinion does not want foreign intervention in the internal affairs of Iran, the regime will not be toppled. They may kill the president, they may kill others, but there'll be replacements. It's easy to replace military commanders as well as political leaders. The reason why Hamas is still alive and still a fighting force in Gaza is that Israeli strikes that have decapitated Hamas repeatedly, killing one chief after another, one major commander after another, is that the lesson from that is that commanders and even the chief of a militant organization is easily replaceable. So let's take the worst case scenario that they managed to kill Ayatollah Khomeini and the president of Iran, or they kill top military commanders in Iran. That would not bring about Iran's capitulation on the battlefield. Iran has prepared for decapitation scenarios. The very fact that today Israel and the US joined hands to carry out attempted decapitation of Iran, of Iran's leadership, both spiritual leadership as well as political leadership. And probably they may have even struck military targets to take out command and control structure. Iran must have prepared for this scenario.
True.
And I think Iran has shown from last summer's fighting that it is resilient. It's able to manage to...
Both the Israelis and the Americans have now carried out many strikes in Iran, in different parts of Iran. So we know that Isfahan has been struck. We don't quite know exactly where, but as you know, there is a nuclear facility in Isfahan. Qom, which is the spiritual center of Iran, has been struck. Tehran, a number of sites in Tehran, and there are, of course, some other locations that might be of military importance that have been struck. So first, your initial thoughts about why suddenly, when we were least expecting it, the US and Israel have conducted these strikes. We were expecting these to happen in a few days. There have been talks with the Iranian regime over the last 2 days. And Trump seemed to suggest that he was willing to give a little bit of time, though his patience was running short. So the timing, the exact moment of choosing, and the fact that they are being called preemptive strikes, what does this mean?
Thank you very much for inviting me, and it's nice to be with you. The moment is, of course, a little bit, well, let's say, unopportune for me because I'm currently cut off from my sources, so I don't have all the details. But when you ask me why now and why the USA attacked after all, I understand it in only one fashion, which is Israeli pressure. Israelis want to establish themselves as the ultimate power of the Middle East in position of military and economic hegemony over the entire area. And Iran is the last instance capable of offering them serious military resistance, and doing that obviously publicly. And they have to overpower this capability on one side. On the other side, they want a revenge for the last year, because in June they have suffered quite a lot of damage, while on the other hand not achieving what they wanted to achieve. So now they are trying to achieve what they failed to achieve the last year in June. And well, the US administration, whether it is Trump or even if Joe Biden would still be a president, or Kamala Harris, wouldn't do much more but what the Israelis want them to do. It is not for nothing that Trump has recently donated the keys to the White House to Prime Minister Netanyahu. So this is my point of view of why and how.
So you said that there is unfinished business, so to speak. what is this unfinished business? Because we're also just hearing that the first wave of Iranian ballistic missiles have been launched towards Israel. This is according to Israeli media.
Yes.
And sirens have been sounded across northern Israel amid an Iranian ballistic missile attack. This is all coming out of the Israeli media. The Israeli military says air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. They're talking about the Iron Dome. We'll talk about the Iranian response in just a few moments, but you said unfinished business. What exactly is the unfinished business?
Precisely destroying, for example, the Iranian ballistic missile arsenal. That means that Israelis this time hope they can overcome the Iranian air defense system, of which there are actually two. Firstly, to destroy this system because they've largely failed to neutralize it last year. And secondly, through destroying this air defense system, to destroy the underground facilities where Iranian ballistic missiles are stockpiled, where they are safeguarded, so that Iran has no ability anymore to shoot, to fire, to launch missiles at Israel. So this would be one of primary issues with Israeli attempt to finish the business. The other aspect would be to completely destroy or complete the destruction of Iranian nuclear facilities, because even this was incomplete. Why? Because Israeli Air Force simply does not have the same firepower like the US air power in terms of, in particular, this bunker buster bombs, which can go really very deep, more than 50 meters deep into the mountains or underground or whatever, in order to destroy heavily fortified, deeply underground facilities. So these are two aspects where they would like to finish the business. Why? In order to disable Iran or to neutralize Iranian ability to, from their point of view, threaten Israel again. Because for Israel it is absolutely unacceptable that they have to negotiate with anybody as equal. They consider themselves superior to everybody, whether to Westerners or to anybody else, especially to Iranians. Correspondingly, they have to be in a superior position vis-à-vis Iranians. And for this purpose, they have to neutralize all the capabilities Iranians have, which might, in one way or the other, threaten them.
So what would it take to degrade Iranian nuclear facilities or ballistic facilities, especially ballistic missile capabilities, rather? What would it take to neutralize? Because we're talking about seriously reinforced bunkers, which are, I don't know how many feet, you probably have a greater assessment. Can the Americans actually degrade Iranian capacity?
The Americans and the Israelis can probably have at least heavily damage, if not destroy, most of underground bases for ballistic missiles in Iran. And that is the point. Last year, Israelis have tried several times, but it turned out that they can't. What happened was that they have hit most of Iranian underground missile bases several times, but not one of their weapons has penetrated actually the installation, came through and destroyed this installation inside. So what they did instead was to start targeting the entrances. What happened? The Iranians were reacting quickly and clearing the entrances, moving their launchers out of them, erecting the missiles, firing them, and withdrawing inside the facility. And then the Israelis would bomb the entrance again, and then the entire exercise would have been repeated again and again and again. In case of some of bases in western Iran, in northwestern Iran, there was such facilities were hit 15, 20 and more times, and nothing happened. They remained operational because not one of the weapons has penetrated the actual facility under the hill. Moreover, the Israelis were lacking the range to hit facilities in central and eastern Iran, which then in turn meant that Iran remained capable of firing its heaviest missiles, like Khorramshahr, from central and eastern Iran without any kind of interruption from the Israelis. On the contrary, even the US intelligence had a problem with tracking all of such operations. And this was causing the biggest damage in Israel last year in June. So probably now they are sharing the targeting in Iran in such a fashion that Americans are trying to hit precisely such bases in central and eastern Iran, and the Israelis are trying to hit targets in western Iran up to Tehran, let's say. This is probably the share of duties these days.
So let me just show you this map. This is a map that we're seeing. And in this map, you can see the number of sirens that have gone off across Israel. So Israel is a small geography. How exposed is it to Iranian capacities?
Very exposed. The total area doesn't mean much. The question is how many of installations the Iranians want to hit. Excuse me. And in this regards, there are specific bases inside Israel which Iranians are regularly targeting or have targeted the last 2 years, once in October 24 and then again in June last year. And essentially it turned out that Israelis have no 100% defense against anything.
So are you saying the Iron Dome is not 100% secure?
Firstly, on one side, it is a little bit different. It is perfectly secure if it is about an operation which is lasting 1, 2, 3, 4 days. After that, Israelis, that is what happened last year, the Israelis ran out of missiles, of so-called interceptors, weapons they fire in order to intercept Iranian ballistic missiles. They ran out of missiles, and that was that. Then the Americans had to bring their warships in front of the Israeli coast, deploy them over there, and shoot at Iranian incoming ballistic missiles. And even that was not enough. So they both exhausted their stocks of anti-ballistic missile systems. And in the final days of the war, Iranians were able to strike almost at will. Israelis would never admit it, of course, which is why now they are so vengeful. They want kind of revenge for what happened last year. Whether they have managed to replenish their stocks within 1 year, I have my doubts about this, but we are going to see.
So when you said that the Iranians were striking at will,
yes,
and the Israelis would not admit it, how do we know that this was happening? Was there OSINT or was there other form of...
It's primarily OSINT. It's very easy to collect because Israel is a small country. There are plenty of people who were ready to risk their safety because Israelis were promptly arresting anybody releasing such videos, releasing videos showing military bases that were hit, for example, on the Golan Heights. Also, not to talk about Haifa area, Tel Aviv area, Beersheba area. Nevatim was hit by dozens of Iranian projectiles, and this was captured on the video. So in this regards, there is absolutely no doubt that Israeli military facilities have been hit, and not just once, not 2 times, but dozens of times. And that at the same time, Israeli government and armed forces were claiming they're intercepting over 90% of incoming Iranian missiles. On the other hand, there was, for example, Israeli government used to have a website where every Israeli citizen had the right to claim or to report damage caused by Iranian missiles and to claim payments from the government to repair this damage. And the damage, the longer the war went on last year, the more damage were the citizens claiming, and eventually Israeli government had to shut down this website because it was obvious that this is going into billions and billions and billions, and there is no end. There were thousands of claims for damage caused by Iranian missiles. So they shut down this website in order not to expose themselves too much, just how much damage were they suffering from Iranian missiles. Because even if Israel is so densely packed, they have their military facilities in the middle of urban centers. So even if Iranians were actually targeting military facilities, whether due to Iranian targeting or due to Israeli missiles intercepting incoming missiles, and then the wreckage falling down to the ground, there was a growing amount of damage, and this was continuously increasing with every single day. And before soon it became very damaging for Israel.
So we have a statement from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says, "My brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, just an hour ago, Israel and the USA launched an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terror regime in Iran," as you were saying. "I thank our great friend President Donald Trump for this historic leadership. For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has been shouting death to Israel, death to America. It has spilled our blood, murdered many Americans, and massacred its own people. This murderous terror regime must not be armed with nuclear weapons that would allow it to threaten all humanity. Our joint action will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands. The time has come for all parts of the Iranian people, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baluchis, and Ahwazis, to cast off the yoke of tyranny and bring about a free and peace-loving Iran." The hope, Mr. Cooper, that the Americans and the Israelis have is that the people will rise up and overthrow the theocratic regime in Iran. Is this possible, or is it too diffused?
Well, I consider this a pipe dream. I know lots of Iranians. I know how disorganized the opposition is. I know how clueless and not following any kind of advice the opposition is. I know how well organized the regime is. I know how they they're preparing themselves for this kind of eventuality since 2003, since the US-led invasion of Iraq. When one is monitoring at least the elections in Iran, then one knows that there are at least 15 to 17 million of Iranians who are supporting, who are believing in this Islamic Republic. So at best, what can be achieved in this fashion would be a civil war in Iran.
Okay.
There is certainly no outlooks for quick regime change or something of that kind, because the IGC as such is controlling the economy. It is controlling the banking sector, it is controlling the insurance sector, it is controlling the real estate sector, telecommunications, oil industry, defense sector. So whatever matters is controlled by IGC. And the IGC people know if the regime falls, they are falling with it.
Oh, so they could, if they're pushed to the wall, they could react unpredictably. In what way can they react? Because if you read what Prime Minister Netanyahu has just said, he's also asked the Israeli people to show some courage and patience. He says, "Together we will stand, together we will fight, and together we will ensure the eternity of Israel. I call on you, citizens of Israel, to heed the Home Front Command's instructions in the coming days during Operation Roar of the Lion. We will all be required to show endurance and strength of spirit." So clearly they are expecting the Iranians to hit back, and we are getting reports from Iranian media that 30 to 75 missiles are coming out of Iran right now to Israel. So what kind of missiles would these be? And do the Iranians have the capacity to go up the escalation ladder? And do they have a nuclear weapon, even if it's a dirty bomb?
Let's start with the start. The question of nuclear weapon in Iran. Crazy Grand Ayatollah Khamenei, the leader of the Islamic Revolution, the strongman in Tehran, has issued this nuclear fatwa in 2006, which is prohibiting Iran from possessing an intact or assembled nuclear weapon. There are lots of interpretations of this situation. Mine is that this means that he is prohibiting the IGC from actually assembling a weapon. But this does not mean that they do not have all the elements necessary to make a nuclear weapon. But he's unlikely to order the IGC to now recall this fatwa, issue a new one, and order the IGC to this is the way I understand, order the IGC to launch a nuclear weapon. There is no reason to do so, except Israel would deploy a nuclear weapon against Iran. It is the first thing. The second thing, you ask what kind of weapon did they have. They have something like 4 or 5 different families of ballistic missiles. Each is more modern and or heavier or faster, which with which they can target Israel from different parts of Iran. Some of them are shorter ranged, which means they have to deploy them from proximity to the border to Iraq, relatively close to Israel. And others have a range of 2,000 kilometers, which means they can deploy them from central Iran or eastern Iran, which means outside of the reach of Israel, which is why it's so important for Israelis that now Americans are involved. So their air force is going to target Iranian ballistic missile bases in that part of the country. So they have shown, for example, in June last year, that they are capable of combining such weaponry, heavier and lighter weaponry, but also faster weaponry. Because some of their latest missiles, they have re-entry vehicles which are coming down at hypersonic speeds. So they first shoot older and less sophisticated missiles to busy the Israeli and the American air defenses, to force them to spend their interceptors into intercepting all of the warheads coming down, all the wreckage coming down, because most of computers nowadays, fire control computers, cannot really properly recognize what is a warhead and what is a wreckage of some missile that was already hit.
Wow.
The problem is it's coming down in direction of threatened area. It has to be shot down. So it's a battle of numbers as well. Iranians shoot, for example, 20 missiles. Each missile is carrying, depending on the type, between 3 and 6 warheads. That means per missile, plus there is a body of the missile coming down. That means per missile you have to launch at least double the number of interceptors. So now, as this attack is going on with all the weaponry of this kind, you launch subsequently, a few minutes later, faster but lighter missiles from shorter range, which have higher speed, whose re-entry vehicles are coming down at higher speed. And then what happened, we have seen this last year, Israelis are shooting like crazy at all the possible warheads which are coming down, and all of a sudden there's coming something super fast and boom, and it hits. Why? Because the Israelis are so busy with protecting themselves from earlier or heavier or older and less sophisticated weapons that they never had the time to detect on time and to intercept this fast-coming missile. So something is going to get through.
What is the reaction time between Iran and Israel? So hypersonic missiles coming from Iran to Israel, how much time do you get?
It's essentially, it depends on what kind of weaponry are you shooting at them. There's, for example, standard SM-6, which are intercepting ballistic missiles at very high altitude, something like 150 kilometers. This takes at least 2 minutes for this missile to reach, to intercept the missile already at a high apogee. And then there are other missiles which have shorter range. Here we are talking about seconds, actually, perhaps dozens of seconds, 15, 20 seconds at most. It is really very, very short reaction time, or actually time which the air defenses have to defend or to activate themselves and act against such an attack. It's very little time.
So, and the hypersonic missiles condense that?
Even less, yes.
And that's why we saw, I think if I'm not mistaken, the quarters of the intelligence agency being struck or somewhere close to that was hit in Israel.
Yes, headquarters of Mossad and of Unit 8200, which is one of the major military intelligence agencies in Israel.
So how does this play out now? Because from what we were told by the Israelis and by the Americans, and Mr. Trump himself made that claim, that in the last iteration of the conflict, they had been able to dominate the air completely using all sorts of missiles as well as airplanes. And they had said that they had degraded all of the Iranian radar systems or air defense systems.
Yeah.
And there was air domination, and Iran was for the taking, but we have pulled back to give them a chance.
Yeah.
Is that did that happen, number one? And is that going to be the strategy or the philosophy again?
Well, of course, it's going to be a strategy again. Because in modern warfare, the first thing you do is to establish air superiority. But it didn't happen last year.
It didn't happen?
It didn't happen, no. What happened was the following. The Israeli Air Force has declared itself, after just 2 days or something, as in possession of total air
אחיי ואחיותיי, אזרחי ישראל, לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה משותפת, מבצע שאגת הארי. מטרת המבצע, לשים קץ לאיום ממשטר האייתולות באיראן. בשעה זו תוקף צה"ל מטרות של משטר הדיכוי, מתקנים של משמרות המהפכה והבסיס, ויחד עם צבא ארצות הברית, אתרי טילים בליסטיים שמאיימים הן על ישראל והן על כוחות ארצות הברית. מבצע זה יימשך ככל הדרוש. במשך 47 שנים קרא משטר הרשע באיראן מוות לישראל, מוות לאמריקה. הוא רמס את אזרחי ארצו, הוא הטיל מורא על עמי האזור, הוא פרס רשת טרור מסועפת בעולם כולו. הוא השקיע משאבים עצומים לפתח פצצות אטום ועשרות אלפי טילים שנועדו, כפי שהוא הגדיר את זה, למחוק את ישראל ממפת העולם. הוא חימש גם את שלוחות הטרור סביבנו, בעזה, בלבנון, בסוריה, בעיראק, בתימן, ביהודה ושומרון.
So that was the Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has appealed to all Iranians to come together, and he's called this the fight to remove a regime that always claimed death to Jews, death to Israel, and death to America. Now, America has called this Operation Epic Fury. Israel has called it Operation Lion's Roll. Iran has called the retaliation as Fateh Khyber. Let's go across to Sanjay Suri joining us live, even as Israel has claimed to intercept one of the ballistic missiles sent their way by the Iranians. 30 to 75 ballistic missiles launched, according to Iranian media. Sanjay, what's the scenario? Have you seen the sirens go off? Yes, Sanjay. Sanjay, can you hear me? We'll just try and connect with you. We're getting pictures and also claims by the Israeli Defense Forces that their defense array is ready to meet the missiles that have been launched from their silos by the Iranians. Now, there is a large security deployment in Tehran. Roads have been blocked around the Khamenei residence. Israel has come out and said Israel has the right to defend itself. One missile launched from Iran towards central Israel was intercepted by the air defenses. There are no immediate reports of injury. Additional rocket fire towards the state of Israel, this time toward the center of the country. Sirens are now activated at the center and also at Shepsala. There is a fresh map that's come. We try and put that out. It's a huge cluster all across central Israel. That's where the Iranian response is being currently targeted. We've got one of those images here. I can try and show it to our viewers on my phone. But right now, what we're given to understand is this is a huge cluster, the latest that's come in on the news reports. Just showing it to our viewers, you can see. Sanjay Suri is with us. Sanjay, even as we are looking at a huge burst of alarms coming through, central Israel is currently being captured or being targeted. Yes, Sanjay. I'm going to reduce the brightness on my screen and try and go to Sanjay Suri.
We had the alarm going, we had
Sanjay.
a pre-alarm, and now we've had the siren going, and everyone's been asked to get to a shelter within 90 seconds. It's been more than that now. My friend here is right here with us. So why are you not inside a shelter?
It's too packed. It's too packed. Too many dogs, too many people, too many babies. So there's not a lot of space. And I'm waiting for it to be clear, what's going on.
Well, the shelter will be clear when the alarm goes away. The idea should be there, and it's not exactly a party time in a shelter, so there are going to be people there. But you'd rather stay outside than be in a shelter?
I'd rather be safe, also outside, and I'd rather this situation will be stopped against Israel. But I have to make sure that everybody understands doesn't kill us, make us stronger. So as much threats we're going to have on our survival only makes us stronger. So be careful, because we are very safe and we are a very strong country and a beautiful country. And I invite everybody to come to Israel, and this will end soon.
Well, they're not going to come while the sirens are sounding, to be sure. But do you think it's safe outside?
No, it's not safe. But, we are driving the bicycle, so you have danger. It's not safe. I'm not saying you don't have to go to the shelter, But we weren't arranged for this situation now. We didn't know it's going to come. So I wasn't, I didn't know where to go. I'm a little bit confused of what's going on. I wasn't just celebrating a birthday in the beach, surfing, swimming. So everything is a little bit complicated. But we'll make sure it's going to go soon and we'll be safe again.
Finally, you think Israelis will stay strong and hold on to their nerve in the face of these threats? Because as we are speaking, we are told that a number of missiles are on their way to Tel Aviv, right here where we are.
Yeah, I promise you, Israel will stand here stronger than any country on earth for life. Israel will never go anywhere. How many years they're trying to destroy us? We are the clever, the sharper, and the flueless country on earth, and we go nowhere. And I invite all the Jewish on earth to come to Israel, take a land, start to swim, and have a good time.
Excellent, and I'm sure it'll be good times soon again past all this. So that is a glimpse of the kind of confidence and the strength that you see all around in Israel. Yes. And it's not just my friend here, it's just about everyone. There is a real threat. The missiles are en route towards us as we speak. We are outdoors, as are a number of people, and they're holding calm, they're holding on to their nerve.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, Sanjay, stay safe, and great to see the spirit of the people of Israel, even as now there is confirmation there is a total internet disruption. So a wave of cyber attacks mounted by the Israelis is affecting Iran, although reports are trickling in from Iran. But there is internet outage and there is confirmation that's coming. Sirens have now sounded in Jerusalem and the surrounding area following a launch of ballistic missiles from Iran. There are statements coming in from Shahraz Afalvi, Mike Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel, U.S. ambassador to Israel. There is also politics that's developing closer home where they're saying Prime Minister Modi just 48 hours ago was hugging the man who's now claiming that he is going to attack Iran, which is also civilizationally an old friend of India. So we'll keep that politics aside for the bit because this is a fast, rapid developing situation. The Israelis have called it Operation Lion's Roar. The Americans have called it Operation Epic Fury. The Iranians in response are saying this is Fateh Khabar. That's the launch of ballistic missiles. Ambassador Pinakaranjan Chakravarti is with us. Rajiv Kochar, the General Rajiv Kochar is with us. Let me just go across to Ambassador Pinakaranjan Chakravarti. Namaste, sir. Thank you for your time. Namaste, gentlemen. Let me ask you, the Iranians are saying we will fight to the hilt. We will not let go. The Americans have come out and said our aim is regime change. The clerical hold over Iran's government has to go. Will that happen, Ambassador Chakravarti?
Unlikely. I don't think that is going to happen so easily just by launching a few strikes. I mean, regime change is a long-term operation, not an overnight missile attack. And I don't think the Iranian people, although there are a lot of people in opposition to the Iranian regime, which has been called all kinds of things, and they have done all kinds of atrocities on their own people. They have, all kinds of misogynistic laws for the, targeting women. But yet, I think the people of Iran are going to may just rally around the regime. No one and least of all the Iranians, who are a very proud people, will just, keep quiet and say, okay, look, let them attack us. So it all depends on what is the traction for regime change within the country. I mean, Mr. Trump may want it, but will it happen? My answer is that it is very unlikely.
But Zachary Cohen of CNN has actually reported that they've been told, him and his colleague have been told by very highly placed officials in the White House that America is actually planning attacks for several days. It's not just a few hours, several days. And this comes as President Trump has described this as a massive operation. And Rajiv Kochharji, the build-up, the way it's been happening, they've taken their time, they've moved their resources, they've aligned it in a way, and it's a multi-pronged attack. They're going fully kinetic. It may be short, but little more than 12 days. And this time, the bulk of the weight carrying, shouldering of this entire kinetic move against Iran seems to be driven by the Americans and not Israel.
Rajiv, thank you, Anand. I have a, first of all,
Ji, please go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me? Okay.
Ji, please go
okay.
ahead.
Now,
Yes, please.
The name is Rajan. So now, you see, I'll just tell you, I have a different perspective of this entire thing. America has prepared itself very well. No country amasses this kind of a military force to just finish the operation and go back, because America is not going back in a short while. And I see this operation lasting maybe a month if it is prolonged. What is the political aim here? Because any military commander would like to know the political aim before he launches the strike. And it's very, very clear here, Anand, that the political aim is regime change. And this is the first and the last opportunity America and Israel have to carry out a regime change. And though I have a sort of an opinion that regime change can only happen if you have boots on ground, but if you see how this scenario will paint itself, because if you do substantial damage to IRGC, because that is the stumbling block right now as far as America and Israel are concerned, because that is the only force which protects Khomeini and the political leadership. And if you are able to make a strong dent in the leadership by killing most of the leaders and rank and file, I think to a large extent you would be near the regime change. It is not going to be easy. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, but it will take time. And at the same time, you are right now seeing the quantum of force being unleashed on Iran. And if this is the force level, which is going to continue every day, so a time will come when most of the military assets would have been destroyed. Most of the IRGC assets would have been destroyed, because don't forget that Mossad and CIA have got strong intelligence here. And in the last 12 days war, 20 military leaders were eliminated. So we see a similar kind of an action taking place here. And also, the two aircraft carriers, I actually want to bring out this point. I tend to believe that one aircraft carrier has been specifically kept near Israel to give it an air defense umbrella. So these missile sites are the prime targets as far as Israel and America are concerned. They are going to destroy all the missile sites in Iran. This may take a couple of days. You will still find about 50, 60 missiles.
I'm just interrupting you because General Kochar, we come back to this conversation. See, there are blasts that have happened, or strikes that have happened across Tehran, Natanz, Isfahan, Kermanshah and Tabriz, across Iran, multiple locations, the significance, the importance of these locations and why they've been targeted. Meanwhile, there are sounds of huge explosions above Jerusalem. Jeremy Diamond of CNN joins us with a look live.
The United States and Israel are now both conducting strikes against Iran. We do not yet know the details of those strikes, but we now can confirm, according to two U.S. officials, that the United States is carrying out strikes against Iran. But we can now indeed confirm that the U.S. and Israel are jointly carrying out strikes against Iran, and these are believed to be major strikes, with one U.S. official telling me that this is not a small strike. That official specifying that because there had been some speculation in recent days that the United States might initially carry out a kind of small targeted strike in order to send a message to the Iranians to try and use that as a leverage point in diplomatic negotiations. But instead, it seems like what is taking place is the other scenario that had been considered, and that was one of the United States bringing its overwhelming air and naval firepower to bear over the Iranians. Now, the question is, what are the targets right now? Is the United States going for an all-out regime decapitation operation to try and kill the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei? Is the United States and Israel, and we expect, as the Israelis have now warned the public here, that Iran will retaliate against the state of Israel with attacks including drones and also including those very powerful ballistic missiles. Keep in mind that the Iranians expected that Israel and the United States were preparing this attack. They appeared to be more prepared than they were when Israel launched strikes against Iran back in June. And so the window of time that it will take Iran to retaliate could be shorter than it was last time back in June. And we also expect that Iran could carry out more significant strikes, not just against Israel, but also against U.S. military assets in the region, of which there are a large number of U.S. military personnel and assets at various bases in the Middle East, both within striking range of those ballistic missiles, but also within striking range of some of those shorter range missiles, which Iran has in much larger supply.
Engineering a regime change and ensuring Iran can never ever have nuclear weapons, but they're also targeting their ballistic missile depots or perhaps the silos, because if you look at the way places where Iran has been targeted, it's all the nuclear centers, nuclear installations, and also where their missile storage facilities or manufacturing facilities are. Will they be able to hit the silos of the ballistic missiles, or the Iranians are far more smarter than the Americans think? We'll have to wait and watch. Meanwhile, Iran's Revolutionary Guards have said in response to the aggression, the first wave of large-scale missile and drone strikes towards Israel have begun, while even as there are reports of sirens even over Jordan. Akanksha now joins us with more from the studio. Yes, Akanksha.
And it's important to also take our viewers through what this military operation by the United States is looking like. They have very strategically planned it out. I want to quickly take our viewers through all of those locations that have been attacked by the US and Israel. Remember, reports are indicating that this could very well be a US-Israel joint strike. First of all, we're looking at Tabriz. Why is this significant? Explosions, in fact, have taken place at the military bases. This is exactly the conversation Anand was having with our guest as well, who was highlighting that the IRGC at the moment is one huge stumbling block. And so, to target the military, the IRGC is also, as we all know, a part of the militia of Iran. It's important that they completely wipe out the IRGC at the moment if the US wants to establish its presence there. You also have Kermanshah. Now, why is Kermanshah so important? Because it hosts facilities to store the missiles. Remember, there's been a shifting of rationales when it comes to US President justifying the military action towards Iran. First, it was about the protesters. He said 32,000 of them have been killed. Secondly, he moved it to the nuclear program, Iran not coming to terms in terms of stopping that uranium enrichment. So there's, of course, a conscious effort being made to attack these storage facilities. They are storing the missiles. Then you're looking at Tehran, of course, the Iranian capital. Multiple locations have been hit. Not much needs to be said when any country is in fact attacked. What the mere symbolism of attacking the national capital is. This is an attack directly at the Khomeini regime. As we all know, the explosions took place near Khomeini's office as well. Natanz, it's a critical nuclear site. This too was attacked. Now, as we all know, this is also the same nuclear site where the attacks took place in the month of June, the memories of which are still very fresh. Remember, in that 12-day conflict that took place when US also participated along with Israel. You're also looking at Isfahan, another facility that is hosting Nuke Research Center. This too was targeted back in June. Now you're seeing a repeat of these attacks. because US intel reports have already indicated that Iran has not stopped enriching its uranium, and that, according to the US Trump administration, is only going to lead to more ballistic missiles being cultivated by Iran, which could very well be used against Americans. That's the justification, at least, that Donald Trump is giving. Over to Anand.
Thank you for that, Akanksha. We'll keep coming back to you. A lot of visual representations, videos are coming. We've got also a picture, Simran Babbar sharing this with us, that alerts are expected in a few minutes. Find the best protection around when receiving an alert. Enter the protected space until further notice. Now, this is an emergency alert text message that sounded on the phones of residents of Israel. We'll also try and see if Sanjay Suri is live with us, Ambassador Pinakaranjan Chakravarti and Major General Rajan Kochar with us. IRGC has just issued a statement in response to the aggression. The first wave of large-scale missile and drone strikes toward Israel has begun. Like we said, the further they have turned around and said that the attacks come in response to the hostile and criminal enemy's aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. In the past hour, several ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran at Israel with no immediate reports of injuries. That's what they're saying. Now, the Ministry of Interior in Bahrain has also said the siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. Ambassador Pinakaranjan Chakravarti and Major General Kochar, this is another aspect. Iran had said that no other nation around us which has got American bases remain kosher. We will target where we feel we want to respond. And Iran has a huge cache of ballistic missiles. This cyber attack doesn't seem to have stopped. Iran seems to have actually gamed this possibility because they are still able to activate their silos, Ambassador Chakravarti. And they are now saying Jordan, Bahrain, wherever there are American bases, we'll target them.
Well, yes, that remains to be seen. They did threaten that they would target American bases, and there are several American bases in that area. I think you earlier showed a map showing all the American bases. This is doing the round of social media also. But it remains to be seen whether they will be able to attack or whether their missiles will actually get through to the American bases. Because let's not forget that there have been a lot of preparation for this action. And of course, some missiles will get through. It's not, no missile defense is 100% proof. So I think that's what Iran is going to try. But don't forget also that Iran's stock of missiles may be large, but how long will it last? Because I think Americans and the Israelis will last longer because they have much deeper pockets and much deeper sort of industrial power. So this is the point. And whether China and Russia will be flying in missiles, etc., also remains to be seen. That seems very unlikely now that the military action has started. So this is, I think this will unfold in a few days as to what is going to happen. And then only we can make a reassessment.
But does this now draw in all the Arab nations, Major General Kochar? And if a US asset is hit by an Iranian ballistic missile, does the NATO also then come into play? So all in all, does this then perhaps become far more for Iran to handle and the current regime to handle? The Americans seem to have planned this for the next few days. They are not in it just for a few hours, unlike the 12-day war.
You're absolutely right. You see, the Americans are in no hurry here because preparations for a long drawn war have been made, because when you make a preparation, you take into account inbuilt reserves of ammunition, missiles, and things like that. Somebody is also here. And with that Tomahawk missiles, which were used last time, we'll expect the similar kind of missiles being launched at Iran. And you mentioned about NATO, because I don't think it is too premature for us to come to that conclusion. And NATO may not be required, because the force level which the Americans have actually brought into this with them is sufficient to take care of this onslaught on Iran. And of course, Israel is also part of it. So I don't think in the present context, we are going to see enlargement of the scope of this war in bringing the NATO countries. A second important aspect you mentioned about the Gulf countries and Muslim countries. See, they have to appeal to their own political basis. So you will find rhetoric, you will find statements trying to condemn the attack and things like that, trying to appeal to their own population because all of them are basically Muslim and similar kind of ethnicity. Beyond that, they are not going to do anything concrete which is going to harm the American interest. Because if you remember, Saudi Arabia had made a statement that it will not allow its airspace to be used. But what happens if there is a strike of an American airbase in Saudi Arabia? So that doesn't leave any scope for Saudi Arabia to press that statement further. So I don't think the Gulf countries are going to openly support the Americans, but internally, yes, there would be an agreement to the Americans because, after all, their interests lie with the Americans and not with the Iranians.
Well, so, even as we speak, air sirens have gone off not just in Israel and various parts of central Israel, but also Jordan and Bahrain as well. So more nations are now being alert. They are red alert, especially Iran, because they are also trying to use their intelligence and game what Iran will try and do, because Iran will have to show a certain amount of retaliation. We'll try and see if we have Sanjay Suri live. He was just going across. The alerts and sirens have been sounded even where he is joining us, even though he remains outdoors. The Israelis are calm, but their belief is they don't want this attack on Israel, but they believe that out of this, Israel will come stronger than ever. You're not going to be able to wipe out Israel. And Benjamin Netanyahu has invoked this very sentiment, saying the regime that shouted death to Israel, it's time to end that regime. This regime change, 47 years they've lasted. They're trying to tell the IRGC and the security, that's the Buzz militia, etc., Ambassador Chakravarti, to try and break away from this regime. Let's bring about a change in Iran. And what Benjamin Netanyahu has tried to do, has tried to appeal beyond the Persians. He said the Baloch, the other ethnicities, the Kurds, all of the others who've been persecuted under the Khomeini regime should come together. Now, is that going to be possible? If this lasts over the next 5-6 days, this barrage from the Americans, contrary to the last time when the Israelis led the attack, the Americans waded in only with the B-52s. If this barrage is there over the next few days by the Americans, huge amount of pounding, especially of the nuclear and the ballistic missile sites, and some critical installations like the IRGC headquarters, Bach militia headquarters, will the regime break amid cyber attacks? And of course, perhaps the street violence will also begin now. That's also been queued up by Shahraza Palvi.
Yes, in the sense that all these things will impact heavily on the regime. There's no doubt about it. And I think Mossad and CIA would have prepared the plan for getting people onto the streets, maybe destroying public property or public installations, and generally bringing, kind of governance to a halt. You mentioned the Kurds and then there are the Baloches also. And there are others also, Armenians and others.
Yes, Baloch
who
also.
think that this is a good time, or they may have been mobilized or energized by the Mossad and CIA to do that. And don't forget, the Baloch people live on the border with Pakistan, and in Balochistan, in Pakistan, there's a raging insurgency and freedom fight going on already. Now, I don't know whether Pakistan will get involved from that side, because the Baloch, because Iranians have always blamed the Pakistanis for the Baloch insurgency.
Ambassador, just interrupting you, we got a latest, there's a latest update. Explosions have been heard in Bahrain's capital, Manama, and public has been told to take shelter. Now, does this now open up the dimension? It's no longer Israel and Iran. Bahrain comes into the picture. If there's something that happens in Jordan, Jordan will have to take action. Of course, that airspace is all Jordanian airspace over which the Jordanian skies that these missiles will be traveling to Israel and Iran. Yes, please.
Jordanians will cooperate. They've already said they will cooperate because they are a very firm ally of the US and Israel. Whereas Bahrain and other Gulf countries there would be certainly getting into a defensive mode.
Another update. Iranian missile has been downed over Qatar. Al Arabia is reporting, citing Qatari media. So see Qatar also.
So this
Sorry,
must
I'm
have been,
interrupting you. This is just happening live, so please go ahead.
yeah, it's quite possible now that it has started. The other, you see, Al Ubaid Air Base in Qatar is the largest air base in this whole region. And I think earlier also, by the way, they had targeted this base. But I think this is going to happen, and I think other American bases will come under attack, apart from Israeli bases within Israel and other installations. So we are actually seeing an escalation here, which was expected. And I think preparations have been made for this kind of escalation. So I think, but then again, I said there will be, I do not know how long the Iranians will be willing to carry on this fight, because they would be outgunned by the combination of all these countries. And what could happen is that once the air bases in the Gulf countries are attacked, then the Gulf countries would normally then turn against Iran as well, though not openly, but certainly will be more supportive of the American and Israeli actions. So that's the kind of scenario that is unfolding, and I do hope that things can. I don't see any hope now of things halting till this whole thing comes to some kind of conclusion, whether it is regime change or whether
I think the
massive destruction and and then surrenders. I don't see Iran surrendering. That is something I don't see.
The Americans have decided regime change is the ultimate, and Iran cannot have nuclear weapons at all. The Israelis have said the same thing: regime change, and Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. UAE has partially and temporarily closed airspace. Sanjay Suri is live with us, even as air raid sirens have been heard in Jerusalem, Beersheba, and Dimona. Yes, Sanjay.
Yes, Anand, just to share with you, I don't know if you can see this very well. This is the kind of alert that has come on just about every phone right across Israel. I'm here in Tel Aviv. We've had the siren going off, and before that we had a pre-alert to the alert. So
we can see it.
So this is now war underway, which is not to say that Israelis are panicking all over the place. People do have some degree of faith in the air defense systems of Israel and the US, and certainly of the two combined. As we know, the Gerald Ford has been stationed very close to Israel, and that is intended to boost Israel's air defense systems. And there was a reason to worry, and that was in the last war in June of last year. That's when a number of Iranian missiles did get through. And so air defenses here have been strengthened by Israel itself and by the positioning of the Gerald R. Ford very close to Israel. So there is a good deal of protection in place, and at the moment there are some people out and about. You can see a few stragglers here and there walking around as if it's any other day without any reason for concern or going into a shelter, but a number of people have taken shelter right behind here and in the buildings just to my left. So people take their own view, but
right.
We are in the middle of high alert. We are in the middle of an alert that missiles are, as we speak, on their way here, and Israelis are taking it rather coolly.
Yes, they are. In fact, they are singing, praying inside the shelters. We'll play out that video with the audio in a bit, Sanjay, and come back to you. Tel Aviv bunkers. Qatar has intercepted 2 Iranian missiles as per a Qatari official. NetBlock says network data show Iran is now in the midst of a near total internet blackout. Let's just play out that video first. Yeah.
ייעוד אחד, ייעוד שני, ייעוד שלישי, ומאחורי הבניינים שם יש שיר. אני נפל שם. ייעוד אחד, ייעוד שני, ייעוד שלישי, ומאחורי הבניינים שם יש שיר. אני נפל שם. ייעוד אחד, ייעוד שני, ייעוד שלישי, ומאחורי הבניינים שם יש שיר. אני נפל שם.
Well, so they are taking it quite spiritedly. Sanjay, you were speaking to some residents who seemed quite okay some time back when the calls came. But what are the common Israelis saying? Do they believe they need to finish this off? Do they believe the regime needs to go? Do they agree with Bibi Netanyahu?
Oh, yes. I mean, there are divisions, political divisions within Israel, of course. It's a very sort of energetic and buzzing democracy. But on this, people are one. There is no difference of opinion that anyone can see over dealing with Iran. And this is a matter really that goes beyond politics. This is existential. It is the nuclear program of Iran that's not an immediate threat to the U.S. The ballistic missiles are not a threat to the U.S. It's Israel that is in the line of fire. And Israel has been hit by ballistic missiles, suffered serious damage. 28 Israelis were killed last year in Iranian missile attacks, and hundreds were injured. So Israel has had a taste of Iranian war aggression, as of course Iran is having a taste of Israeli aggression to a far, far greater extent right now as we speak. But here within Israel, people seem to be quite unified and quite determined that they must prevail. There is a curious factor here, Anand, when we look at Israeli response on the street. Consider the laws in Israel. Every Jewish Israeli has compulsorily to be trained in the army. Consider that Israel has a population of about 6 million Jewish people above the age of 18, which means that just about every adult is trained in war. They are used to battleground situations. They have been trained for this, and they have been deployed. And this is over a period of several years. So when we are thinking of the civilian population of Israel, we are in effect actually speaking of a military population. These are all military people. So they are not likely to get scared in a hurry.
Right. We've just got, I'm going to hand it to Akanksha. Akanksha, pictures coming through from Bahrain that the US base, Al Udeid, the air base there has been targeted. Al Jufair base in Bahrain has been targeted. It houses a US naval base, and there's a missile that's landed. I'm going to hand it over to you for now. Take it away, please.
So as Anand was highlighting, that it is now going to be the US bases in the Middle East which will be bearing the brunt of it. 9 US bases is what we are looking at. Bahrain, Qatar, Iraq, many of them in fact are housing. But you know, apart from these countries that you're talking about in the Middle East, you're also looking at those places which are housing NATO bases. You have an Air Force base in Turkey. Will Turkey also get involved? You have Djibouti, which is very close to the Horn of Africa. All of those bases are going to be playing a very critical role. Those visuals, in fact, coming in, as you can see, there's been an attack on Bahrain as well. UAE, as we speak, has shut its airspace. That is another critical airbase of the United States. Let me quickly take this forward with Ambassador Pinak Ranjan Chakravarti, who continues to stay with us. Ambassador, this is bound to have a snowball effect now, as we can see. It's already playing out today itself.
I think we are actually seeing live the escalation. But I don't know how far this escalation will go. Does Iran have the capacity to pierce the air defense systems of these American air bases? And the Americans would have prepared for all this. So I don't think, you know, as you said, two missiles have already been intercepted and destroyed. So how many more does Iran have to throw at all these sites? And there are many sites, American sites. So there are a lot of ifs and buts here. But on a personal note, you know, I can imagine the situation, because I lived in a house in Tel Aviv when I was there, which had a bomb shelter. And those were the days when Saddam Hussein was threatening to attack Israel with chemical warheads. So I remember we were all told to, you know, we were provided actually with gas masks and told to equip our bomb shelters and others, which were gas proof actually. So I still remember. So I can imagine what the people in Israel are thinking. And this is something familiar in the sense that, of course, there were no attacks. But today, I think the Israelis are a very resilient and a hardened lot. And, you know, they are used to all this fighting. If they were not resilient, they wouldn't have lasted for so many years as a free country, given the kind of hostility they have faced in their region. And of course, Iran remains the last bastion of this hostility, because Iran's official policy is that they do not recognize Israel and they would like to wipe out Israel from the map of the world. That's their policy.
Right. I want to quickly bring in Sanjay. Sanjay, you know, Ambassador has just now highlighted what a critical point he's made is that this has happened far too many times. We've heard this happen in 2001 in Kabul, in 2003 as well, when Iraq was being invaded. And there's the same similar playbook being followed that we must prevent a future catastrophe. There's an evil regime which is being fought. And you know, what's extremely ironical is that the current US president arrived on the promise that he's going to put an end to US interventionism in the Middle East. That certainly has been one U-turn we've seen happen in the second time around now that he's come back to the White House. Do you think that Iran is going to be that last bastion, as Ambassador also highlighted?
Well, last bastion is hard to say. We've had claims repeated a number of times, needless to say, from President Trump that he has stopped 8 wars. There will have to be a count on how many he has started as well. And who can say with any confidence that this will be the last? This is just a little more than a year into his presidency. But this is something that has been building up for some time. And we are seeing really now the inevitable here, that whole build-up from the U.S. The Abraham Lincoln was not sent just to be called back, nor the Gerald Ford now, which is positioned very close to Israel to aid in its defense. This is now a situation that really is going to go to the finish. This is not something that can be compromised upon really by either. This is going to be the end of the regime, or it's going to be the end of the US-Israeli intervention. I think we can take a fair guess which of those two scenarios is more likely. But the clear aim and the first aim of the US, and this President Trump spelled out quite clearly, is to, short of that military erasure, to provoke a revolt within the IRGC, within the Iranian government, and to provoke a rebellion or encourage a rebellion among the people, so that in the face of this assault, people rise within Iran and it begins to crack from within. If that can happen by not just the show of force, but by the use of force to some limited extent, and if this were to provoke a rebellion within the government and from outside the government, from the people, then this would be the relative shortcut that the US certainly would look for, that President Trump would look for. That
so,
is
in fact, I just want to take our viewers through those visuals that we are getting in. There's an attack on Bahrain also, but that missile was intercepted. In fact, information coming in that Qatar has also intercepted 2 Iranian missiles as per an official. This is information that's still trickling in. How long will this last is still unknown. But remember, right now, as we speak, the United States has amassed the largest invasion force in the Middle East. This is the largest ever since the Iraq war that was observed. I want to quickly bring in Ambassador Pinakaranjan Chakrabarti, who continues to stay with us. Ambassador, I want to bring you in on the point about ending US interventionism in the Middle East. That was a promise that was made. Remember, the Democrats have been asking the Trump administration why they have been so opaque, especially when it comes to their policy towards Middle East. In fact, Chuck Schumer, the Senate minority leader, also went on to accuse Donald Trump of hiding behind the cover of war, because this is a year which is very critical to the Republicans, as we all know, especially the fact that they will be headed into midterms.
Well, I think what President Trump is seeking is, of course, with an eye on the midterm elections. The war is by the way, in one section of the Americas, the war is popular because they like this war, because America is flexing its muscle, showing that it is still a global hegemon and it can do anything it likes in wherever it wants across the planet. We've seen Venezuela. We've seen now, in fact, Mr. Trump is saying that the USA might attempt a friendly takeover of Cuba. This is the latest that we have heard. Now, this is the kind of thing, although he talks of stopping wars and his aspiration for a Nobel Prize has not ended. But then, geopolitics is not that simple. Stopping wars is not that simple. Afghanistan and Pakistan are also at each other's throats. So I don't think that is geopolitics will always trump those political rhetoric that we hear from time to time. And Israel is a different kettle of fish. I mean, I think Israel and the US are probably the closest allies in the world. And they have a different equation. They have a different kind of an understanding. So I don't think that, and since both of them want to eliminate Iran's regime and the nuclear facilities and missile facilities, so they have naturally cooperated. And I think as you can see, the first attacks on Iran were launched from Israel and not from any aircraft carrier.
And,
So I think
since you speak of Israel, let me quickly bring in Sanjay, who is very much in Israel. In fact, he's been there ever since Prime Minister paid that visit. And that's why, Sanjay, everybody here on the MEA group is already asking the question, did the Israeli side share any information with the Indian side with regards to the attack being in the final stages of planning? I guess we'll never know. But what was the sense that you were gathering when you arrived in Israel?
Well, as you point out, this is not something that's likely to be known whether Netanyahu briefed Prime Minister Modi, unless at some stage either Netanyahu or the Prime Minister or the top ministers from either country comes up with any such information. But clearly it was a visit that came just before this. Netanyahu would certainly have known that this is coming, given the preparations and given the extensive networking with the US allies of Israel, to see that this is in place. So all of this would have been in place when the Indian PM visited. The fact is that we have heard from the MEA officials that Mr. Modi did try to prevail upon Mr. Netanyahu to say that the peaceful solution is always the best one. That would have been polite talk, certainly heard politely, responded to politely, and all the time Netanyahu was preparing for this war. Whether that was also known to Prime Minister Modi is something that's awaited. Certainly that is not something that has been shared publicly or even privately with very many so far.
All right, as we speak, in fact, an official statement coming in from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Iran. This is what the official statement, in fact, it's a detailed statement that's coming in. But just to give our viewers a quick gist of what it says that the Iranian nation will respond decisively and the aggressors will regret their criminal act. Now, let me quickly go back to Ambassador Pinak Chakrabarti as well. Ambassador, do you think that this is now an all-out war? And in terms of referring to Prime Minister's recent visit to Israel, for a country which has always prided itself in its strategic autonomy, does it leave India in a very tricky position at the moment?
No, I don't think so. I think India-Israel relations have gone over many, many years. Ever since we opened our mission there, diplomatic mission in 1992, and I was there from 95 to 99, and I have seen what kind of collaborations that started, and it has gone much beyond that now. So I think India-Israel relations are quite solid. The speculation about whether Prime Minister Netanyahu would have told Prime Minister Modi that yes, we are planning to attack, I don't think any country does that. But if they would have discussed the situation, there was no doubt about it, that Iran situation would have been discussed, and Prime Minister Netanyahu would have said very clearly that, this is very difficult for us, and we have to deal with Iran, etc. But of course, he wouldn't tell that this is the date and time on which we will launch all the strikes. And India would have maintained its stock position that try and avoid military conflict. You are already talking to the Iranians in Geneva, sort it out there across the table. That's been the stock Indian sort of position for a long time. So I don't think that we can speculate very much beyond this.
Okay. So I want to quickly refer to the detailed statement which we have and maybe bring in both of you over here. It says that our sacred homeland and beloved nation, Iran, ancient civilization building, has once again been subjected to a cowardly military aggression by the US and Zionists. regime. This morning on the threshold of Nowruz, on the 10th day of the holy month of Ramadan, the United States and the Zionist regime flagrantly violated Iran's territorial integrity and national sovereignty and targeted a number of objectives and defensive infrastructure as well as non-military facilities in various cities of our country. The renewed military aggression by the US and the Zionist regime against Iran has taken place under circumstances in which Iran and the US were engaged in a diplomatic process. This is the key critical aspect. Sanjay, weigh in on that. Is this an indication that Iran feels extremely violated, also betrayed in terms, because the diplomatic process, as they have referred to, was very much on in Geneva? Is this also indicating a complete breakdown, a complete collapse of the ongoing diplomatic process in Geneva?
Most certainly, there could be no convincing break of a diplomatic process than the launch of war. We had this threat hanging over the talks for some time now, and we heard from the Omanian foreign minister, who has been playing mediator here, and his report on this situation was that progress has been made and that Iran is prepared to make some concessions on the nuclear front, which is to stay an undertaking not to stockpile its enriched uranium, and that it will not be enriched beyond an agreed level. Of course, we have an IAEA report saying that that level has been breached already. But we do have a statement from Oman that has been playing mediator, saying that the process was underway. Talks had been planned for next week, tentatively in Vienna and tentatively for Friday. Then also we had the diplomatic process continuing in a sense also between the US and Israel. We had a visit by Secretary of State Rubio planned for Israel on Monday. It's not clear whether that will take place and whether that will take place with a renewed agenda given the new situation. It's unlikely that it will, also for simple reasons of airspace closure and safety. So the diplomatic process is now out the window. This is now all-out war, and the attempt now will be from the US and from Israel certainly to stop short of none of their three aims, one being regime change, the other nuclear disarmament, and the third an end to Iran's missile capacity, particularly ballistic missile capacity.
Ambassador Chakrabarti, the statement also says, history bears witness that Iranians have never submitted to the aggression of foreign powers, and this time as well the Iranian nation will respond decisively and the aggressors will regret their criminal act. You mentioned Venezuela. I also want to bring in Afghanistan and Syria. All of these countries, can there even be a comparison drawn to these countries, or Iran is going to be a far more intimidating sort of adversary that the United States is looking at, given the clout it has and the kind of nuclear power that it wields at the moment?
No, Iran is certainly in a different category. It's a much larger country with a great deal of, patriotic fervor, a civilizational past, which is ancient. Afghanistan is a much smaller country, but even there, the Americans had to run away because they couldn't manage. So I don't think there will be boots on the ground here and hence there are a lot of ifs and buts about regime change. I mean, will the Iranian people will rise up as one? Unlikely, but there will be revolt, there will be unhappiness. I think they are banking on the fact that the Iranian people have suffered a lot under the sanctions, and the economy is really in very bad shape, and people are, smarting from the economic impact of the sanctions, and now the war will create further problems. So I think the hope is that the Iranian people will rise up and somehow overthrow the regime. I don't know whether that will happen because the Iranian...
Stay with me, Ambassador. I don't know if you can watch the live visuals that are trickling in right now. These are the latest visuals we are bringing for our viewers from Tehran, where we can see the aftermath of that missile strike. Completely decimated that entire location. Remember, in Tehran, this was close to the offices of Khamenei, and what we also, you can see the debris now. It's been reduced to a heap of rubble. And as we all know, this is just one location in Iran which has been targeted. Isfahan, Natanz. There are other locations as well in Iran which have been targeted, along with a host of other countries where we all know there are US troops as well. So US bases in Middle East now are on the radar of Iran as we speak. Ambassador, back to you. Please finish your point.
Simply making was that it's uncertain. I do not know. I do not have intelligence from within Iran as to what is the mood of the people, but I can only, rationalize some of the events that have taken place, and that tells me that that the Iranian people, are they ripe for a revolt? Is that the assessment of the Americans? CIA, Mossad, and Israelis. So I don't know what happens. Do you bring in the son of the earlier Shah of Iran? Is he popular? Can he manage? But then if you plant somebody from outside and protect that regime by force, which Israel and America may want to do, so that their own people are in power there, and they can then, force that regime to totally, disarm, nuclear disarmament, destroy all their nuclear facilities, and not go down that route at all, and then destroy all the missile facilities, etc. But I don't know whether that will happen.
No, that is true, because Reza Pahlavi lacks that grassroots connect, as has been highlighted by several Iranians that we've been speaking to. At the most, he still has managed to form that connect with the urban Iranians, but the ones in the hinterland still do not really associate much with him. Sanjay, news also trickling in that Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthi militants have now vowed to resume attacks on shipping route in the Red Sea corridor. This is bound to have a domino effect, as are the announcements now being made. What is the kind of situation we are looking at now, whether it is the Strait of Hormuz or this shipping corridor in the Red Sea?
Well, this has been the great threat from Iran, that is the economic threat, that if they were to block the Strait of Hormuz even for some time, that will have a very strong knock-on effect on oil prices, which, as we know, are very sensitive to the world situation, and particularly to passage of oil through that strait. About 20% of the world's oil supply passes through that strait, and Iran has positioned itself to attack shipping or to restrict it in that strait. And this then again becomes a challenge of timing, how far the Iranian Navy or its Air Force or its missiles can target these ships effectively. Certainly the US and Israel will be out to protect shipping and see that any blockage here does not last very long. They do have great firepower. We've seen what that can be like already. But this will be a critical economic artery that will need to be protected, because if that is hurt, then the economy is hurt, and that again has knock-on political effects. If people run into shortages, price rises, the war becomes suddenly very unpopular, even at a distance, and even at such a distance as the US. Of course, within the US, this will be an unpopular war for many reasons. We have seen signs of that. But here now the question is the economic fallout of this, and these are just the first few hours. We've seen the decision, the outcome on that fallout will depend upon the resilience of Iran's military capacity.
An advisory being issued, in fact, by the Indian embassy in Qatar as we speak. They've, in fact, just now sent out a word saying everyone's requested to follow the emergency alert by local authorities in the interest of public safety. Everyone is urged to stay away from the vicinity of military sites and stay inside buildings, whether in homes or elsewhere, and not to go out or move except for the utmost necessity to avoid exposure to any risks. Ambassador Chakrabarti, the situation remains on high alert. Clearly, Middle East on the tenterhooks.
Absolutely, and I think we'll have to watch it minute to minute to see what happens next. But it's not going to stop very soon, that's for sure. And I think this will go on for quite some time. How long, very difficult to predict. It depends on the resilience of the Iranian regime how long they can fight. So those are some of the constraints on them, because their supply lines, I do not know how good they are, because now they will be all under pressure. The internet is not working, communication will not work. So Iran is under real pressure now, and so they will have to really their backs are to the wall, but they will fight. I mean, there's no way Iran is going to surrender.
All right, stay with me, Ambassador and Sanjay, both, because we're getting in some more breaking inputs. In fact, Israeli officials have confirmed that they have indications of hits on significant figures in the Iranian leadership. This, as the chatter, in fact, grows louder about the whereabouts of Khomeini. Many are saying that he's already hidden in a bunker. But the Israeli officials, the IDF, going on official record to confirm that they have indications to establish the fact that significant figures in the Iranian leadership have been hit. Let me quickly take this forward with Sanjay. Yes, Sanjay, what more can you tell us? All right, we're also getting in reactions from Israel as we speak, because remember, evacuation is also currently on. An Indian student in Israel has also spoken out. I'll quickly play that reaction out for you.
Hi everyone, I'm an Indian student and currently I'm in Tehran. The situation here feels really worst and uncertain. We really don't know what's going to happen next. We're really grateful that the Government of India and the Ministry of External Affairs are in discussion for our safety. But in the times like these, speed matters a lot. I'm not even able to say these things because the airstrikes are happening and it's getting really worse for us. We just request for the quicker and clear evacuation as soon as possible. Please do not wait for the situation to get worse. Just help us. Just get us out of here as soon as possible.
So that was an Indian student stuck in Tehran, actually. Let me quickly take that forward with Sanjay, who continues to stay. Extremely gut-wrenching to hear those students appealing for help, given that this was an attack which was on expected lines. Sanjay, perhaps the government could have ensured a timely evacuation?
Yes, most certainly, because this was coming. And meanwhile, there is some reason for concern here as well. I've just received an alert here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. It says rocket and missile fire in your area and get to a shelter within 1.5 minutes. We've just, this minute, in the last few seconds, had this alert. So there is some cause for concern here. But of course, at the moment, it's Iran that's taking the brunt of these attacks. And students and others in Iran certainly would be very concerned. We've heard that very touching appeal a minute back that you played out. And there will be questions asked whether more could have been done to get people out of Tehran, because that was always going to be first in the firing line and get the worst of it. And there is a danger there, but there is a good deal of missile fire now from Iran aimed at Israel. A lot of these missiles are underway as we speak. So there is unrest to varying extents across this whole region. Of course, there is no place that's more alarming to be in at the moment than Tehran.
Sanjay, going to request you to kindly take, cover, because there seems to be an alert issued in that area where Sanjay is currently stationed right now. Situation currently quickly blowing out of control. Let's quickly go across to Iranian activist Eli Jamali, who's joining us live from the United States. Eli, we've connected earlier as well. And I remember in the last conversation we had, you were urging the US for an intervention. Do you see this as the beginning of that intervention, and do you see this as an advent for external powers now to be coming and taking over Iran?
I mean, Well, good morning, actually from London at the moment.
All
We're
right.
still active
All
in
right.
London, but
Okay.
New York is next week. So what's happening in Iran at the moment is an unfolding of a rescue mission of 90 million people all at once. Of course, it's going to be full of noise. Of course, it's going to be full of bombs. And unfortunately, Iranian people have been waiting for bombs to fall on Iran under a regime that has been killing and targeting people, even in the hospitals over the past 2 months. The death toll in Iran at the hands of this regime has been so much higher than any modern war over long periods of time in the space of 48 hours. The current rescue mission carried out by the Israelis and the American high forces, an incredible army, is a beacon of hope for the Iranian people. The videos coming out of Iran right now, I mean, my heart absolutely goes out to all of the Iranian people who do not have shelter. I mean, this regime has brought in a war without sheltering any Iranians. I mean, they have gone and embedded themselves even in civilian areas of the cities, biggest, most populated cities. And my heart goes out to the lovely Indian student stuck in Tehran who's pleading to the Indian government to help her and rescue her out of that war zone at the moment. But what I wonder is, why was she not rescued during the last 2 months when the most horrific attacks on Iranian people were happening? She was at risk then. She is at risk now. And I pray that she, like all the Iranians who are going to be free soon, are free of this dangers that is facing them. But my heart goes to Iranian people who don't have anywhere to go at the moment in these days. There are the amount of despair and poverty this regime has caused on Iranian people, and the lack of resources on times like this is one of the things that is quite frightening. And like I said, there is no shelters in place for Iranian people other than their homes. So I am reassured with the statement that President Donald Trump made earlier today in White House. The White House released a statement that he encouraged Iranian people to stay at home because they are not the targets. They are obviously surgically targeting IRGC and regime forces and regime members who are actively part of the oppression of Iranian people. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi also sent a message to the Iranian people reassuring them that this rescue mission is not a war on Iran, and it's a waging act against a terrorist regime that has held Iranian people at gunpoint for the past 47 years, and specifically for the past 2 months. So hopefully this is the beginning of an end for this regime, officially and once and for all.
Right. There's also news that is just coming in. The situation, as we were reporting, is quite tense, and news that is just coming in. Iran's Supreme National Security Council, the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, has already made arrangements to meet all societal needs, and there is no concern regarding the supply of essential goods. Schools and universities will remain closed until further notice. Banks will continue providing service to the noble people of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. So that's the news that is coming in, the official word that is now coming in from Iran about the steps that are being taken. The Iranian people being assured by Iran's Supreme National Security Council that as far as essentials are concerned, Iran is well equipped and it has made arrangements for that. As far as schools and colleges and universities go, they will remain shut. Workforce at 50%, banks will continue providing services. This is the month of Ramzan that we are talking about, and there's a lot of concern. But this is the news that we have, Sanjay. So the people of Iran being assured by the government of the day there that don't worry, we are in control.
Well, how much weight that assurance carries is uncertain, because there's going to be a difference between rhetoric and reality, as there always is in a war situation. The government will be keen to put out messages of reassurance to calm people down and to prevent any mass panic that then could feed a revolt against the regime itself. So this is a predictable message of reassurance. How much weight it carries, we do not know as of now. We do not know the extent of damage that will be caused over what period of time. Above all, the question whether people begin to crack from within, whether there will be cracks within the government system, within the IRGC, We have seen some reports that there has been an element of disaffection even within the IRGC. This is the testing time now. This is when we will know if and to what extent that may be true at all. Also, there is a question of how much supplies are available with the government. Iran has been hit and hurt with sanctions for a long time now. There is not a great deal of stockpile. There's not a great deal of resilience within the system to keep people supplied. If this were to drag on, and if really Iran puts up a fight, this will drag on for a bit, without doubt. So there is a question of time frame here. There's a question of what there is people can be supplied with. These are early hours we are in, and the assurance is, well, 50% this, 50% work that. This may not last long if the matters, as they're developing, get out of hand and go the way they're going.
And the indications are that this could just be the beginning. I mean, the war could be prolonged, even though Iranian government is assuring Iran's population that we have stocked enough. But how much is enough if this war is going to drag on? Indications from the United States and from Israel that this is not a one-off strike that has happened.
Well, enough is just a word. It's not a number. It's not a quantity. And the question is how much the Iranian government has. It's not likely that there is a lot, because we saw it's not likely that in an effort to calm the protests, it would have held on to masses of food and equipment and supplies to people rather than offer it to them. The reports from Iran have been that the government has been offering food to people, offering support to people to try and calm them down. It's not likely that the government is hoarding these things in order to supply people later at some stage.
And what is the indication that is available at this stage about the kind of damage already inflicted? Even though Iran is putting up a brave face, indications from the other side seems to be that some of their top leadership and top military installations could have already faced the brunt of the strike that has happened.
Well, that is already happening. I don't know if even there's an if about that. Certainly, Iran has been hit very hard. And if there is an if here, it is that we really don't know yet the full extent of this, because it's just happening. And this is a very, very massive attack, as it would be. Having decided to go for it, it's not likely that the US will hold back or Israel will hold back. They would have predetermined targets. They would have had a plan to attack these targets, figured out the means to do so, the timing, what, where, when, and they're going at it. This is not something that is going to soften in a hurry, and in fact, it would be in the interests of the US and of Israel to hit early, to hit very hard, in order, if their intention is to try and avert too much damage, in order to provoke a revolt both within the government, within the IRGC, within other political circles within government, and also to try and encourage protest from people. And this is not an if either. President Trump has said so much. He has said that IRGC should revolt, either they should surrender or they will die. He has asked people to come out and protest against the regime. So he's trying clearly to encourage people to go against their own government, so that the third ally after the US and Israel would be the very people of Iran and people who are disaffected within the government. That is the hope, and if that were to happen, that would be perhaps the least disastrous of the outcomes in terms of human lives and loss and damage. At the moment, we haven't seen that, but again, this is a bit early to say if that will happen at all and when that might happen.
Any indication, Sanjay, third ally as you call them, is there anything that the Israeli authorities or the American authorities are even indicating about how this third ally is really responding to the situation inside Iran?
Well, the response time is too short as of now. The areas in Tehran have just been hit. And IRGC is has been targeted foremost, as it would be. There has been a lot of damage, going by the reports we've received so far, and a loss of lives, and this is a considerable loss of lives. In the face of that, what the rest of IRGC will do is what we are waiting to see, because this is a testing time for them. If this revolt is to come, it will have to come soon. If not, and if they hold on, If IRGC stays together as a force, they decide to fight it out, they do not move against the regime, it's very difficult to see that people, unarmed people on the streets, will be able to force the regime out. If the regime has to crack in a hurry, and if that collapse were to be provoked or induced from within, that would have to be primarily the IRGC that will have to do it, and the police and their militia, the Basij militia, and their other armed groups and forces in that area. It is they who will have to rise against the regime to bring about an early downfall. It will be that disciplined force that will have to start cracking. And certainly they would have anticipated this. They would have had a leadership in place predicting that this would be the aim, to try and also then to toughen people and to withstand these pressures. So all these pressures, one way and the other, are playing out currently.
And once again, Sanjay, to go back to that assurance that has come in from the Iranian authorities there, the assurance that has come in about supplies being adequate, the Supreme National Security, Iran Supreme National Security Council has given that assurance that the government of Islamic Republic of Iran has made arrangements to meet all societal needs. Now, once again, Sanjay, this is the month of Ramzan that we are talking about. In this holy month, for such a strike to happen, if you compare how Iran responded last time around, and they were expecting this kind of a strike. So do you think they would have prepared enough? Once again, like you said, the word enough is just a figure, a way of saying it. Just doesn't know what quantity, what is it that we are talking about in terms of days or week. So when this statement is made, when this assurance is made, put it into perspective in terms of how Iran responded the last time.
Well, if there was enough, the Iranian government would have seen that people have enough, and that would have blunted the protests that took place. The protests that took place came because the value of the rial really collapsed, and the value of the rial collapsed because importers had to pay a very high price for products in very limited supply. That was their problem. On the other hand, the Iranian government imposed a price limit at which these goods could be sold. The two simply did not add up, and this led to the crisis. People were deprived of food. People who are getting very paltry incomes simply do not have money to put food on the table. This is what provoked the protests to begin with. Had there been enough at the time, surely the government in Iran would have shared that enough with people and tried to blunt the protests. Since then, sanctions have become tougher. The war situation has been developing, and scarcities are certain to have increased. And so the situation would have got worse necessarily and not better. So this kind of assurance from the Iranian government that there's enough is something that will have to be tested, and it's a very difficult time for that testing. This is the month of Ramzan, and after a day's fasting, people break their fast at the end of the day after sunset, and whether there will be something for them after a day's fasting on day 1, day 2, day 4, day 10, if this goes on and on, if this shortage continues, and shortages certainly there are, then this itself could do something to provoke unrest among people and to provoke a rebellion, which is exactly what the US and Israel would like to see.
Right. Sanjay, do hold on. Let me also bring in Iranian activist Elaha Jamili, who's in London. Elijah, just help us understand. You were telling us earlier about the situation back in Iran. Have you managed to establish contact with anyone there? Any first-hand report about the kind of situation that people are in at the moment?
At the moment, one of the videos circulating around is a bunch of schoolboys who saw and witnessed the explosion, and they are celebrating and they're jumping up and down. But these are high school boys who have seen their own friends be shot to death over the past 2 months. So when one of them shouts out, "I love you, Trump," all the other kids are also pretty excited about this. So while there is a lot of fear, and it's a traumatic experience to hear bombs, and I'm sure Iranians are afraid, especially because of the fact that there are no supplies. Just like Sanjay was mentioning, time and time again, there are no food supplies. During the 12-day war in June, within 3 days, food supplies were done in north of Iran. Rice, oil, all the major food supplies were finished. People don't really have anywhere to run to. There is, before the uprising in Iran, when the value of real had not even collapsed to zero at that time, hospitals were low on supplies for medications. The water scarcities meant many hours a day in all the major cities in Iran, there would be no water. Electricity keeps on getting shut off. So all of these lies that the security forces and the high-profile regime members come on so-called Seda and Sima, and they spew lies to people just to make themselves feel better. It's an absolute, it's an empty drum that it has been banging for 47 years. And now they are facing the consequence of that loud, annoying noise, which also targeted only Iranian people. Let us not forget that during the 12-day war, this regime was not happy with the fact that Israel is carrying such surgical actions against their heads of IRGC and staff. Enough casualties from civilians are not rising up, so that the regime went and threw a ballistic missile on the northern area of Tehran called Narmak, killing more than 700 households. So what we are witnessing right now in Iran, as the Iranian people are calling it themselves, is indeed a rescue mission. It's going to be very difficult for Iranian people to fully be rid of this regime, but I'm sure it's not going to be as difficult as seeing hundreds of and thousands of Iranian young people be shot dead in the streets, in the hospitals, in prisons, inside their own homes. The atrocities this regime commits against Iranians first and the rest of the world after has already been witnessed by the world. We know what they are capable of. Iranian people know what they are capable of. And that is why, for the past 2 months, we have gone time and time again across the globe, throughout the diaspora, outside the American embassy, and saying, President Trump, keep your promise.
No, but Eli, the situation that we are seeing currently, how realistic is it for those who want a regime change to hit the streets when the missiles are trained on them and you just don't know where the next missile is going to land? Given that reality, how realistic and in your assessment, if these protesters were to hit the street, how soon could that response come?
So at the moment, the protesters are actually in the people of Iran by the president himself, President Trump himself, have been encouraged to stay at home at the moment. Why? Because there will be missiles, because there will be bombs. And yes, there are no shelters in Iran, so their most safest place for them is their own homes, because their households are not going to be targeted by the Americans. If they are capable of pulling the Operation Black Hammer, Midnight Hammer, in June, they are definite, and the surgical removal of IRGC within buildings. I mean, remember Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniya. Ismail Haniya was in Tehran when only his room in the villa that he was staying at was taken. The regime knows they are they are fully exposed. The regime knows that the American intelligence and the Israeli intelligence know exactly what they have done to our Iranian people. And the regime knows that the consequences of their actions is now meeting them and knocking them on the door. The Iranian people hopefully will not suffer too much from this, not at the hands of the regime and not as a consequence of this war. However, my heart goes out to the Israelis who have to run between shelters every 5 minutes right now because this regime is acting out with its ballistic missiles. The might of the military that is surrounding Iran is not just for the rescue of Iranian people, it is for the rescue of the Middle East and Israel too. And I stand with the people of Israel who are standing with us, who proudly say that they are willing to endure war, they are willing to run to shelters. Mothers who are pregnant are saying, I am willing to run into a shelter with my unborn child if it means Iran is going to be free as the Islamic Republic is throwing missiles at us. So Iranian people stand with the Israeli people, and in this war, we will win against the darkness that is unfolded against the entire Middle East and the international community.
Right. Sanjay, if you're still there, want to come in on that, because you were reporting a short while back of receiving a message to take shelter, and that there could be a threat in that area that you are positioned in. In the last hour, couple of hours, what is it that you can tell us about the situation around you?
Well, we've had 2 alerts here in Tel Aviv since morning, and these are alerts that sound over the public siren system and also over the app which everyone carries, the home app. And this has been an alert advising people to take shelter, because there is information that Iranian missiles are on their way to targeting Tel Aviv. There has been one wave of these missiles launched, and certainly there will be more. So this alert has been issued. It's not an alert that everyone takes very seriously, and not everyone goes to a shelter. And consider that today is Shabbat, it's a holiday here. So a lot of the offices are all closed. The shelters that we could be looking at will be people sheltering in their own homes or in their own neighborhood in their shelters. And there are shelters everywhere, every home, every office, there's a shelter. And so people are there. In public space, the public shelters are not being used very actively for the reason simply that it's a holiday, and it's been an early morning start to the day, start to this war. So people haven't stepped out of their homes even for a day out necessarily, other than to just some places around in the neighborhood as they have over here.
Right. Sanjay, do hold on, because there are reports coming in from across the region. We've getting reports that there was some kind of a explosion. Reuters has reported that sound of another massive explosion was heard in Dubai. We're putting out pictures for you from Abu Dhabi as well. In Abu Dhabi too, a statement has been put out by their Interior Ministry saying that in light of the situation and the development that is happening in that area, Ministry of Interior is closely following regional developments and affirm that it is highest level of readiness. So this is not limited to 2 countries or 3 countries alone. The entire region is currently watching the situation unfold, and there's a lot of apprehension. We'll keep our focus on this story, but slipping into a very quick break. Stay with us. We come back with more news and updates on this big story.
Start, of course, with Shami Bhai, because मैंने उनको पहले ही बोल दिया था रेडी रहे. You know, शमी भाई, सबसे ज़्यादा जो सब सुनना चाहेंगे आपसे वो है 2023 वर्ल्ड कप की यादें. बहुत ही रेयरली ऐसा होता है कि कोई वर्ल्ड कप इंडिया ना जीते या कोई टीम ना जीते और फाइनल में जाके उनको हार्ट ब्रेक झेलना पड़े, लेकिन एक प्लेयर की परफॉर्मेंस पूरे देश और पूरी दुनिया को याद रहती है, और वो परफॉर्मेंस थी आपकी इस वर्ल्ड कप में. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मोहम्मद शमी, हु वाज द मैन ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट रियली एज फार एज द 2023 वर्ल्ड कप इज कंसर्न. इंडिया कुडंट विन द टाइटल, बट अब आप उस 2023 वर्ल्ड कप के बारे में सोचते हैं तो क्या सोचते हैं, क्या याद आता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यार कि सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने जो वो फील किया, वो जो आप लोगों का प्यार दिखा वहाँ पे, और वो जो एक होता है ना कि जज्बा दिखाई देता है लोगों में भी, वो एक अलग पंप करता है हमें एज ए प्लेयर, क्योंकि जब हम ग्राउंड में होते हैं तो क्राउड का सपोर्ट एक नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जाता है हमें. तो वो भी एक अलग लेवल का नज़र आ रहा था 2023 में. जहाँ तक परफॉर्मेंस की सवाल है, कहते हैं ना कि एक ड्रीम होता है कि इंसान ऐसा करना चाहता है क्रिकेट में, या फिर मैं ऐसा बॉल डालना चाहता हूँ, या मैं बॉल से बात करना चाहता हूँ. सो उस तरीके का वो परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा था, क्योंकि हमेशा आईसीसी इवेंट में मैं फर्स्ट मैचेस में मैं रेस्ट पे रहा हूँ हमेशा. मैंने पानी पिला के कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, तो मैं हमेशा वेट करता रहता था कि जब आपका टर्न आएगा, जब आपको मौका मिलेगा, जब आपको टीम को ज़रूरत होगी, आप कितने प्रिपेयर हैं, कितने तैयार हैं उस चीज़ के लिए, आप कितना हंगर हैं आप विकेट लेने के लिए. तो वो मैं हमेशा वेट करता था. लेकिन 2023 वर्ल्ड कप में जो पहली परफॉर्मेंस आई मेरी धर्मशाला में, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि लाइफ में एक मोमेंट आता है ना कि मैं ये ऊंचाइयां छूना चाहता हूँ. मैं बॉल के साथ वो फील कर रहा था, बॉल हाथ में लेके, कि मैं इससे जो चाहे कर सकता हूँ. वाह. तो ये एक टाइम पे आता है, ऐसे बैट्समैन भी आता है कि हाँ हमारा टच ऐसा होता है कि
इन द जोन जिसे कहते हैं।
नहीं, किसी दिन ऐसा होता है कि आप एज ए बैट्समैन भी अगर आप चाहें कि हाँ कि मैं ना मारना चाहूँ लेकिन वो बैट में आके लगती है, तो वैसा ही वो फील चल रहा था। और जो मोमेंटम था टीम का वो आपने देखा ही है, और जो क्रेज पब्लिक में था, जो जो सपने सबको दिखते थे उससे ज़्यादा तो हमें दिखते थे, रात को नींद नहीं आती थी। लेकिन कहते हैं ना नसीब को कोई नहीं बदल सकता, लेकिन मैंने वो बॉल के साथ वो फील किया है, ऐसा लगता था जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बॉल के साथ और बॉल मेरे हिसाब से चल रही है। तो वो मेरी लाइफ के बेस्ट दिन रहे हैं वर्ल्ड कप के। वर्ल्ड कप मैंने बहुत खेले हैं, लेकिन वो बॉल के साथ जो कनेक्शन बना था वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है लाइफ में कभी नहीं बना।
अमेजिंग, इट वॉज सीरियसली अमेजिंग टू वॉच यू परफॉर्म लाइक दैट। लेकिन जब आप पहले कुछ मैचेस में जब वेट कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने बोला कि पहले 1-2 मैचेस में आपको बेंच पे ही बैठना पड़ता है, तब दिमाग में मतलब बहुत नर्वसनेस थी कि मेरा मौका आएगा नहीं आएगा, कब तक आएगा, जब तक आएगा ऐसा ना हो कि मैं जो ये जोन है मेरा जोन ही निकल जाए जब तक मेरे मैच आएगा।
नहीं, हिस्ट्री उठाकर देखो, सारे वर्ल्ड कप में ऐसे ही हुआ है मेरे साथ। एक शो में मैंने और भी बोला था कि शायद मुझे उसका फल मिलता हो कि आप उतना वेट कर रहे हैं, आप उतना बेसब्री से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि आप कब खेलेंगे। लेकिन ये पार्ट ऑफ द गेम है, आपकी टीम है, आपकी कंट्री है, आपके लिए।
Iran's worst fears have appeared to be coming true. This as Israel and the United States have launched a major coordinated strike deep inside Iranian territory. Israel has said this was a preemptive strike to remove existential threats. A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. In the latest conflict that's now brewing over Iran, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, and the US President Donald Trump both have asserted in the strongest words that Iran cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons. Iran is now retaliating, firing ballistic missiles at northern Israel, triggering repeated sirens as Israeli air defenses attempt intercepts. Israel remains under a national emergency with schools, gatherings, and even most workplaces closed. And turning to the Indian angle now, India's embassy in Tel Aviv has issued an urgent advisory saying citizens have been asked to stay alert, follow all instructions from Israeli authorities, avoid non-essential movement, and remain close to the designated shelters. In fact, let's quickly bring you some more perspective. I'm joined in by Nia Gorbani, who's an Iranian activist. I can see Sanjay Suri is also joining us live from Israel. I'm also joined in by Ilai Jamali, who is an Iranian activist. Thank you for joining in. Let me quickly first go across to Sanjay for the latest lowdown. Sanjay, we are being told that an advisory has been issued for all of those Indians. What is the latest status in terms of the evacuation taking place?
Well, at the moment, there's no evacuation underway of Indians in Israel. What we have is a caution, and people are being advised to take shelter and to take precautions. It's at the moment not reached the level of a crisis here in Israel as you have in Iran, and that is where the urgency for evacuation would arise. Of course, in Iran, it's too late for evacuation. But you have a number of Indians here in Israel, a very large number. There are a number of recent migrants from India and particularly from Kerala and one or two other states, and they work in the service sector. A lot of them are caregivers, and a lot of the people in need of constant care are really being looked after by Indians. So that's a very large number of people here. And then, of course, you have a very strong Indian Jewish community. By some estimates, about 150,000 at least. They are people who have been living in Israel for a long time, and they are Israeli citizens. So for all of them, the advice remains, as it does for Israelis just about everywhere, that warnings should be taken seriously. There are very precise guidelines in place. People have been familiarized with these for long. They've had training, they've had dry runs for what to do in an emergency. They know exactly what to do. Some people clearly choosing not to do so, and they are outdoors when the advice at the moment is to be inside a shelter. So this is a situation where people will take their own decisions But bearing in mind that it's a holiday today, people are in their homes anyway, and the attack came early morning Israeli time, and so a lot of people simply did not stir out of their houses into open spaces at all, and they're mostly hiding at home.
Stay with me. Let me quickly go across to Niak Qurbani, Iranian activist, also joining us on the broadcast. Niak, remember, it's a timing which is in fact being also questioned at the moment, given it's the holy month of Ramadan. The Iranian regime is going to ensure that they avenge for such kind of an attack. What is this going to mean, not just for the regime in Iran, but also for the people of Iran, given that this is the second time around an attack of this nature has taken place in less than a year, that too when the negotiations have been on. This is bound to also jettison the overall negotiation process, but what will this mean for the Iranians?
So early morning today, I get a phone call from the Iranian inside Iran, from my family. They called me and said, finally, we get what we want. We get help from President Trump. And we saw actually lots of footage from Tehran. The people, actually, the strike actually is going, but the people in streets celebrating the strike, and they are happy. The Iranian people are happy because we don't have any other option. We can't actually fight against Islamic Republic with empty hands. But right now we get help from U.S. and Israeli military. The Iranian people are super happy. They don't care about what's going to be happen. But the final actually results for us, it's the freedom, and we are happy about that. And lots of Iranian people inside Iran, outside Iran, celebrating.
All right, Niak, stay with me. I'm getting in some breaking inputs. In fact, the Israeli media, as we're being told, has currently confirmed that among the attack targets, there is Ayatollah Khamenei and the Iranian President Pezeshkian. This, as Israeli officials also had given a confirmation that they had enough indications that high-profile targets had been hit during the missile strikes that were conducted by the United States and Israel. And in the latest, what we can tell you is that very confirmations also coming out in media reports. Among the attack targets have been Khamenei and the Iranian President Pezeshkian. Let's quickly take this forward with Sanjay. Sanjay, remember the big question is in terms of the whereabouts of the President and, of course, of the Ayatollah as well.
Well, this is no surprise that Khamenei would be a target, the number one target. Pezeshkian would be a target. Top IRGC commanders would be a target. This was known. Clearly, this would be the aim of the US and Israel, to target them first. And the latest reports we have suggest that some of these targets have been hit. Now, that is as yet vague. We do not quite know whether as of now that means that Khamenei has been killed or Pezeshkian has been killed. No such confirmation, no such indication as yet. And certainly they would have anticipated these, but there is a level of anticipation you can have and no more, and a level of precaution you can take and no more. Clearly, Mossad has very good intelligence within Iran, as does the CIA, and they would have been tracking the movements and the position of these leaders very closely. Whether that is foolproof, we do not know yet, because the Iranians would have also anticipated this and taken their own steps. They have been targeted, but if it does turn out, as some of these reports appear to suggest, that there has been a successful strike against both Khamenei and Pezeshkian, Khamenei particularly, then that can change the situation at least two different levels. First, it means the loss of the top leadership would mean a loss of confidence in the system, so that there are people within the government who will lose faith in their ability to hold out. Second, it will send a message to people that they really can now revolt and come out and protest and have strength on their side. Right. So these would be the most encouraging steps, that successes that Israel and the US can have, and we are waiting final confirmation that indeed may have happened, yes.
Let me quickly go across to Elahe Jamali as well, who continues to stay with us. Elahe, remember just 3 days ago, close to 350 Iranian researchers, academics, also political figures, all of them had signed a joint petition urging for no war, no conflict, because everyone now seems to be of this opinion that war is not going to end the ongoing crisis. It's only going to bring death, destruction, and going to add to the poverty in the country. Do you think that this kind of an intervention, where we are seeing the situation quickly spiral out of control, will be able to bring any respite to the Iranians?
I'm just going to use the 12-day war as an example again. During that operation, Iranian people were faced with the ballistic missiles thrown at the hands of the Islamic Republic's regime in an Iranian estate. 750 households were hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. So I want to know, where were these people when the Iranian people were getting killed in the hospitals? How many letters did they sign during that time? What did they do to make sure that this regime is falling? If they are so worried for Iran and Iranian people, what did they do in order to support the resistance against this regime when Iranian people came out to the streets in their millions? So when the Iranian people from the diaspora and from inside of Iran call out to President Trump to keep his promise, that is the message I'm going to focus on. That is the message I'm going to carry forward. And poverty has already been the curse of this regime in my beautiful country, to the point that Iranians have turned into slaves at the hands of a regime where children have to die in bins. Poverty is already there. Water scarcity, the infrastructure of a country that has fallen into ruins has already been in place under the hands of this regime. This is not war. It's a rescue mission, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. Nayak, we heard what Elahe is saying. She's saying that this is a rescue mission. Do you think any form of foreign aggression can be interpreted as a rescue mission, given that we are seeing what's happened to the economies in countries like Syria, even Egypt and Afghanistan, all of them, Iraq? We've seen the kind of incursions that have taken place at the hands of the United States. Are they great examples to follow as far as the people of Iran are concerned?
Actually, the Iranian are not Iraqi or Afghani, or the Iranian people are not Syrian. The Iranian people have right now their leader, their own. We have actually before U.S. Military action. We have a movement in Iran, revolution in Iran, which is led by Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. And right now he leading the Iranian people right now. He announcing the Iranian people and saying, you have to stay at home and till my announcement come out. The Iranian people are not alone. We have the leader. We have a true leader, which is the Iranian people are trusting him. And the Western leader, they can also trust him and being with him when they want to stand with the Iranian people. I think the final point is, this is an operation for risking the Iranian people, and I hope that's going to be success on the support of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, leadership of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and support the Western country.
All right. Let me quickly go back to Sanjay. Sanjay, you know how much the Israelis have in fact borne at the moment. Given the memories of October 7 are still very fresh, we are also seeing the memories of the 12-day conflict that took place between Iran, Israel and the United States. That's also very fresh. But are the Israelis actually prepared for an out-and-out war, one which will involve not just the Middle East, but perhaps greater Western powers? There could be a possibility of a NATO involvement as well.
Well, Israelis are not just prepared for it, that they have been for a while. They've been keen on it. They have been impatient for it. There have been some degree of impatience with what has been seen here as dilly-dallying and delay on the part of Trump, and necessarily tactical and weapon systems had to be put in place before an assault of this kind and of this level. But Israel is very much on board. There are not many people here who are nervous about this war. It's what they've been waiting for. They would have, in fact, on the contrary, felt betrayed and let down had this not happened. That if there had been this build-up of the US forces and this state of preparation from Israel without an assault on Iran, this would have seen an anticlimax and an almost, it would have felt like a historic
Sanjay, I need to slip into a quick break, but I want you to quickly weigh in. There is an Israeli assessment which has just now come in, which says that there's a good chance that Ali Shamkhani, Khamenei's advisor and the one who was responsible for their ongoing nuclear program, is eliminated perhaps. That's the assessment coming in from the IDF, and this is big news indeed. Especially, I see this as an elimination which is perhaps as big as that of Soleimani's elimination. Quickly weigh in on what this could mean for Iran's nuclear program. Sanjay?
Well, for a start, the IDF doesn't put out names lightly. If the IDF has named this person as killed, it's very likely to be a credible report and indeed to have carried out this killing or elimination, as they call it. And this is a very, very top person, very close to Khamenei himself. And the big outcome that Israel certainly will be looking for and the US will be looking for is if they can target Khamenei himself. This is not Khamenei at the moment, but very close to Khamenei at the very top, and certainly very worrying for the regime in Iran.
Absolutely, given that Trump has already made up his mind that he will not have anything but complete obliteration of the nuclear sites in Iran, something that he couldn't manage to do in the June strikes. Will they manage it this time around is the other big question. We will keep bringing you all the live and latest updates. Remember, the situation is quickly spiraling out of control because this is no longer just between Israel and Iran. The US has been involved. These are joint strikes that we are talking about. Iran, of course, has vowed to avenge. They have been hitting all of those bases of the United States, whether it is Qatar, whether it is even, say, the UAE, which has shut down its airspaces. The situation is currently on tenterhooks. We will keep bringing you all the live and latest updates as we slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Start, of course, with Shami bhai, because मैंने उनको पहले ही बोल दिया था रेडी रहे. You know, शमी भाई, सबसे ज़्यादा जो सब सुनना चाहेंगे आपसे वो है 2023 वर्ल्ड कप की यादें. बहुत ही रेयरली ऐसा होता है कि कोई वर्ल्ड कप इंडिया ना जीते या कोई टीम ना जीते और फाइनल में जाके उनको हार्ट ब्रेक झेलना पड़े, लेकिन एक प्लेयर की परफॉर्मेंस पूरे देश और पूरी दुनिया को याद रहती है, और वो परफॉर्मेंस थी आपकी इस वर्ल्ड कप में. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मोहम्मद शमी, हु वाज द मैन ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट रियली एज फार एज द 2023 वर्ल्ड कप इज कंसर्न. इंडिया कुडंट विन द टाइटल, बट अब आप उस 2023 वर्ल्ड कप के बारे में सोचते हैं तो क्या सोचते हैं, क्या याद आता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यार कि सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने जो वो फील किया, वो जो आप लोगों का प्यार दिखा वहाँ पे, और वो जो एक होता है ना कि जज्बा दिखाई देता है लोगों में भी, वो एक अलग पंप करता है हमें एज ए प्लेयर, क्योंकि जब हम ग्राउंड में होते हैं तो क्राउड का सपोर्ट एक नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जाता है हमें. तो वो भी एक अलग लेवल का नज़र आ रहा था 2023 में. जहाँ तक परफॉर्मेंस की सवाल है, कहते हैं ना कि एक ड्रीम होता है कि इंसान ऐसा करना चाहता है क्रिकेट में, या फिर मैं ऐसा बॉल डालना चाहता हूँ, या मैं बॉल से बात करना चाहता हूँ. सो उस तरीके का वो परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा था, क्योंकि हमेशा आईसीसी इवेंट में मैं फर्स्ट मैचेस में मैं रेस्ट पे रहा हूँ. हमेशा मैंने पानी पिला के कंट्रीब्यूट किया है. तो मैं हमेशा वेट करता रहता था कि जब आपका टर्न आएगा, जब आपको मौका मिलेगा, जब आपको टीम को ज़रूरत होगी, आप कितने प्रिपेयर हैं, कितने तैयार हैं उस चीज़ के लिए, आप कितना हंगर हैं आप विकेट लेने के लिए, तो वो मैं हमेशा वेट करता था। लेकिन 2023 वर्ल्ड कप में जो पहली परफॉर्मेंस आई मेरी धर्मशाला में, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि लाइफ में एक मोमेंट आता है ना कि मैं ये ऊंचाइयां छूना चाहता हूँ। मैं बॉल के साथ वो फील कर रहा था, बॉल हाथ में लेके, कि मैं इससे जो चाहे कर सकता हूँ।
वाह।
तो ये एक टाइम पे आता है, ऐसे बैट्समैन भी आता है कि हाँ हमारा टच ऐसा होता है कि
इन द जोन जिसे कहते हैं।
नहीं, किसी दिन ऐसा होता है कि आप एज ए बैट्समैन भी अगर आप चाहें कि हाँ कि मैं ना मारना चाहूँ लेकिन वो बैट में आके लगती है, तो वैसा ही वो फील चल रहा था। और जो मोमेंटम था टीम का वो आपने देखा ही है, और जो क्रेज पब्लिक में था, जो सपने सबको दिखते थे उससे ज़्यादा तो हमें दिखते थे, रात को नींद नहीं आती थी। लेकिन कहते हैं ना नसीब को कोई नहीं बदल सकता, लेकिन मैंने वो बॉल के साथ वो फील किया है, ऐसा लगता था जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बॉल के साथ और बॉल मेरे हिसाब से चल रही है। तो वो मेरी लाइफ के बेस्ट दिन रहे हैं वर्ल्ड कप के। वर्ल्ड कप मैंने बहुत खेले हैं, लेकिन वो बॉल के साथ जो कनेक्शन बना था वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है लाइफ में कभी नहीं बना।
अमेजिंग, इट वॉज सीरियसली अमेजिंग टू वॉच यू परफॉर्म लाइक दैट। लेकिन जब आप पहले कुछ मैचेस में जब वेट कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने बोला कि पहले 1-2 मैचेस में आपको बेंच पे ही बैठना पड़ता है, तब दिमाग में मतलब बहुत नर्वसनेस थी कि मेरा मौका आएगा नहीं आएगा, कब तक आएगा, जब तक आएगा ऐसा ना हो कि मैं जो ये जोन है मेरा जोन ही निकल जाए जब तक मेरे मैच आएगा।
नहीं, हिस्ट्री उठाकर देखो, सारे वर्ल्ड कप में ऐसे ही हुआ है मेरे साथ। एक शो में मैंने और भी
Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world.
So this is the big story that is headline across the region. Israel has struck at Iran. There's also a report coming in of similar strikes happening in other areas. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they've all reported that, you know, there are strikes. Iran has also carried out retaliatory action, but of course all their missiles have been intercepted, even though Israeli population is also on the edge. So that's the situation as it is unfolding. At the time when Trump's deadline was about to end, strikes have happened. Good evening. You are tuned in to CNN News 18. I am Arunima. Like we have been reporting, top focus this Saturday, the Israel-Iran conflict, which is escalating. The headlines. Unprecedented escalation in Middle East as Israel launches Operation Lion Roar, carries out preemptive strikes against Iran. A terror regime can't be allowed to have nuclear power. That's the reaction coming in after US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu hailed the strike against Iran. Iran retaliates, launches counter-strikes, fires ballistic missiles and drones towards Israel, all intercepted. Israel media reports Iran's supreme leader Khamenei and Iranian president were targeted in the strikes. Iran versus Israel tensions spill across Middle East. Explosions and sirens heard in Qatar, Kuwait, UAE and Bahrain after Iran strikes back all United States military bases. India keeps a close watch. Indian embassy in Tehran issues advisory for citizens. Meanwhile, stranded Indian students sound SOS to MEA. A big story this Saturday. Iran's worst fears appear to be coming true as Israel and the United States launch major coordinated strikes deep inside Iranian territory. Israel says this was a preemptive strike to remove existential threats. Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump both have asserted in the strongest of terms that Iran cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons. Iran is now retaliating, firing ballistic missiles at not just northern Israel but also US bases in Bahrain, Kuwait and UAE. Israel remains under a national emergency with schools, gatherings and most workplaces closed. And turning to the Indian angle now, India's embassy in Tel Aviv has issued an urgent advisory. Citizens have been asked to stay alert, follow all instructions from Israeli authorities, avoid non-essential movement and remain close to designated shelter. So that's the news that we have for you from the Israeli media. We're just putting it up on your screen. The Israeli media says the assessment in Israel is that there's a good chance that Ali Shamkhani, advisor to Khomeini and the person in charge of the nuclear program, has been eliminated. So that's what the Israeli media is reporting, that the assessment within Israel, this is the media which is attributing this to assessment within Israel, that there's good chance that Ali Shamkhani, advisor to Khomeini and the person in charge of the nuclear program, has been eliminated. Sanjay Suri with me. Sanjay, any further details?
Well, we certainly have to give a lot of credibility to any claim from IDF that names a person killed. The pattern so far has been when the IDF claims that someone has been killed and names that person, that does turn out to be true. And if true, and assuming this to be true, this is a very major early success. It is short of, from the US and Israeli point of view, the success of targeting Khamenei and Pezeshkian and in fact other leaders from the regime as well. But this shows what the priorities are, what the strategy is. It's to take out the leadership, to create a vacuum at the top, and beyond that also to send out a message to people. And as we speak, there's an alert that has sounded here. As we speak, that there is an air, people have been advised to go into a shelter. So that means
Take a moment, Sanjay. Take a moment. Take a moment. If there is an alert, I hope you are in a place which is safe for you. Just take a moment and ensure that you're safe there. I'm coming back to you. But on that breaking news, let me bring in the two guests who are joining us. Iranian activist Elahi Jamali joining us from London. Nia Ghorbani is also an Iranian activist. Thank you so much for staying on, Elahi. First reaction, Israeli media is reporting that the person in charge of the nuclear program has been eliminated.
Well, it's good news for Iranians and international community. Ali Shamkhani has been a lobbyist for a terrorist regime for many decades. He has the blood of Iranian people on his hands, and he's one of the most corrupt members of this regime. The amount of poverty fallen on Iranian people while him and his family have filled their pockets with the entirety of the wealth of the country. This is a good news. I hope more of the regime heads are eliminated, and I look forward to the end of this conflict very soon so that Iranian people can celebrate Nowruz in freedom and Israelis can celebrate Purim in freedom.
Right. Nayak, you want to react to that? The fact that Israeli media is reporting, and like my colleague Sanjay, who's there in Tel Aviv, also said that anything that is being gauged by the Israeli authorities has to be taken with a lot of credibility. So when they say that Ali Shamkhani has been eliminated in the larger scheme of things, of taking off the Iranian leadership, how much of an achievement is this? What could this possibly lead to next?
Actually, the Iranian people was waiting for confirmation to get Ali Shamkhani, which is he's really close to Ali Khamenei. During 12 days war, he was unfortunately saved from this attack. But right now, we get the confirmation from Iran, and we are happy to hear that Ali Shamkhani get killed. But we have still long list waiting for get confirmation. And the Iranian people right now, I'm outside the embassy, Iranian embassy in London. The Iranian people right now, after hearing the Ali Shamkhani killed, they are happy and celebrating, dancing here in front of Iranian embassy. Yeah, we are happy, but still waiting for Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to return to Iran, and yeah, big celebration after Crown Prince coming back to Tehran.
Right. Sanjay, the Israeli media is reporting that the initial assessment indicates 3 senior Iranian officials perhaps were eliminated, including the head of military intelligence, the defense minister, and the commander of the Revolutionary Guards. Just put this into perspective in terms of what Israel and United States want to achieve. Is this good enough? After this, if a regime change happens, would that mean that the war will not escalate?
Well, when we say good enough, we are saying good enough from the point of view of the Israelis and the Americans, and certainly in terms of the operation that's been launched. These are very significant early successes for the operation, given that the target of this operation has been the regime as the #1 target, really. So these are key figures, and this is just within a few hours of the launch of the operation to have had that success, because they would have been watched, their movements would have been watched, and that the fact that they have been targeted means that the surveillance, the intelligence that is in place is very good. They're able to see who it will be. Now, I don't know if you can hear the alarm that's going on around me. There is clearly a counterfight from the Iranians coming in. There are missiles launched towards Tel Aviv here. But this success of the operation as launched does appear promising for the Israelis and the Americans. This is, of course, 3 very top people. One of them has been named, and this is within a few hours. If this is an operation that succeeds in targeting Khamenei himself, then the moral force or the habit, really, of an institution in place that is in Iran, that is the government in place in Iran, if that gets shaken, then the revolt can really get new fuel, new fire, and perhaps achieve successes they did not on the last occasion.
Sanjay, we can hear the siren around you, and IDF is also confirming this, that a short while ago sirens were sounded. That's because Iran is continuing to, target Israel. Retaliatory strikes are happening. But even after the 3 setbacks, as is the initial assessment, if Iran is continuing to retaliate, which means Iran is not stepping back, Iran is retaliating, and this could mean more escalation?
Would retaliate. The targets that we've seen have been top people within the government, or that is the targeting at one level. The other is the entire network of Iranian missiles, and this is a network. This is not one location. Of course, it wouldn't be.
Okay, I think we've lost that audio with Sanjay. Okay, Sanjay, we lost your audio in between. Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection. But Niak, if you can come in on that, Iran's retaliatory action is continuing against Israel, Tel Aviv.
I don't know if you heard that, Arunima.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
I don't know if you heard that loud blast. Did you hear the loud blast? I just heard a loud blast. There has been a blast that I've just heard somewhere. I'm not sure what that is. Whether that is an Iranian missile striking Tel Aviv or in the neighborhood where I am, or whether it is an anti-missile launch from the air defense system. Certainly, that can set off a pretty loud blast as well. In that case, that would have been a missile launched from the vicinity and the neighborhood where I am currently in order to target an incoming missile. Certainly, Iran is launching missiles, and Tel Aviv is very much a target. We have had a reminder siren, a reminder alert on our apps, and there appear to be air defenses under play as well.
And this is the latest that we have. Iran's defense minister may have been eliminated. We were discussing this with Sanjay earlier as well, that there could be 3 top leadership of Iran who could have been targeted. At least 3 senior Iranian officials eliminated. This is the assessment of the Israeli media. Iran's defense minister may have been eliminated, is what Israeli media is reporting, and 3 others. And Sanjay Suri is with us. Aman Sharma is also joining us in a bit. Sanjay, once again, the loud blast that you heard, just talk to us about that and also put that in context. If 3 senior members of the Iranian government have been eliminated, as is being assessed by Israeli media, and these retaliatory actions are continuing, how do you assess the situation as of now?
Well, first the blast, it was a fairly loud blast, and it could have been the launch of an air defense missile. That's most likely what this was. But certainly if we have already, and we are just hours into this attack, already 3 top leaders of the Iranian government, Iranian regime, who have been killed and eliminated, then that marks an early success for the Israeli-US operation. The question then is whether this kind of elimination will be enough to start to develop and to widen cracks within the Iranian government, within the IRGC, whether they will begin to get alarmed or even to panic that they really have no means to withstand this assault, and whether they will then choose to surrender as President Trump has demanded. That is a very real possibility. It really depends upon how hard Israel and the US strike, how effective these are, and by early signs, these are quite effective already.
Right. So Sanjay there reporting of a loud blast around the area that he is in. Sanjay Suri is reporting from Tel Aviv. CNN News 18 is the only national news channel which is reporting from Tel Aviv. As far as that situation is concerned, it's fast developing, like Sanjay has been reporting. Niag Ghurbani, if you're still there with us, just help us understand these retaliatory strikes that are happening. I think more than 120 missiles have been launched by Iran against Israel. Having lost, if the Israeli media assessment is correct, having lost 3 of their top ministers and commanders, and this retaliation still continuing. Your assessment, how long can Iran really hold on?
Islamic Republic, actually, they try their best to still stay in power. But this is the final, actually, battle. The Iranian people, after the US strike, they will come in the street and took over all the, governments, all the building of the government. Because the Islamic Republic will not actually controlling Iranian people anymore, because 15 days ago, more than 15 days ago, killed more than 80,000 Iranian people. They just asking for freedom. But, after the US strike, this is a really strong sign to Iranian people. The Western country, especially US and Israel, are behind us. And then Iranian people will show their power, and they will take the country back from the Islamists.
Right. Elijah Jamali, you want to weigh in on the situation as of this moment? Israeli media assesses that 3 of the top leadership of Iran might have been eliminated, but Iran is continuing to retaliate. So how are you assessing the situation as of now? Also, have you managed to establish contact with anybody who's currently in Iran?
Well, first and foremost, I hope, one can only hope that the 3 criminals who've got so much blood of Iranians on their hands are eliminated. And the situation will only escalate with the Islamic Republic on their final sort of tries to be intimidating in the region, or at least keep face. But they already know that they have fully hollowed out. The recommendation and the reassurance that President Donald Trump gave to the armed forces who have been bearing arms against the people is incredibly shaking to the system and the core of this regime, because now they have to imagine their own allies putting down their arms, because Iranians know that this is indeed, like Niag Ghurbani says, and like Iranian people inside of Iran have been saying for the past many years, but specifically for the past 2 months, this is the final battle, and Iran will be free, and Pahlavi will return home. This movement in Iran that inspired President Trump to make a promise to Iranians in order to bring about regime change for Iran, as the president has said himself time and time again, the action and the responsibility of regime change will, of course, fall on the shoulders of Iranian people. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has mentioned this himself time and time again. Iranian people have came to the streets in their millions, and they've called in one unifying voice for the return of the Pahlavi dynasty. And this is because Pahlavi dynasty is not just a symbol of monarchy, it's a living memory of many Iranians to this day as to what life without oppression and modern lifestyle and growth was like, and what life under the Islamic Republic that gladly goes to hospitals and murders wounded people. I mean, the criminal atrocities against Iranian people over the past 2 months has brought this regime to the day that they are facing right now. And if these three criminals have been eliminated, I welcome that, and I look forward to the long list of elimination that must happen. As the president said, there will be time of judgment for those who put down their arms. And I look forward to that day, because Iranian people are peaceful, and they will peacefully take back their country. They will take back their country as they have been peacefully fighting without arms against people who are armed. So now the rescue mission is in place. The government buildings will be available for the Iranians to take over once and for all, once the bombs have already done their jobs.
Right. Neha Gurbani, we know communication channels have been completely disrupted there in Tehran. But anything that you can tell us, anyone has managed to establish a contact with friends, family, people who are in London or other parts? Anything you can tell us about the situation as of now?
As I said, early morning today, my family members called me and telling me we are super happy because President Trump finally keep his word and start helping us. My friends in Iran, they message me and say, keep fighting, don't actually forget us, being our voice, we are happy, and we will take our country back. Yes, but right now we have limit internet in Iran because of the situation. Yeah, I just had from the Iranian inside Iran, they are happy and they have real hope right now about the strike.
Right, but if this escalation continues, the Iranian regime is also retaliating. They've put out a statement saying people of Iran should not worry in terms of essential supplies. We have enough. So if this escalation continues, how long do you think the people of Iran can really hold on? As of now, they've been told to remain inside their residence, not step out. There are not enough number of shelters there. So the situation on ground, can they hold on beyond 12 days like last time?
We Iranian doesn't have shelter in Iran. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi and President Trump asking Iranian people stay inside their home because the bomb is everywhere, and stay, calm at home and waiting for the announcement. That's why, yeah, the Iranian people are, waiting for the announcement to come to the street, after the announcement, coming to the street and take over, the street and protesting against Islamic Republic and peacefully take over all the buildings.
Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. We have news that is just coming in. United States is monitoring the operation in Iran. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is present there. United States is continuously monitoring the situation as it is unfolding. Reports say that Donald Trump, President of USA, is also present at this base where monitoring is going on from the Mar-a-Lago resort. And continuously, the Defense Secretary, the United States President and the top leadership is keeping an eye. They are in touch with their Israeli counterparts, and they have been told that that's the assessment that the top leadership of Iran, including the man who was in charge of their nuclear program. They've been eliminated. The defense minister report suggests that's the assessment of Israel, that the defense minister too has been eliminated. And Donald Trump himself is monitoring the situation. Sanjay Suri, if you're there with us, Sanjay is reporting live from Tel Aviv. Okay, I'm hoping Sanjay will join us in a bit. There have been repeated, alarms going on, sirens going off at Tel Aviv, warning people to take shelter. And Sanjay is there reporting live as all of these unfold. But once again, bringing in my two guests, Iranian activist Elahi Jamali is with me, also Niak Ghorbani. Elahi, Donald Trump himself, we are told, as per reports, is monitoring the situation as it is unfolding. Iran is not holding back. They're repeatedly trying to strike at Israel and also at the US bases in that vicinity. How do you think, beyond the 12 days that Iran managed to hold on, today is, of course, day one, the first few hours, but do you see this stretch on for almost 2 weeks like we saw the last time?
I'm hoping it's going to be shorter than that, but from the look of things and the retaliation that the Islamic Republic is pushing forward, or at least displaying at the moment, it looks like it could be a little longer than that. However, I am hopeful that the surgical operations that are taking place at the expertise of the IDF and the US military, as the minutes are passing, we are hearing more and more of the lists getting longer of those who are eliminated. So as the regime is kicking off its final display of power, it is crumbling indeed. And it is quite historic and symbolic that the two countries that for 47 years this regime pushed and pushed and pushed to humiliate by putting their flags on the ground where Iranian people refuse to walk over. And the continuous, repeated, empty, bogus chants of death to America and death to Israel at the will of this regime, it is now showing them where the Iranian people's will is.
Right.
All of their propaganda has brought them to President Trump, keep your promise. That promise is now being kept.
Okay, let Elahi, just give me a
Trump
moment. Give me a moment. All of you are expecting Donald Trump to keep his promise. The man himself, the President of the United States of America, what is it that he is telling the people of Iran and his allies as well as his own countrymen? Let's listen in.
Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world.
So let's just break down for you what has happened over the last few hours. The key Iranian locations that have been struck. Let me just bring that map up for you. Tehran, multiple locations have been hit there. Natanz, the critical nuclear site, that has also seen Israeli missiles getting off at Natanz. Isfahan, this is the host nuke research center. So Isfahan, Tehran and Natanz, three of the most critical places as far as Iran's nuclear program and its center of governance is concerned. They have been targeted. Also, explosions were heard at the military bases in Tabriz as well as the host facilities to store missiles in Kermanshah. So 5 of the top areas where Iran's nuclear program as well as its military bases are located. Looks like Israel has gone ahead and targeted them. Tehran, Natanz, Isfahan as far as the critical nuclear site as well as the nuclear research center is concerned, and on the other side Tabriz and Kermanshah as well. So this is what Israel's plan of action seems to be. Israel has tried to completely negate Iran's ability to strike back, and in these strikes Israel's own assessment is that 3 of their top commanders have been eliminated, including the defense minister, the man in charge of their nuclear program, and also one senior official from Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And what is it that the retaliation have been like? The U.S. bases in Middle East, those have been struck as well. So those US military bases have been struck by Iran as in terms of retaliation. Of course, they've tried to attack Israel. Also explosions heard in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE and Oman. We've been showing you visuals from Abu Dhabi and Dubai as well and there's an advisory from the Interior Ministry in Abu Dhabi too. So all of these areas which are bases of United States. So Iran's retaliation not limited to Israel alone, it is also going ahead and targeting the United States bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE and Oman. So the entire Middle East has also been pulled into this escalating conflict between Iran and Israel, supported by the United States of America. We're keeping our focus on this story, which is fast developing. Stay with us as we slip into a very quick break. We'll come back with more updates from the ground.
I do want to just get your sort of initial response to the news that we got, 3.5 hours ago of the first attacks in what the US president has described as a massive ongoing military operation on Iran. Maha.
Good morning, Becky. Look, for me, this operation is about regime change. The immediate targets were the presidential palace, the ministries, government buildings, in addition to all the military targets. President Trump has almost said that. Netanyahu is saying that quite bluntly, that this is an opportunity. For the first time in decades, the Prime Minister of Israel found a willing partner in the US president to undertake an operation of this attack. What is clear is that the negotiations and what we were hearing about the negotiations yesterday were just the intermission in a much broader act. This is now the second act, and we have to wait and see what is going to happen next.
We were just talking retaliation, and we are now seeing and getting confirmation from the Revolutionary Guard media that 4 US bases in the Gulf have been targeted in Bahrain, here in Abu Dhabi, in Kuwait, and of course in Qatar. We've got video out of both Bahrain and Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi has closed its airspace, understandably, after these strikes, and we've got new video coming in from here. I just wonder, how much regional escalation do you expect? Clearly, we have no idea how long this massive military operation, as described by the US president, will go on. But what do you expect, and what do you make of, the consistent messaging, as it were, from around this region of de-escalation, taking a diplomatic route, wanting to see these talks successful, and indeed hearing from the Omani foreign minister in the past 24 hours, speaking to a US network in Washington, suggesting that these talks were in a good place and just needed time?
The fact that the Omani foreign minister went to Washington tells you a lot. Went to Washington at this moment tells you a lot. The signals were there that the US and Israel were about to launch something quite massive. And he went there to try and walk them back from this, or at least say, give diplomacy a chance. The region is on pins and needles. The last thing we need is more war. Because ultimately it's the region that will pay the price for this, both in terms of lives, but also in terms of economies. At every single level, it is the region that is going to pay the price for whatever comes next in this war with the Iranian regime. Certainly, we were hearing from Gulf officials all the way back in the summer. They were saying, okay, we don't mind a weaker Iranian regime. However, we certainly don't want a hegemonic Israel. An Israel that today is saying it has a biblical right to hit anywhere it wants in the region. You have an ambassador, a U.S. ambassador to Israel, talking about this. There's a kind of, I don't know how to describe it. Is it a messianic approach to
Good evening, and thank you very much for being here and making time for our panel discussions in this hall. We have with us perhaps the A-list of Indian geopolitical and diplomatic analytical heft. So we're very proud to have Taranjeet ji, Kamal Sibal ji, and Ruchira ji with us. And what a day, Kamal ji, to be speaking. A day when war is broken out in the Gulf, a day when Israel and America have got together and they have struck Iran. Taranjeet ji, just a few days ago we were talking and we were talking about larger equations and things changing this way and that way. But here we have a scenario that has emerged that perhaps some of us were fearing would be very disruptive. So I want to first begin with you, Taranjeet ji, and this is something that's important because clearly this is happening now in India's backyard. We have relationships both with Iran and Israel. With Israel, of course, you saw the bonhomie just 2 days ago where the Prime Minister and Benjamin Netanyahu were together. The Prime Minister addressed the Israeli Knesset, and the Prime Minister said that we back Israel, that India backs Israel in the actions it needs to take to defend itself. Perhaps he didn't realize that there was going to be this sort of a consequence. But India will be now, questions will be asked of it, I'm sure, because we've assumed this posture of strategic autonomy. There are many stresses on India now because people expect us to align with this bloc or the other. These are times where, as you know, conflagrations are breaking out and India has emerged as such an important player on the international stage. So can we continue to push this posture and remain, in a sense, equidistant from various powers?
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for having me, and it's wonderful to be with my former Foreign Secretary and my very good friend, Ruchira here. Rahul, I'll slightly differ on that. I know there is an immediate issue which is at hand, and there is understandable excitement. But international relations between countries have always been complicated and complex. It's a different era. The crisis will be different. So, coming to this part, I would say that, look, strategic autonomy is not a concept in vacuum. It's connected, one, in the environment which you live in, which has regional dimension, and it has international dimension. And at some stage we can go into it, I know. Secondly, the capability and the capacity. And that has, again, many dimensions. That has an economic dimension, that has a defense dimension, that will have many other aspects also, again, on which we can go into. So that part also plays a significant role. And finally, if I may say, in both these, we always develop partnerships. And that's where strategic autonomy, it doesn't mean that, look, the non-alignment of Cold War was a different era. Today, things have moved. And every day we see the relationships move. So there are challenges. No doubt, strategic autonomy gives you the flexibility of having relations on specific issues. It doesn't mean that you go in for an alignment with X or Y. And once we go into details, I will certainly get into it.
Okay.
But let me give an opportunity
Yeah,
to my
let's
other
open up
colleagues
the floor. Mr. Sibal, Israel wants us to be part of the hexagon, though exact shape and who should be on it has not been enunciated upon by Prime Minister Netanyahu. He definitely has expectations of New Delhi. On the other side, we have deep and entrenched strategic interests in Iran, as you know. And some would say that Iran belongs to a certain other bloc. You could say in the background is China, Russia. We also have ties with China, Russia. How do we now navigate as we go forward with this Gulf War? And there are going to be implications for us, economic implications. There are strategic implications. What do? We keep sort of playing this game where we somehow slither between the two blocks, or do we have to now make up our minds?
No, I think we've made up our mind that we're not going to join any bloc, and this is part of our traditional diplomacy right from the time of our independence. Non-alignment was a product of the Cold War, but the spirit behind non-alignment remains. And since we are targeted always about being non-aligned and to choose sides, therefore the vocabulary has changed. Now, therefore, we talk about multi-alignment or of strategic autonomy. But basically, it's the same thing, that we keep the independence of our, we retain the independence of our foreign policy as much as we can. No country is fully independent, but nevertheless, whatever margin of maneuver we have, we will maintain it and not choose side needlessly and make our strategic interests become a part of the strategic interests of other countries where we actually differ, where our national interests do not demand us to align ourselves. So that is the meaning of the strategic autonomy. And we will continue to maintain that. Now, you said whether we can do this in the context of what is happening, with constant pressure to choose sides and this and that and that.
And it's not just pressure, Mr. Sibal. There will be a winning side in this conflagration, if one is to believe what the US says, that we are going to ensure that Iran complies. If need be, we will even put in a regime that's favorable to us. So should we not be on the winning side because we have so many states?
Well, I would ask the question that has the United States succeeded in creating a winning side for itself anywhere in this region? The only country is Israel. But apart from that, it has failed everywhere. It's failed in Iraq, it has failed in Libya, it has failed in Syria, it failed in Afghanistan. In fact, they have destabilized the entire region without actually being able to stabilize the region and promote their interests. And the reason why, and because they're not being able to do that, they have chosen another victim, and this time it is Iran. There's no reason for them to attack Iran. Iran has never committed aggression against the United States. So what is the reason for the United States to commit aggression against Iran? Yes, Iran has been very vocal in terms of Israel and denying their right to existence. I think that was a grave strategic mistake they have committed over the years. Rather than let the Arab countries take up cudgels on behalf of the Palestinians or Arabs, they have, for reasons I can explain, but this is not the platform to do so, they chose to be very aggressive in terms of protecting the Palestinian rights and therefore attracted the ire of Israel and United States and the West in general. But other than that, I can't see what is the casus belli. If, for example, the nuclear issue is the casus belli, United States helped Pakistan become nuclear. Iran has nuclear weapons. North Korea walked out of the NPT. Nothing has been done about it. United States has walked out of all disarmament agreements. They are now saying they're going to test again. Now, that is their own position with regard to nuclear weapons. But when it comes to Iranian nuclear weapons, then it becomes a casus belli. Now, in 2015, when they had the JCPOA, Obama was fully satisfied with the agreement. At that time, I had written, if you see my articles, that Iran has made such compromises with its national sovereignty that no self-respecting country would make. They made it. And then they said, no, they are 1 month away, 2 months away, 3 months away from nuclear weapons. 11 years have passed, and the same narrative. They're 1 month away, they're 2 months away, even when they have formally declared that they don't want nuclear weapons and the IAEA is there. You can always say they cheat, but that is just a way of saying things.
So are you saying that Trump is joining Israel to attack Iran because he wants to either deflect attention from his domestic problems, or he wants to showboat and tell the world that America is still great, and this impression that the world is getting that America is sort of receding inwards is wrong? So, I mean, why is this happening then?
I would say that a lot of what he's doing in foreign policy actually is a product of domestic policies. And that is where the problem is. And now that the elections in November are coming up for the House, now there is more concern that if he loses the House, his foreign policy is finished, his domestic policy is finished. And there are the Epstein files. There are a lot of things that are happening inside which actually, and plus, of course, the Israeli lobby and the huge amounts of money that he has got for his own election from the Israeli lobby. That explains why he's doing this.
Ruchiraji, let me bring you into this conversation because, again, I'm going to ask you to explain to the gathering here. At UN, India has tended on certain issues, Ukraine, for example, to abstain. Is there a price? Has this translated, for example, into greater diplomatic leverage? Or have abstentionisms diluted our moral influence? People expect us to take a position to say that, look, you must do this, or we must vote for here, or there should be ceasefires, this, that, the other. Even on this Israel-Gaza issue, we sort of abstained. Is there going to be a cost? Is it an advantage? How do you view this? You've been in the UN system.
No, thank you very much for that question. Let's look at the abstentions and the yes votes of India in the United Nations in recent years. So you're absolutely right. The abstentions have gone up dramatically. About 44% of the times India abstains on UN votes. And the yes votes too have gone down. They are at a historic low. So India is saying yes just half the number of times while the abstention votes are going up. Now, what does it indicate? It indicates a more selective and nuanced approach to global issues within the wider ambit of multi-alignment in a multipolar world. Now, what I want to tell you is that don't imagine even for a minute that it's just India where the abstentions are rising. It is a broad trend with other countries too. It's
Really?
not just India, absolutely. So today, India's vote is more issue-based. It is not bloc-based. It's not an automatic alignment because the world is more messy, it is more complicated. And this is a broader trend with other countries as well. So that is the first thing. The second point is something that you raised in your initial intervention when you talked about India being critiqued for this policy of strategic autonomy. And you also inquired, I think, not explicitly but implicitly, whether the space for India to exercise strategic autonomy has shrunk. Well, let me tell you, of course, as Ambassador Sibal has just said, India is going to exercise its independence in decision-making. Don't expect that to change. That is anchored in our history. That is anchored in our evolution. And it does indeed cut across the board. It cuts across the political spectrum. There is no walking this back.
But ma'am, critics will say that, look, India's approach has been always based on a moral outlook, at least in the past. And I'll pick up that thread with Taranjit ji also. But I want to ask you this, and many people say these abstentions introduce a degree of hedging. India sits on the fence on important moral issues. For example, when Russia went into Ukraine, a lot of countries said that that was a violation of another country's sovereignty. China could do that and invoke the precedent against India tomorrow. We share a border which is unsettled with China. There could be Pakistan tomorrow that might resort to some sort of misadventure. And they do. So how do we square this with a moral?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right to raise this question. I think a lot of people are raising this issue, this difference between the principle of it and the practice of it. Indeed so. But whoever said that strategic autonomy is a risk-free policy, it is a very fine balancing act. You're balancing between the major powers. Let's say you have a resolution at the United Nations. Now, United Nations resolutions are not so simple. There are multiple clauses. There could be the language in a particular clause. There could be language on a particular issue. There could be something to do with the implementation schedule. There could be the prevailing geopolitical environment at the time of the adoption of the resolution. So India calculates all of this very carefully. And I would say to the critics that yes, indeed, India is being critiqued because there seems to be, and I stress upon the word seems, there seems to be a dissonance between the principle and the practice of it. But remember that today the world is very different from what it was in the earlier days. Earlier there was bloc-based voting. There was the Soviet bloc, there was the Western bloc, there was the non-aligned bloc. Today most countries, as I said, are voting according to the specific issue. It's not just India. So yes, you can say that the abstention votes have gone up. For sure. On Ukraine, India has consistently abstained at the United Nations General Assembly. And in the case of Gaza, we have pivoted from abstention to a yes vote to a humanitarian truce and pivoted back again to an abstention. So that is very much there. I would say it's a calibrated ambiguity in a polarized world.
Okay.
One is that when you talk about morality, I would like to understand what is the moral driving force between Western policies all along. I mean, we've been talking of double standards all the time. All the time. They don't practice what they preach. They talk about values, but they don't implement their own values when it comes to their national interests. So the moral angle I totally discard. I don't think we should pay any attention. With regard to the China thing, if there were huge numbers of Chinese living in India, which New Delhi was targeting and committing atrocities and killed 15,000 of them, then the situation would have some parallel with what is happening in the Donbass region. But I think the India-China border situation and the issues behind it are rather different,
Okay. So,
Rahul, just one tiny point very quickly. You raised your eyebrows. You expressed some surprise when I said that, it's part of a broader trend in the United Nations. But might I give you very quick examples? Brazil has been abstaining. So has Indonesia. So has South Africa. And many other countries. Whenever you have these polarizing resolutions, this is a development post-Ukraine. The polarization has become very sharp across the United Nations, a reflection of the times that we are living in. So whenever you have these polarizing resolutions, more and more countries, you could use the word, are hedging, or more and more countries are abstaining.
Okay, well, that's a great point and a data-driven point. So we are not alone. Taranjit, I have to ask you this because, you referred to geopolitical implications and you talked about regional implications. Now, let's come back to this subject of the Gulf situation that is unfolding. We have friends in both capitals, as I said, Tehran and Tel Aviv. There's also a political aspect to this because we have Muslims here in India, we have a big Shia population. There's obviously an expectation among them also that we stand up for their brethren in Iran and so on and so forth. Now, do you believe that this Gulf crisis is going to put pressure, add to the complications that Delhi has to endure? There's a subplot, there's a Gaza-Israel thing going on, now there's a wider Gulf which could obviously engulf, to pun on the word, many more countries. Where do we go with this?
So, Rahul, Ambassador Sibal mentioned about the moral part and putting it out.
No, because the opposition, sir, is asking questions.
Absolutely. Look, he's very right. On the moral part, everybody has an argument. So we will not get anywhere there. And it's only a debating point because at the end of the day, as you rightly said, any government of the day has to face the reality.
That's right.
And It's based on national interest, and national interest is seen by each country according to its own interest. So when you ask me on does this action complicate affairs, certainly. So did the Russian going into Ukraine on fertilizers, on a whole lot of, and we had to navigate that. I think on this particular issue, definitely there are going to be implications for United States, there are going to be implications for Iran, there are going to be implications for Israel, and a whole lot of us. And I think, again, I would say, and it's a general statement, we can definitely go into, there will always be challenges, but it is incumbent on us to convert those into an opportunity.
So on this case of Iran, for example, there's pressure that we withdraw from Chabahar. I think we've given in. The Americans have an expectation. You've been our envoy to the United States as recent as I think about 3 years ago. So you have perhaps the most updated idea of how the American establishment is thinking. You continue, I'm sure, to interlocute with them. So I want to ask you, sir, tomorrow the Americans are sort of dictating terms as to how we should deploy our strategic interest, where we should invest and so on and so forth. If we don't or are not seen to be taking a position that is backing the American intervention, because I'm sure a statement has to come out very soon from the MEA or from New Delhi, there's going to be a repercussion. So I'm saying, should we just throw in a lot with the US on this? And
since you mentioned when I was the ambassador there, I also want to draw your attention. The CATSA waiver came at that time.
Yes.
The S-400 were picked up.
That's true.
And also the oil issue was very much so.
But Biden was more reasonable, people would argue.
Well, I would avoid commenting on that because that's domestic polity.
Yeah.
The reality is, whoever is the president of the United States, it's not decided by India. You have to tackle whoever the administration is. So that's why I avoided commenting on this. Because look, commentary is the easiest. And especially when you are retired, you can comment on anything. But there is a bigger responsibility of the country. So the leadership is tackling this situation. And I do not certainly agree that somebody can throw tantrum on X or Y. All these issues are looked into in our overall broader interest. So if there is some give here, there's always a take there. And in this particular issue, I'm sure number of factors have gone in. You seem to be more aware than me what has been given in and what has been given out. I think you had Mr. Goyal also yesterday at your forum. But I can tell you one thing that from my experience, that it's the overall package which is important, including for President Trump. And I'm not giving any justification, but if you look at over a period of time, there is a necessity and importance of tackling all these. Now, as you said, for us, Iran has a certain implications, just like for Iran itself. Ultimately, on the ground, the strength of the economy, the strength of the defense, the strength of so many other aspects, including the people's morale.
So that was the Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has appealed to all Iranians to come together, and he's called this the fight to remove a regime that always claimed death to Jews, death to Israel, and death to America. Now, America has called this Operation Epic Fury. Israel has called it Operation Lion's Roll. Iran has called the retaliation as Fateh Khaybar. Let's go across to Sanjay Suri joining us live, even as Israel has claimed to intercept one of the ballistic missiles sent their way by the Iranians. 30 to 75 ballistic missiles launched, according to Iranian media. Sanjay, what's the scenario? Have you seen the sirens go off? Yes, Sanjay. Sanjay, can you hear me? We'll just try and connect with you. We're getting pictures and also claims by the Israeli Defense Forces that their defense array is ready to meet the missiles that have been launched from their silos by the Iranians. Now, there is a large security deployment in Tehran. Roads have been blocked around the Khamenei residence. Israel has come out and said Israel has the right to defend itself. One missile launched from Iran towards central Israel was intercepted by the air defenses. There are no immediate reports of injury. Additional rocket fire towards the state of Israel, this time toward the center of the country. Sirens are now activated at the center and also at Shepsala. There is a fresh map that's come. We try and put that out. It's a huge cluster all across central Israel. That's where the Iranian response is being currently targeted. We've got one of those images here. I can try and show it to our viewers on my phone. But right now, what we're given to understand is this is a huge cluster. The latest that's come in on the news reports, just showing it to our viewers. You can see Sanjay Suri is with us. Sanjay, even as we are looking at a huge burst of alarms coming through, central Israel is currently being captured or being targeted. Yes, Sanjay. I'm going to reduce the brightness on my screen and try and go to Sanjay Suri.
We had the alarm going, we had a pre-alarm, and now we've had the siren going, and everyone's been asked to get to a shelter within 90 seconds. It's been more than that now. My friend here is right here with us. So why are you not inside a shelter?
It's too packed. It's too packed. Too many dogs, too many people, too many babies. So there's not a lot of space. And I'm waiting for it to be clear, what's going on.
Well, the shelter will be clear when the alarm goes away. The idea should be there, and it's not exactly a party time in a shelter, so there are going to be people there. But you'd rather stay outside than be in a shelter?
I'd rather be safe, also outside, and I'd rather this situation will be stopped against Israel. But I have to make sure that everybody understands doesn't kill us, make us stronger. So as much threats we're going to have on our survival only makes us stronger. So be careful, because we are very safe and we are a very strong country and a beautiful country. And I invite everybody to come to Israel, and this will end soon.
Well, they're not going to come while the sirens are sounding, to be sure. But do you think it's safe outside?
No, it's not safe. But, we are driving the bicycle. So, you have danger. It's not safe. I'm not saying you don't have to go to the shelter, but we weren't arranged for this situation now. We didn't know it's going to come. So I wasn't, I didn't know where to go. I'm a little bit confused of what's going on. I wasn't just celebrating a birthday in the beach, surfing, swimming. So everything is a little bit complicated. But we'll make sure it's going to go soon and we'll be safe again.
Finally, you think?
Very good evening. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Our top focus today, this Saturday, is the conflict brewing between Israel, Iran and the United States. And that is our top focus this hour as well. But first up, let's bring you the headlines. We're tracking this out. Unprecedented escalation in Middle East as Israel launches is Operation Lion's Roar, carries out preemptive strikes on Iran. A terror regime cannot be allowed to have nuclear power. US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu react, hail strikes against Iran. Iran retaliates, launches counter-strikes, fires ballistic missiles and drones towards Israel, all intercepted. Israel media reports suggest Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini and Iranian President Pezeshkian were targeted in the strikes. Iran versus Israel tensions spill across Middle East. This as explosions and sirens are heard in Qatar, Kuwait, UAE and Bahrain after Iran strikes back at US's military bases in the Middle East. India keeps a close watch. Indian Embassy in Tehran issues advisory for citizens. Meanwhile, stranded Indian students sound an SOS to the Ministry of External Affairs. Iran's worst fears appear to be coming true. This as Israel and the United States have launched coordinated strikes overnight deep inside Iranian territory. Israel has called them preemptive operation to eliminate what it describes as existential threats. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and the US President Donald Trump have both asserted in the strongest terms that Iran cannot be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. Iran is currently retaliating, firing ballistic missiles towards northern Israel and reportedly targeting US bases in Bahrain, Kuwait and the UAE. Israel remains under national emergency with schools, public gatherings and most workplaces shut. Israeli media are reporting that among the possible targets were Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini and President Pezeshkian. Meanwhile, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is currently monitoring the operations from Mar-a-Lago Resort in Florida, where President Trump is also currently present. Back home, India's embassy in Tel Aviv has also issued an urgent advisory asking citizens to stay alert, avoid non-essential movement and remain close to the designated shelters. In fact, getting in breaking inputs on that note, Iranian media has reported that the leader, the president, the speaker of the parliament, the chief justice, the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council and the commander-in-chief of the army are in full health. This is the information that's trickling in from what's being reported in Iranian media. The leader, of course, as we all know, is the Ayatollah himself. The president, of course, President Masoud Pezeshkian, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Chief Justice, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, which of course becomes extremely significant because remember, it is the IRGC that commands the maximum strength. It is what is currently the biggest threat to the United States and even Israel. The IRGC is currently wielding over 150,000 troops. It is the military which is extremely sophisticated in terms of weaponry, even though the US has amassed several naval air assets as well in the Middle East. But what we can tell you from information trickling in to counter the claims that are being made by Israel at the moment. Remember, we've also broken news of how the nuclear programs in charge has been eliminated, as is being claimed by the IDF. Aman Sharma joins me with more details. Aman, tell us what more information is the Iranian media sharing at the moment?
Well, see, Akanksha, by all means and by all accounts that we are hearing, this is a huge attack on Iran, both by the US and Israel as a team. And that is what we are seeing, and the news that we are getting is that there could have been big casualties in Iran, including some of their top leadership, some of their top defense officials could have been killed in this particular attack. That is what we are hearing. Iran's supreme leader and president and speaker of the parliament is in full health. That is what the Iranian reports are saying, but others could have been killed. The compound of the supreme leader was also attacked in this particular bombing, which has been carried out early today morning. So by all means, it seems like a huge attack, and Iran is vowing retaliation. Iran has already rained missiles on the US bases in various other countries, from Doha to Abu Dhabi to Bahrain. And there is what we are hearing now, that Iran is going to come back very strongly on this. But clearly the escalation in the Middle East, enveloping in fact many countries now, is a big cause of worry for the entire region, because this is what was being feared, Akanksha, over all these days, that the patience of Mr. Donald Trump and the US was running thin. He had given a 10-day deadline. The 10-day deadline is over, and the US staying in a way true to its promise, along with Israel, making big bombings in Iran, and big damage has been caused. The Donald Trump earlier coming out and say that the total navy of Iran will be annihilated by the US so that they cannot respond to the American strikes. It remains to be seen with how much strength Iran can now respond to this particular strikes.
Stay with me, Aman. Let's also break it down for our viewers in terms of what is the kind of military strength that Israel and Iran are currently commanding. Now, even with the US and Israel, in fact, conducting those joint strikes, what will this mean in terms of the conflict? Let's break it down for you in terms of numbers. Who holds the real edge? Overall manpower, if you look at Iran, the active personnel are close to 6,10,000. Israel has an active personnel strength of 1,70,000. Iran has a reserve of 3,50,000. Israel again 4,65,000. And the Iranian paramilitary is close to 2 lakh. At the same time, the Israeli paramilitary is 35,000 in terms of air power. The total aircraft Iran currently is standing over is 551. What are the number of total aircraft with Iran? You're looking at 597. As far as Israel is concerned, the number of fighter jets that they are holding on to are 240. Iran has helicopters in terms of 128 is what we are being told. 147 helicopters as well. Let me quickly go back to Aman, who continues to stay with us. Aman, yes, the IRGC is an intimidatory force right now for the US to counter. But if you look at the kind of naval and air might that the US is wielding in the Middle East, could you also give us a sense of the kind of weaponry that US has already amassed? In fact, critics are already highlighting that this is the largest invasion force that the US has gathered in the Middle East ever since the Iraq War in 2003.
Oh, absolutely, Akanksha, and they've been preparing for days. You know, we have been hearing of all these reports for almost the last fortnight that how America is amassing its forces in that entire region, trying to, also force, in a way, Iran to toe the line and, come on the compromise formula that the US has been impressing upon them, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump reiterated that today itself, that Iran by no means will be allowed to get a nuclear weapon, and this whole exercise is being done in that regard. So I think the efforts over the past few days by the US by amassing this show of strength and these forces was to make Iran come back to that dotted line, come back to the table and sign on that dotted line. But clearly, Iran was also in no mood to play sport there, and they have also been saying that we cannot be blackmailed and forced by US into, surrendering our capability for nuclear weapons. So I think this was something which had to happen. But I think how America and Israel together have, in a way, surprised Iran today with this early morning strike is something that seems to have caught Iran on the wrong foot. Yes, they will retaliate, but I think the damage that the US and Israel have caused today morning in Iran, bombing various cities, not just the capital, but the various cities of Iran have been bombed, and the damage is still to be ascertained. How many casualties are there, we don't know yet, but it's very clear that US wants this regime to be changed, and that is why they are targeting their top leadership.
All right, stay with me, Aman. I'm also joined in by Rayan Amiri, who's an Iranian political activist, joining us live from Turkey. I can see Sanjay is continuing to be with us on this broadcast as well. Remember, Sanjay is currently in Israel. He's been there ever since Prime Minister Modi paid that visit. In fact, Prime Minister just arrived a day ago. So his own visit is fresh on the heels of this attack that's taken place on Iran and the counter strikes. Let me quickly go across to Sanjay. Sanjay, the information coming in is that the situation remains extremely fragile in Tel Aviv because not one but a number of blasts have been heard. Could you give us a sense of what's happening in ground zero?
Well, I myself heard two of these blasts. One just a very short while back, and it was a very loud, a very sharp blast. And that came almost moments after we had a reminder of an alert on the Homefront app that everyone has. Also, there was a siren that sounded. And I have to say that the minute the siren sounded, a lot of us went into the shelter. And in fact, I was perhaps the last to go in unwisely. And a lot of the Israelis here, very sensibly, this is a well-rehearsed routine here. They very sensibly, calmly, but without wasting a minute, went into the shelter. And they were all there, sat down very quietly. Then we had the all clear. And now they've stepped out and they're playing beach volleyball and they're out sunning themselves and paddling in the sea. But of course, everyone remains alert. Everyone remains very close to a bomb shelter. It's simply sensible to take shelter. And it's the government, not just advice, but directive to do so. So this is something that is well rehearsed. Israelis have been here before again and again. They know exactly what to do. And these steps that they're taking are upon Israel today, but the kind of steps are not new to Israel and to Israelis.
All right, Sanjay, I also want you to give me a sense of what is the status for all of those who are stranded currently, because as we speak, I'm also I'm in fact receiving several messages from various other Indian journalists who are also stranded over there. I'm sure that you must have interacted with many of them, given that they were accompanying Prime Minister's visit. What is the word coming in from the MEA right now?
Well, the MEA has issued a directive, and this is through the Indian embassy here in Tel Aviv, that people need to follow guidelines. They need to take precautions in line with the government directive and in line with the government advisory that has been circulated for a long time. And whether people have the Homefront app or not, an alert sounds on every phone. It sounds in every building, at every location, and in public space, that people need to follow those guidelines. There is no current move from the Indian government, from the MEA, for any evacuation of Indian citizens, but certainly they're being reminded of the alert that has been issued by the government here in Israel.
All right, Sanjay, stay with me. Rayan, I want to quickly bring you in. Just 3 days ago, there was a petition penned by close to 350 Iranian activists, even academia of Iran. They have said that war is not going to be able to ensure that poverty is eliminated. It will only bring back death and destruction. Do you think that a foreign intervention at this moment in Iran will be able to restore peace in the country?
Yeah, absolutely. I disagree with that statement. Look, the regime that we have inside Iran is a totalitarian regime. For such regime to be removed, to be dealt with, you need foreign intervention. It's been the process in history that regimes, the difference between the authoritarian regimes and totalitarian regimes is that the authoritarian regimes have a limit for violence. But the totalitarian regimes, such as the Islamist regime inside Iran, they don't have any limit. They will kill as much as they can to remain in power. So we must make sure that the level is fair for the battlefield. The playing field is level for the people to actually fight the regime and to remove the regime. So and also the Iranian people, they have leadership. They have Reza Shah II, Reza Shah Pahlavi II. They have a leader in exile that the majority inside Iran are chanting his name. They are chanting Javid Shah. Javid Shah, meaning long live the Shah. So they have a leader, they have an alternative, and they have foreign support. They have everything, every material to remove the regime. And the false comparison.
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you there. There are mixed views on the fact if Reza Pahlavi is going to be welcomed as the interim ruler or as a permanent ruler for Iran, given that many are saying he lacks the grassroots connect because he was in exile, he remains in exile.
Yeah, look, Iran for centuries has been a monarchy. Monarchy always had a space inside Iran. The entire culture of Iran is tied to Iran and monarchy and monarchical institution. So His Majesty always had his base inside Iran based on that culture that is alive inside Iran and is very popular inside Iran. So, but today is even more popular, is even more different, because even the people who do not believe in a monarchy for Iran, they believe in the leadership of His Majesty Reza Shah Pahlavi II, because he is a unifying leader to actually bring about a secular democracy for Iran up until the Iranian people decide for themselves in a free referendum.
Sanjay, many are questioning what is endgame Iran, given that we've seen a lot of change of rationale coming in from the US president. First, he spoke about becoming this messiah of peace, coming to the rescue of the 32,000 protesters who've already been killed, bringing human rights back to Iran. Then the focus was brought back on Iran not compromising with its nuclear program, and then eventually an imminent threat to the American citizens because Iran is sitting over its arsenal of ballistic missiles. What is endgame Iran over here as far as the United States and its planning is concerned?
Well, the end game is underway, is the first game, is to bring about regime change, is to try and eliminate the leadership of Iran. And the hope and the plan is that that itself sends a message, number one, within the Iranian government of lack of leadership at the top. And without a lack of leadership and the identifiable leadership that has taken a very strong stance against Israel and the US, if that was to vanish within hours, then certainly the rest of the Iranian government would lose their confidence in carrying on this fight. It needs to be led. And if the leadership is gone, then the fight will be gone sooner rather than later. So this is the game. And together with that, we've had the encouragement or the provocation, depending on how you look at it, from President Trump, asking people within the government to revolt, that within the IRGC in particular, and he spelled this out, they should either surrender or they will die. He's told people it's time to, well, be safe, but then come out in protest against the government, and that the US is with them as promised earlier and as being delivered now. The question is what kind of resistance the Iranian government can put up with the losses they've just suffered, whether they can stop this from getting any worse, whether they really can protect Khamenei. And that will be of critical importance, of central importance in how all this plays out. If Khamenei remains in place, it's very likely that a band of loyal supporters within the government will remain in place and they will remain in charge. Were he to disappear from the scene and from leadership, then on it becomes very hard for the rest of the leadership to muster the government together and to get a fight back going that is effective at all.
All right. Stay with me, getting in some breaking inputs. In fact, inputs shared by investigations editor Manoj Gupta. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive. Top security sources have informed us here at CNN News 18 that India's core interest lies in rapid de-escalation to avoid prolonged conflict. We want everyone to pursue back-channel engagement with both Washington, Tel Aviv and Tehran. Situation is extremely fluid because of multi-wave strikes and leadership status uncertainty. That's the input coming in. Let's quickly take that forward with Sanjay. Sanjay, remember, Iran still holds on to the biggest bargaining chip, which is the Strait of Hormuz. They have enough naval assets to block that strait. And remember, that's going to also impact the overall energy needs of the world, given that they could very well be blocking oil tankers supplying energy to not just China, Europe, even the United States.
Well, it is doubtful that they have enough of a naval force to block that strait for very long. The next step most certainly is going to be a naval warfare or air-to-naval warfare around that strait. And there will be a lot of firepower aimed at Iranian naval assets in the region, if that hasn't begun already. Clearly, that will be the aim of the Iranian Navy and of the Iranian government. But the US and Israeli forces would know that that is a plan, and they would have an arrangement and a plan in place to counter it. That is almost certainly underway. It's very necessary to keep that strait clear. There is also a limit to the number of Iranian naval assets. They have a few destroyers. They have also a level of submarine fleet, perhaps I believe about 17 submarines, not the most sophisticated, but certainly they are there in place and they can block this for a considerable time, but perhaps not for very long. So timing is of the essence. The speed with which Iran can try and block the strait, the extent of time through which it can sustain such a blockade, and on the other hand, how fast the US and Israeli forces can counter it and clear that out of the way. But it will be some time before it can be shipping as usual, because short of an attack, there will be the threat of an attack that certainly will inhibit shipping in that strait.
Ryan, when we speak about foreign intervention, we've seen there's history bears testimony to how U.S. interventionism has escalated the situation in Middle East. Rather, we've seen how the economies of various countries have borne the brunt, whether that is Syria, whether that is Iraq, or even Afghanistan. There are fears now being shared that Iran could also very well head into the same direction or have a similar trajectory. I'd like your thoughts on that concern.
Look, I respectfully disagree because there are also successful military interventions in history of U.S. wars. For example, you have South Korea is one of them. You have Germany that was liberated by helping from coming from the United States. So you have successful, experiences too. And also, of course, you have unsuccessful experiences. But the difference between, I'm very, that sometimes people compare the Iraq to Iran. That is a false comparison, in my opinion. Sometimes people compare Afghanistan to Iran. Iran is different. Iran is not a tribal society. Iranian people are one of the most educated people in the Middle East. The civic society in Iran is alive, is working. The civil disobedience is working in Iran. And people are active, they are united. People have a very strong sense of nationhood in Iran, which is not even present in Iraq, in Afghanistan. People are very united in Iran. They are not seeing themselves as parts of tribes or as parts of ethnic groups or religious groups. They see first themselves as parts of Iranian nationality, So that is the difference between Iran and Iraq. In Iraq, you had that tribal war because it had a tribal society. But Iran doesn't have that society. Iranian people are very united.
All right.
Yeah.
Stay with me. We also have more inputs coming in. In fact, one of our CNN correspondents on ground actually witnessed a missile being intercepted, this in the Qatari capital of Doha. Let's bring you that entire sequence which he managed to capture on camera.
We have seen and heard 2 waves of what we believe were air defense missiles. It's unclear whether they intercepted Iranian missiles, but we did see and hear those air defense missiles going off in West Bay in Doha, a place you're familiar with, a place that houses a lot of businesses, a lot of residential areas. And we're just getting word from the Ministry of Defense saying that they have the right to respond to any external threat. They said they successfully intercepted these missiles. Like I said, we didn't see that happen. We did see the air defense missiles take place here in West Bay. Traffic, I can see right now behind me, and I might just add that we are in a safe and protected space right now, but traffic has died down. There's very few cars on the road. People have been told to shelter and stay in place. We've received at least 4 emergency alert systems. Added on to that, 2 alerts from the U.S. Embassy here in Qatar saying to shelter and stay in place.
Let me quickly go back to Sanjay, who also continues to stay with us. Sanjay, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, all of these 4 countries where you have US bases have been targeted. The prime concern is, are we looking at a domino effect now for all of the Middle East?
Well, the domino effect will depend upon the extent to which it takes place. Certainly, all we can say as of now is that such an effect is intended, and it is an attempt being made after it was announced. The Iranian leadership has said again and again that they will widen the war. It will not be just between Iran and Israel and Iran and the US, that they will widen it into the region. And this is what they are seeking to do. Now, that becomes a threat to the extent that this kind of attack becomes effective. At the moment, we've had the launch of a few missiles that appear to have been intercepted, which is not to say that the Iranian attempt has failed already. In the 12-day war last year, it is as fighting progressed that Iran became more and more successful in penetrating defenses. This certainly is now a game between Iran and also the forces, the US forces and other forces in these other regions. And to the extent that Iran perceives other Arab governments as supportive and protective of U.S. bases and U.S. interests, they too could be attacked and threatened with missiles. So this is a move that Iran had threatened to make. It has begun to make that move, and it will depend upon the success of these attacks, both in terms of immediate effect and in terms of their scale and extent, whether they do manage to succeed in widening the war as intended.
Absolutely. The next 24 to 48 hours are going to be extremely crucial. The situation remains extremely volatile, as we can see from everything that Sanjay has been sharing and narrating to us. Going to request Sanjay and Ryan Amiri to continue staying with us. This as we slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18, as we're the only channel that's going live from Tel Aviv, bringing you all the latest from Ground Zero. Stay tuned.
So that was the Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has appealed to all Iranians to come together, and he's called this the fight to remove a regime that always claimed death to Jews, death to Israel and death to America. Now, America has called this Operation Epic Fury. Israel has called it Operation Lion's Roll. Iran has called the retaliation as Fateh Khyber. Let's go across to Sanjay Suri joining us live, even as Israel has claimed to intercept one of the ballistic missiles sent their way by the Iranians. 30 to 75 ballistic missiles launched, according to Iranian media. Sanjay, what's the scenario? Have you seen the sirens go off? Yes, Sanjay. Sanjay, can you hear me? We'll just try and connect with you. We're getting pictures and also claims by the Israeli Defense Forces that their defense array is ready to meet the missiles that have been launched from their silos by the Iranians. Now, there is a large security deployment in Tehran. Roads have been blocked around the Khamenei residence. Israel has come out and said Israel has the right to defend itself. One missile launched from Iran towards central Israel was intercepted by the air defenses. There are no immediate reports of injury. Additional rocket fire towards the state of Israel, this time toward the center of the country. Sirens are now activated at the center and also at Shepsala. There is a fresh map that's come. We try and put that out. It's a huge cluster all across central Israel. That's where the Iranian response is being currently targeted. We've got one of those images here. I can try and show it to our viewers on my phone. But right now, what we're given to understand is this is a huge cluster, the latest that's come in on the news reports. Just showing it to our viewers, you can see. Sanjay Suri is with us. Sanjay, even as we are looking at a huge burst of alarms coming through, central Israel is currently being captured or being targeted. Yes, Sanjay. I'm going to reduce the brightness on my screen and try and go to Sanjay Suri.
We had the alarm going, we had a pre-alarm, and now we've had the siren going, and everyone's been asked to get to a shelter within 90 seconds. It's been more than that now. My friend here is right here with us. So why are you not inside a shelter?
It's too packed. It's too packed. Too many dogs, too many people, too many babies. So there's not a lot of space. And I'm waiting for it to be clear, what's going on.
Well, the shelter will be clear when the alarm goes away. The idea should be there, and it's not exactly a party time in a shelter, so there are going to be people there. But you'd rather stay outside than be in a shelter?
I'd rather be safe, also outside, and I'd rather this situation will be stopped against Israel. But I have to make sure that everybody understands doesn't kill us, make us stronger. So as much threats we're going to have on our survival only makes us stronger. So be careful, because we are very safe and we are a very strong country and a beautiful country. And I invite
Thanks for staying on. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Arunima. This is news that is just coming in as far as the conflict between Israel and Iran is concerned. The IDF is continuing to strike a wide range of targets in western Iran as part of Operation Roaring Lion. The IDF struck with the directions of IDF intelligence hundreds of Iranian military targets, including missile launchers in western Iran. We're just putting out for you pictures that has come in via the via the Israeli sources. These are IDF's strikes in western Iran, where a number of military installations and military targets based on precise intelligence have been targeted. Missile launchers were used in western Iran, and Israelis also managed to capture the visual as they carried out these attacks. My colleague Sanjay Suri is keeping an eye, hoping he'll join me in just a bit. But let me also bring in Ryan Amiri, Iranian political activist. He's joining us live from Turkey. Ryan, these visuals once again being released by Israel shows that they are targeting military installations in Iran, even though Iran is retaliating. How long do you think this standoff is going to last? Last time, almost 2 weeks, or could this be swifter?
It's going to be much more faster than the 12-day war, because this regime. Let us be honest. This regime is a paper tiger in the face of a superpower and a regional power. This regime has nothing to say. Of course, they have some missiles or some drone, suicide drones, but these cannot stand in front of the largest military in the world and also the most powerful military in the Middle East. Look, as we speak, I've just received news that the Islamist regime in Iran is committing false flag operations, is attacking some schools, to blame the U.S. and Israel for that attack, to legitimize its oppression and everything like that. But these are the last struggles of a falling regime. That is what I can say.
Right. Ryan, Drew, hold on. United States is also going and supporting Israel in this. United States' own bases have been targeted in retaliatory action by Iran. U.S. President Donald Trump has issued his strongest warning yet to Iran, calling for unconditional surrender. Listen in.
I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms, you will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered, don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. We will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
So Donald Trump issuing a threat to Iran, asking for unconditional surrender, but Iran's retaliatory action continues. This is the latest update that we have for you. Iranian missiles struck the Mufaq al-Sutli base in Jordan, targeting United States forces there as part of broader attack on American bases across West Asia. So Iran is not holding back either. It is targeting United States bases. The latest that we have is that Iranian missiles struck the Mufaq al-Sutli base. This is in Jordan, targeting U.S. forces there. And this is in sync with other attacks that Iran has carried out in the entire West Asian area. In that neighborhood, Iran has carried out multiple retaliatory attacks. Sanjay Suri with me. Sanjay, any further updates that you can share with us? Donald Trump issuing a clear threat, but Iran is now going ahead, pressing on the retaliatory accelerator. News just coming in that the Mufaq al-Sutli base in Jordan has also been attacked by Iranian missiles.
You know, that single action is quite significant. If even one Iranian missile this early in the day has got through and actually struck a U.S. base in Jordan, its implications are quite serious. Its implications are that it got through the air defenses at that base and struck target if it did. And if this is something that has happened with one missile, surely it could follow with others. And we saw that last year, Iran increasingly managed to penetrate air defenses in Israel. If it has already begun to do this in a scattered way at one location and another, then this may not be quite as one-sided as President Trump would like it to be. So this is a question now of what Iran hits back with. And to the extent that Iran is continuing to hit back and continuing to try to, it also presupposes that there is a regime in place, there's a command structure in place that is not cracking up under the pressure of this assault. It's not losing morale, certainly not this early, that it has defenses and offensive systems in place that it is bringing into play, and it is hitting back. Now, the way missiles go, certainly the majority of missiles will always be intercepted. It is a fraction that will get through, and success depends on how substantial that fraction is. Relatively a small number, but if it's absolutely a considerable number, then that is success, even though it's a fractional failure. Look at the 12-day war. Iran fired about 600 missiles at Israel. About 50 got through, not a big fraction, but enough to have done a good deal of damage. And for Iran, that was considered some form of success. So this getting through past defenses into Jordan is quite significant.
Right. Thanks for that, Sanjay. I would request Ryan to hold on because this is a developing story and we're getting updates by the minute. Now, CNN's Cedric Layton tells us where does Iran really stand and what is its position with respect to Israel and United States attack. Take a look at this analytical report.
What potential does Iran have? We know in the past, when they were attacked by Israel and the U.S., it was sort of an attack. It seemed like everybody was kind of on the same page. They did a response that wasn't a full-on response. It was in order to sort of check a box, but it wasn't, we're giving them everything we got. Do you expect that that could be what we see now from Iran? And if that is what happens, what is everything they got?
Yeah, that's a great question, Alex. And one of the key things here is what's left over from what happened in June. So, depending on how successful the
are reporting missile attacks. Those are the sirens in Bahrain, one of the countries reporting those strikes. Now, officials say a missile hit the service center of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. You can see here smoke billowing. And you can see here a missile flying over Erbil, Iraq. Jordan and Qatar said that they also intercepted missiles. Our team is up and covering the breaking story from around the world. We'll get to Paula Hancock's in a moment. But first, we'll go to CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, what's happening there?
Well, Victor, we have been witnessing over the last few hours the beginnings of Iran's retaliation for those U.S. and Israeli strikes targeting a variety of Iranian targets over the course of the last several hours. So far, we haven't witnessed any major impacts in Israel as a result of what an Israeli military official tells me have been dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been targeted at Israel. It appears that the majority of those have so far been intercepted. This all began at about 8:15 a.m. local time here this morning with air raid sirens sounding across the country, warning Israelis of a state of emergency due to the fact that the United States and Israel had begun launching strikes against Iran. Those strikes cast off the diplomatic track that had been moving forward over the course of the last several weeks. It came just one day after the Omani foreign minister who was mediating these negotiations said he believed that a deal was potentially at hand. But it seems like President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu lost patience with those negotiations and decided to go the military route instead, striking dozens of targets inside Iran, everything from Iran's ballistic missile program, its nuclear facilities, as well as senior Iranian targets. I'm told by two Israeli sources familiar with the matter that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, was the target of some of these Israeli strikes alongside several other senior Iranian figures. And we've been witnessing the Iranian retaliation across the Middle East, not just here in Israel, but strikes that have actually made impact near U.S. bases in other countries in the Middle East, particularly in the Gulf. This is a very volatile situation and one that certainly has the potential to escalate much, much further. A very perilous moment for the Middle East. And lastly, I would just note that we've just learned that Iran has also fired dozens of drones at Israel. Those typically take a bit longer to actually reach their targets here. They do tend to be intercepted, in particular by Israeli jets. We will see, but those are now en route to Israel. So this targeting and this back and forth is certainly going to continue throughout the day and, in fact, expected to continue for several days. Victor?
Jeremy Diamond reporting from Tel Aviv. Jeremy, thank you. Becky, the scope and scale of the response continuing to expand in this retaliation from Iran.
That's right. That's right. Explosions here in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE, and heard over Dubai as well in the past couple of hours. Joining me now is CNN correspondent Paula Hancock, who is here in Abu Dhabi. What have we learned about the strikes here, Paula, and around this Gulf region?
Well, Becky, this is really an unprecedented level of military attack that these Gulf nations are undergoing at this point. As you mentioned, we have been hearing several explosions here in Abu Dhabi. We've heard from the Ministry of Defense saying that they have intercepted a number of those Iranian ballistic missiles, is what they called it, calling it a blatant attack. They have said, though, that one person has been killed by falling debris as well. A shelter in place warning here. Also, the airspace is closed. Going over to Qatar, this is where the Al Udeid military base is, the largest US military installation in the Middle East, and also the target of Iran back in June of last year when those US-Israeli strikes were hitting the nuclear facilities. That once again has become a target. We've heard from officials there that they have intercepted a number of missiles. In fact, just in the past 10 minutes or so, saying that a second wave has been intercepted into that area. Then you also have Bahrain. This is where the US Navy's 5th Fleet is based. We understand that has been targeted as well, and in Kuwait. We're also hearing about Jordan. They're saying that they have had to intercept a number of missiles. So the level of military attack that these Gulf nations are under at this point is really quite remarkable. Most of these are not countries that are accustomed to being under this level of attack. But all of these places have a shelter-in-place warning at this point. All of the authorities are saying stay indoors, do not go outside unless you absolutely have to, stay away from windows and stay safe. Becky?
We've just had a statement from the UAE's Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemning in the strongest terms Iran's blatant missile attacks targeting this country and brotherly nations, they say. They denounced in the strongest terms the blatant missile attacks that targeted the UAE, several brotherly nations in the region, considering these acts a flagrant violation of national sovereignty and a clear breach of international law, and reserve the right to respond. Paula Hancock, thank you. We've learned that the US has mapped out a plan of escalating strikes, each phase lasting a day or two, then pausing to assess the damage. Joining me now by phone is CNN's chief national security analyst, Jim Sciutto. And Jim, this is your reporting. Just catch us up on what your sources are telling you.
A series of strikes escalating, and each phase of those strikes lasting 36 to 48 hours, followed by a pause, in part to assess battle damage to see what targets hit, but also to assess Iran's response.
Well, we're live with Tom Cooper and Adrian Fontanelas, and on the sidelines of Rising Bharat, at a time when the world is looking at peace and stability, here comes the Americans and the Israelis. One is calling it epic fury, the other is calling it lion's roar, and the Iranians are responding with saying this is our Fateh Khyber. That's what they are calling it. But how do you see this response that I don't like the mullahs, I don't like the regime, they don't listen to me, so I'm going to blast them out?
Well, I think that nobody likes the mullahs on the post office, except perhaps 15 to 70 million of Iranians who have participated in the latest elections. So this is a matter of fact, so to say. But still, this is no way to run international diplomacy. This is simply just Trump saving Private Netanyahu this time, from my point of view.
Now, why do you believe that Trump is saving Private Netanyahu? Because it's America that's leading this one, contrary to the 12-day war.
It is enough for Americans to become directly involved in a war in the Middle East on the side of Israel. This is something Israel is daydreaming about for 80-something years, longer than Israel exists. There is, I think I mentioned this a few days ago in another interview, there is official documentation in the U.S. National Archives that Zionist leaders of what became Israel were originally planning to get the USA involved in fighting wars for Israel, and that was back in early 1948.
Yeah.
And now they have realized this plan. After all the time, the USA is fighting directly a war in favor of Israel.
Yeah, that's also because they wanted to say death to Jews, death to Israel. That was a call that's been given by the Ayatollahs for the last 47 years.
No doubt about this, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Adrian, your thoughts? No, you're entitled to your views because everybody is quite divided about what's going on in this space, because India has a huge Shia population, and for them, Ayatollah Khamenei is the spiritual head. There are a lot of others who say you could have looked at peace and Trump can't just bully his way everywhere. But there are others who say, hey, who's sponsoring the Hamas? Who's backing the Hezbollah? Why is it that these proxies have been trying? Who orchestrated and celebrated October 7 and the massacre of Jews? And who's doctrined the fact that all Jews must be wiped out? So if you take a position like that, there will be others who will say, all right, you're going to wipe me out, I want to wipe you out first. Where do you stand on this?
I would say, fortunately, the international law is quite clear in that regard. That is, you are not allowed to invade or strike militarily another country as long as you do not face real imminent threat. That means, according to international law, for example, if the Iranians had 1,000 missiles ready to be fired against Israel within the next 2 hours, it is correct for the Israeli to strike with missile batteries. But it is really last-ditch counteraction which is authorized by the international law. This was obviously not the case, and we perfectly know that there was this massive US buildup in the Middle East since at least 2 or 3 weeks. So it's quite simple. We are in a case of violation of the international law from the US and Israel, because although they said they were preempting some action by the Iranians, but we have really absolutely no evidence that the Iranians were on the verge of launching an attack, an imminent military operation.
But that is tactical, right? Now, immediate tactical development. But gents, understand this. Iran was trying to go nuclear. That's the biggest threat.
There's no evidence.
That's the biggest perceived threat. One. They repeatedly said, don't enrich your uranium, but they claim they've enriched it 60% already. Now, the moment Iran goes nuclear, what happens to the neighboring regions? All of them would have wanted to go nuclear. Israel would have been the first to say, I want to go nuclear.
But Israel is already nuclear power.
Yeah, so but they would have had to declare it then openly.
Well, they wouldn't. Obviously, they wouldn't, because they are nuclear power already since at least 1967. if not longer. Since 1976, they have run a test in Southern Atlantic. So this is a matter of fact. Nobody is in denial about this, at least since Vanunu affair, when he has revealed documentation and photographs of the Israeli nuclear
But
program.
Israel has never threatened or never claimed to use nukes as much as a Pakistan has, or as much as an Iran has, that we will develop our own nuclear weapons. See, this entire aspect of playing the nuclear bogey, raising it, has come from Islamic nations that have turned nuclear. That's another argument. The other part is that in terms of stability, look at what's happened now. Tehran's response has been to the US air bases in the neighboring Arab countries. Yes. But Saudi Arabia, which till last week was backing Iran, has turned around and said, we'll back whatever the UAE does. All resources input. That's the latest statement.
But Saudi Arabia has provided a military base to the United States. So therefore, Iran has the right to strike this military base in Saudi Arabia. It's as simple as that. This is, you can really check the UN Charter, rules of warfare and so on and so on, Geneva Conventions. There is a US base, Prince Saud or something, air base, not coming to my mind the precise designation, full of B-52 bombers and tanker aircraft. So Iran has the legal right to strike this air base in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so they have struck all the air bases. In fact, the Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi has spoken on phone with his counterparts in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq. He's spoken to all of them and said that, listen, hey, this is what's happened. This is why we have done what we have done. He's described the US and Israeli strikes as a flagrant violation of the fundamental principles of UN Charter, just like Tom, you were saying, and a clear crime against international peace and security. But what the Americans and the Israelis have turned around and said is, we need this regime change if there's got to be stability in this region. Do you buy that or not, Adrian?
I'm foremost an historian, so let's say that the previous attempts of regime change were not very successful, to say the least, if we think about Iraq, even Afghanistan, Libya. So I would be quite careful with this kind of line of arguments that some sudden and magical regime change in Iran will put an end of every problem in the Middle East. I mean, it's a theory which was not very well demonstrated in the past.
Besides, where do they, when is enough? This is something the Arab governments are all asking already for 2.5 years. When is enough? They have, Israel is bombed. Gaza Strip, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen. Okay, this time, yes, Iraq as well, Iran, over the last 2.5 years, all in the name of peace. Okay, let's see. I said, as historians, let's see the last 75 years. Israel has promised peace and whatever else in 1967 as well. Did that result in any kind of peace? In 1982 again, when it invaded Lebanon. Did that result in any kind of peace? No, it resulted in 20 years of occupation and even more war. The same with the Gaza Strip, which began in 1967. No peace at all. How many ceasefires with Hamas, with Hezbollah, all were violated by Israel, not by Hamas or by Hezbollah. So therefore, when now somebody comes here and promises, oh, we are going to bomb another country just in order to make peace. Sorry, that is making me very, very skeptical.
Very, very skeptical. Ro Khanna has just tweeted saying that Trump has launched an illegal regime change war in Iran and American lives have been put at risk. Congress must convene on Monday to vote on a WPR that's mooted by him and Thomas Massey. Every member of Congress should go on record this weekend on how they will vote. That's what they are coming out. So there's politics, there's resistance within America also for a war like this. But somewhere, what do you think is the compulsion? The other part is, and interestingly, they're saying, if this continues, then that Strait of Hormuz gets choked. The airspace is closed, the seaways get closed, and the nations that suffer, including India or including Bharat, are China. China will suffer, South Asia will suffer. 40% of Chinese energy supplies are coming from that region. Yeah. So what are the Russians and the Chinese going to do in a situation like this? How do you see? Do you see this escalating further over the next few days, or?
I would say the Russians can basically talk, but they can't really act in support of Iran because they really have some other serious problem on hand. However, I would take the Chinese much more seriously in this affair because a few days ago they communicated quite good quality photo satellites of American bases in the Middle East, which is a very clear signal. It means, hey, we can give the Iranians precise targeting informations in order to strike these bases at the correct spot with the short-range missiles. So it is not possible to know, but the Chinese obviously can have a kind of military influence in this conflict if they wish so.
Let me add one more thing. Everybody's talking about Iranians closing the Hormuz Straits. They need not closing the Hormuz Straits. If anybody is going to do that, then the Americans and perhaps Israelis, but foremost Americans. Why? Iranians have a pipeline, which is connecting their oil fields with Shabahar, for example. So they can. They are capable of continuing to export, no matter what happens in the Straits of Hormuz. It is the question of what the Americans want to do over there. But because the Americans are intercepting ships, for example, underway with fuel for Cuba or exporting oil from Venezuela, the Iranians are not doing such things. So, again, you know, what is official claimed and what is actually going on and what is...
No, I think somewhere what has come out was outlined in the interest by and the real intent by the Americans and the Israelis. The first time the strikes were mounted when they broke out and they started turning aggressor. One is they want a regime change. Two is they want to shut down Iran's nuclear weapons program and also its ballistic missiles program. So they now want to achieve both of this because the Iranians said we are not doing either of this as of now. That's what they said. Oman's foreign minister says US should not get sucked in further. This is not your war. Macron says, go ahead, we back you. Iran needs to remember that the regime change has to happen. You got to shut down your ballistic missiles program and your nuclear program. So that's what he is saying. Israeli government says the Iranian regime might target Jewish people or Jewish population elsewhere in the world. Now, this can fast go up the escalation ladder. How are we going to keep it closed? What's going to happen? Because there are cyber attacks happening. Shah Reza Pahlavi comes out and says, people, it's ready. Just be ready. I'll tell you when to get out on the streets and take control, seize power. Netanyahu calls on all people who have any Iranian roots, including the Baluch, including the Persians, including the Kurds, calling everybody he's doing it. So they are trying to create a multi-pronged, fast and effective, shock and awe kind of thing. But do you think that they're going to be able to achieve that with Iran? There are no pushovers, the Iranians. This regime,
There is never a way to predict all of this, especially if you take into the calculation the reaction of the Iranian civilian population. But because there is no way to predict this, neither for us, neither for the Pentagon, neither for Tel Aviv, this is no realistic strategy because you do not count in a strategic action on perhaps it might be, let's hope that the Iranian civilians will do this or that because...
So that was the Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has appealed to all Iranians to come together, and he's called this the fight to remove a regime that always claimed death to Jews, death to Israel, and death to America. Now, America has called this Operation Epic Fury. Israel has called it Operation Lion's Roll. Iran has called the retaliation as Fateh Khaybar. Let's go across to Sanjay Suri joining us live, even as Israel has claimed to intercept one of the ballistic missiles sent their way by the Iranians. 30 to 75 ballistic missiles launched, according to Iranian media. Sanjay, what's the scenario? Have you seen the sirens go off? Yes, Sanjay. Sanjay, can you hear me? We'll just try and connect with you. We're getting pictures and also claims by the Israeli Defense Forces that their defense array is ready to meet the missiles that have been launched from their silos by the Iranians. Now, there is a large security deployment in Tehran. Roads have been blocked around the Khamenei residence. Israel has come out and said Israel has the right to defend itself. One missile launched from Iran towards central Israel was intercepted by the air defenses. There are no immediate reports of injury. Additional rocket fire towards the state of Israel, this time toward the center of the country. Sirens are now activated at the center and also at Shepsala. There is a fresh map that's come. We try and put that out. It's a huge cluster all across central Israel. That's where the Iranian response is being currently targeted. We've got one of those images here. I can try and show it to our viewers on my phone. But right now, what we're given to understand is this is a huge cluster. The latest that's come in on the news reports, just showing it to our viewers. You can see Sanjay Suri is with us. Sanjay, even as we are looking at a huge burst of alarms coming through, central Israel is currently being captured or being targeted. Yes, Sanjay. I'm going to reduce the brightness on my screen and try and go to Sanjay Suri.
We had the alarm going.
Yes.
Good evening. Welcome back to our continuing and rolling coverage here on CNN News 18. It is the biggest confrontation that we have seen in the Middle East in at least the last 20, if not 25 years. America and Israel have struck at multiple targets across Iran after a huge naval and air force buildup over the last 2 months. Numerous targets, at least a dozen targets, have been struck across the length and breadth of Iran, including multiple targets inside the capital, Tehran. The defense minister, one of the chief advisors of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, are set to be among the targets and possibly the fatalities as well. But the two main principal protagonists in Iran, the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and the President Masoud Pezeshkian, are supposed to be living by the skin of their teeth. They have managed to escape this joint American-Israeli assault. But Iran is not cowing down either. Iran has sent ballistic missiles towards multiple American military bases in the Middle East and also at Israel. But most of these ballistic missiles have been intercepted. I want to first bring you up to speed with a series of reactions that have been coming in from the Middle East, from Europe, from the United States on what is an unprecedented joint military strike, a thunderbolt at Iran, something that we've been predicting for a number of weeks, given the armada of naval ships and aircraft that were moved to the Persian Gulf. Now it is finally here. The question is, who can intervene and get both sides to see reason and to de-escalate? Or are we going to see this climb up the escalation ladder for much longer before we see both sides climbing down?
I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. We will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
We're getting a piece of breaking news. Oman, which was the intermediary country, the mediator country between the United States and Iran in talks that it hosted over these last few weeks. The third set of talks happened earlier this week. There was no fruition to those talks. There was no concrete result at the end of that talk. And now America and Israel have jointly attacked Iran. Now the Omanian foreign minister has urged the United States not to get sucked in further, saying that this is not your war. Oman's foreign minister has said that neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this. Remember, viewers, Oman was the facilitator between the talks that happened between US and Iran. There were 3 rounds of talks. The first happened in Muscat and 2 rounds of talks in Geneva, including just earlier this week. Ultimately, those talks did not bridge the gap between Iran and the United States. And now there is a full frontal, a full-blown assault, a joint assault by American and Israeli troops against Iranian targets. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us with more on this. He's joining us live from Tel Aviv. First of all, Sanjay, tell us what is happening around you. I believe warning sirens have been going off, bunker messages have been coming out to the Israeli people as well. Anything that is non-essential has been curtailed, whether it is school services, hospital services, recreational services. Everything has been completely cut off from public life in Israel right now. Sirens, air raid sirens have been going off since this afternoon for the last few hours. If you live in Israel, there is an app, a national app, which is mandatory for every resident to download, and that gives you real-time updates about these live siren raids that are going on, and then that will guide you also to the nearest bomb shelter. Every block, every neighborhood, every building has a bomb shelter mandated by law, and most Israeli citizens, whether they're in big cities like Tel Aviv or in small towns, have been taking shelter in place after these multiple air raid siren warnings have been issued. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. In fact, one of the few Indian channels to be reporting right now live from Israel, where all the action seems to be happening. First of all, what is the sense you're picking up around you? What are you seeing and hearing around you? And in terms of these retaliatory ballistic missile strikes by Iran, we saw this back in June of last year in the 12-day war. We're seeing this now as well. What is the latest on that? Have much of these ballistic missile retaliatory attacks been thwarted?
Well, it appears so, because we haven't had any significant strike in Israel. Here in Tel Aviv, since morning, we've had the siren going off several times. Together with that, the alert on the phone, and there's a home front app that everyone's been given. And even if you don't have the app, there is an alert that sounds on the phone. So there have been a number of times this morning already when people have gone into a shelter. I did hear 2 loud blasts. Most certainly, these were not any incoming missiles that struck, perhaps air defense systems being launched from within the vicinity. That would have been the blast, most certainly, that I would have heard. And again, people here are being quite disciplined about these air raid alerts. Every time there is a siren, people do go very calmly, very quickly into an air raid shelter. The whole street gets deserted, and once there's an all clear, then they come out and it's business as usual. It's a very well-rehearsed routine. And Zaka, we know that in Israel, every Jewish person above the 18 has to do military service. So when we are speaking about the civilian population in Israel, we are speaking also of the military population in Israel. It's a very disciplined lot. They know exactly what to do. They follow these rules very strictly, very promptly. And there is no sense of nerves or fear. There is a calm sense of reassurance, if anything, that this situation has developed. The fear in Israel would be if the build-up had led to nothing of the kind that we are seeing, and if the U.S. forces had gone back. This is what Israel has been looking for, Netanyahu in particular has been looking for, and this at last is what Israel has long wanted to do.
Sanjay, just quickly, in terms of the Iranian response, the retaliatory strikes, the ballistic missile strikes that we're seeing multiple U.S. bases being targeted, or at least attempted to be targeted, whether it's in the UAE, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Kuwait. What are you picking up on that front? How long before the U.S. and Israel come to a conclusion that this is as much as Iran can hit back and then go for the jugular, or vice versa, that they decide to climb down? Which way are we looking at this unfold over the next few hours and days?
You know, the difference is, as you outlined at the start, Zaka, being hit or being attempted or attempting to hit. And there lies the critical difference. We know that the Iranian leadership had said ahead of all this that they would widen the war. It would not just be a war between Iran and the US or Iran and Israel, that they would widen it into the region. We are seeing the beginning of an attempt in that direction. This has not gone very far as yet. which is not to say that that is conclusively the case. If you look at the pattern of the 12-day war between Iran and June, yes, you were saying, Sagar?
No, go ahead, Sanjay. Finish your point, please.
No, in the last war, it is only in the later stages and in the later days of the war that Iran managed to penetrate more and more of Israeli defenses. So Iran could be looking at that as a tactic to repeat. On the other hand, Israel and the US would be well prepared for that intent of Iran. So they would have defenses in place to guard against such a scenario and such a tactic. So if the Iranian missile network survives this assault at all, then most certainly that is the kind of tactic that they would deploy. At the moment, it's not certain how much of that is in place, how much has been taken out, and how much of this might be a waiting game by Iran if they have the luxury of waiting and choosing at all.
All right, Sanjay Suri, for the moment, we'll leave it at that. We'll come back to you in the next hour and try and check in with you on what's going on there in Israel. Multiple air raid sirens have gone off since the last few hours in Israel, since Israel made it public that in a joint operation, both American and Israeli militaries have carried out multiple air attacks on Iran at multiple targets, more than a dozen targets. Iran has been retaliating as well. Not much of those have been actually successful. Let me go across to Brahma Chalani, strategic affairs expert, who's now joining us. This is something that we were all predicting, anticipating over the last few weeks, if not the last couple of months. Now it's here. The attacks by Israel and America are here. They've hit multiple targets. We're not sure exactly what are the high-profile targets that have been taken out as a result of these strikes. But one thing is also clear, Professor, that Iran is not just sitting on its hands. It's retaliating back at Israel, back at American military bases across the Middle East. How far successful those retaliatory strikes are, the jury's still out on that. How do you see this play out over the next few hours? Will there be some, better sense prevailing in that sense that both sides will eventually climb down? Or do you see this further escalating before better sense prevails?
Saka, there are two surprises in how this war began. The first surprise came from Israel joining hands with the US in jointly launching this war on Iran. Nobody expected Israel to join at the very outset because the expectation was that in retaliation to Iranian strikes, Israel would be dragged into the conflict. The second big surprise is that just when Iran at the negotiating table agreed to make major concessions on the nuclear front, including surrendering its enriched uranium stockpile and forswearing nuclear weapon ambitions permanently, at that very moment, the US chose to attack Iran, which goes to show that the real objective extends beyond nuclear non-proliferation to disarming Iran and installing a pliable regime in Tehran. In fact, President Trump has clearly, publicly outlined that objective, the end objective of this war. And by defining regime change as the political objective of this military campaign, he has set a very high goal. Realizing that goal may prolong this conflict for months, if not for years. We should not forget that when George W. Bush invaded Iraq in 2003, and what he promised, and what eventually turned out to be a long occupation of Iraq, today American analysts from both sides, whether Democratic or Republican, accept that the Iraq war was a disaster for the U.S.
But Professor, tell me, we know that it is not in Trump's nature to get entangled in long, winding wars. He wants quick results, he wants quick wins. But having, set this lofty goal of asking the Iranian people to go out there and, capture your state, overthrow the regime, the mismatch between Trump's stated goals or stated personality of wanting quick wins and a quick wrap and not getting entangled, and his stated goal of regime change, at least that's the way he's publicly presented. How does he bridge this gap? Is it not possible to bridge it at all?
it has to be kept in mind, Zaka, that in the first year of his second term, he has already carried out more military attacks on countries than Joe Biden did in his entire 4-year term. And these attacks that Trump carried out, he has managed to present them as military successes and political successes. Emboldened by that record, he has set out to change the regime in Tehran. It's going to be formidable task to change the regime in Iran, because once a regime's very survival is threatened, and so openly, it's going to respond with no constraints. And that's the reason why Iran has, on the first day itself, struck American bases in 5 different Gulf countries.
Okay.
And it'll go to any extent by asking Iranians to occupy government, to take over the government, as Trump put it.
Yeah.
He's sending them to death, because even the earlier street protests, the mass protests that fled, as now is being acknowledged in the West, were orchestrated by U.S. intelligence and Israel. But that led to thousands of Iranians dying at the hands of Iranian security forces. So one mission failed, that is to topple the regime through street protests. Now a military operation is being carried out for the same mission, to change the regime, to have a more pliable regime in Tehran. And I think this time Trump might not pull off a success. He might actually get entangled in a potential military quagmire, or at least he might end up aborting a mission, aborting an operation, without accomplishing the goal that he has outlined in his speech.
40 years ago, Jimmy Carter, former U.S. president, got entangled in what happened in Iran. He got stuck on the wrong side of that revolution that happened, which eventually led to the formation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, to the entry into power of the Ayatollah regime. Avishag Avinoam is a former media coordinator to the Israeli Prime Minister, who's also now joining us. We will try and get Avishag, but here's the thing. Iran is not just sitting on its hands, Avishag. They are responding. Now, the jury is out on whether the retaliatory strikes are successful or not. But do you see this play itself out in a way that is more destructive, more devastating than the 12-day war? Because ultimately, Mr. Trump and Mr. Netanyahu have left a lofty goal, which is regime change in Iran. And that's not going to happen overnight. That's going to take some serious effort and time. Does that square with President Trump's instincts to get a quick win? And more importantly, what happens over the next, let's say, 24 to 48 hours? Because Iran is retaliating. It is responding. It is not kowtowing.
Well, I cannot really compare to the 12 days war what will happen, because as you've seen, Iran really retaliated like regionally, not only targeted Israel. So there are other actors, regional actors, that probably will be involved. As we've seen the statesmen coming out from the foreign ministry of Jordan and also from Qatar. And we've seen also now in Sweden, in Syria, you have four deaths from a rocket that hit a private home. So now I think what will happen is that there are two major things that will happen. Iran is acting now like a panic attacked child, which it is. It's in its worst state since the Islamic regime took place in the 70s. So what will happen right now is two things. They will use the rest of their military stock, and they will try to attack everything, everywhere in the region. So that's what they will do right now. I don't know really for sure if it will be a quick change of regime or not. We don't know that yet. It really depends on the Iranian people and the protests that we've seen resumed in the last few days. So it really depends on them, and also it depends on America and Israel, which are the only ones who are cooperating right now with this attack. In which specific targets they will hit, because they need to neutralize not only governmental institutions and military institutions, they need to also target on the regime collaborators that help to suppress the protests. So it's really
I'll just come to that in 1 second about this call to arms, not call to arms, but call for regime change that Trump has instituted to the Iranian people in his speech, saying that once this is over, come out and capture or retake your government. How much that will happen, particularly bearing in light what happened just a few weeks ago. More than 6,000 protesters, by the most conservative estimates, were killed brutally by the iron fist of the regime. So what will entice people to come forth again back out on the street and try to topple this regime? But we're getting a response from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. This is a breaking story at this moment here on CNN News 18. He's put out a statement where he has said that Netanyahu and Trump's war on Iran is wholly unprovoked, it is illegal, and it is illegitimate. Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. Our powerful armed forces are prepared for this day and will teach the aggressors the lesson they deserve. All right, let me go back to Avishag on this. So obviously there's a lot of bluster, there's a lot of mind games that are going on right now. But Iran's foreign minister is underlining the fact, he's also trying to drive a wedge between America and Israel, saying this is not America's war. America has no business to be conducting this war. And basically putting America first is actually shorthand for putting Israel first. It's actually America last. What do you think he's trying to do here? And will this actually fly with Israel and with the United States?
Yeah, so it's very simple. We all follow the division within the MAGA movement, which you have the more isolationist members like Tucker Carlson and others like him that really pumping Qatar propaganda, which is supporting Israel as the as U.S. ally, the most trusted and powerful ally in the region, is not beneficial to the U.S. So what we are seeing here is basically a fueling of this narrative, so they can basically, the mega supporters of the isolation movement within it, they will take it and they will see and they will publish it and they will see, oh, look at that. This is America has no business with Iran, which is absolutely false. We all seen multiple times the threats that the Iranian regime and their supporters chanting within different assemblies and in the streets, death to America, death to Israel. Israel is the little Satan and America is the big Satan. So it's just part of the Qatari propaganda machine that meant to basically paint Israel in dark colors and portray us as if we are a burden to the American nation.
So I want to ask Brahmachalani this as well. The three objectives that were outlined was, one, regime change, which I think is the most difficult thing to achieve here. The other was to try and get Iran to forcibly agree to zero enrichment of uranium, therefore making no nuclear weapons, or at least not attempting to make a nuclear weapon. That's number two. And number three is putting a curtailment on these ballistic missiles. Do you think that the American-Israeli joint strikes are now moving in that direction of forcing Iran into making concessions on all three of those fronts?
Zaka, the U.S. has been moving the goalposts. You would recall that last June, after bombing Iran's nuclear sites, Trump had publicly stated that Iran's nuclear capability had been quote unquote, completely obliterated, and that it would take them years to reconstitute that capability. Second, more importantly, the Omani foreign minister, who was a key negotiator in the US-Iran talks,
Yeah.
he, just hours before the joint war was launched against Iran, he publicly disclosed that in the negotiations, Iran had finally agreed to give up its enriched uranium stockpile and also forswear nuclear weapon ambitions forever. In other words, there was a virtual capitulation by Tehran at the negotiating table.
So why
And
did
yet,
America and Israel still strike? Go ahead and strike.
because their objective was not nuclear non-proliferation. Their objective was regime change in Iran, and also included first disarming Iran, disarming not just on the nuclear side, disarming Iran's missile capability. Because we have to keep in mind that Iran doesn't have an air force, and its air defenses are very weak or non-existent. So its main weapons of deterrence are ballistic missiles and drones. So to disarm Iran, both Israel and the US have decided to strike its missile and drone infrastructure. That will completely disarm Iran and leave it exposed to strikes by the US and Israel at any time of their choosing.
Okay.
So the objective now extends far beyond the nuclear front.
Abhishek, here's the thing. If the objective is regime change, and you heard President Trump speak a few hours ago, he's speaking directly to the Iranian people and saying it's your government, go out there, take it over, overthrow the Ayatollah regime. How does that contrast with what we saw just a few weeks ago, just last month in January, where 6,000 people, by the most conservative estimates, were brutally butchered by the Ayatollah regime? How do those people, how do you motivate people to come out back on the streets and reclaim their government when their brothers and sisters have just been brutally butchered by the regime just a few weeks ago?
So it again goes back to the vast of the attack that will take place. It's not only top leaders. It's not only officials in the army, in the Iranian Islamic Army. So it's not only. It has to be a complete annihilation of the system that oppress these people. You need to understand that the Islamic regime has a lot of collaborators within different cities who are not officials, that they actually take place within the suppression of those protests and their killings, going to hospital and shooting wounded protesters directly in their heads. So it depends on how vast the attack and on which targets the attacks will take place, basically. So it's all linked to the attack itself. And I don't know what the next day will bring, but if it will take, a few days, maybe a few weeks or months to take the regime out, if it will take an extra, necessary action from the Israeli government and the American administration, really to maybe put boots on the ground. I don't know. I don't know how to if that will happen. I don't know to say that, right? So it really depends. I really think that we should give a chance to the Iranian people first by first eliminating all the obstacles for them to come forward and really to take action. Obviously, there will be life that will lost because the Iranian regime, the Islamic regime, I don't want to say the Iranian because the Iranian people are amazing, but I'm saying that the Islamic regime really trying to hold on to its last, holding of the government over there. So, yeah.
Okay, Abhishek Abhinom and Brahma Chalani, please stay on with us for just a second. I want to tell you what are the U.S. bases, military bases in the Middle East that have been struck or at least attempted to be struck by Iran in retaliation to the multiple, in fact, a dozen plus targets that have been hit inside Iran. Now, why Iran will not bow down? Here are some of those countries that have been hit in those retaliatory strikes by Iran. Kuwait, which has multiple U.S. bases. So does Qatar. Remember, the last time it was the Al Udeid air base, the biggest in the Middle East, that was targeted. Bahrain has been targeted. Basically, all of those countries in that vicinity except Oman, which is the mediator between Iran and America. Why Iran will not bow down? Because of resistance that's been framed as refusal to submit to the world powers. The axis of resistance, Iran maintains that proxies are used to retaliate against Western powers, whether it's Hamas, Houthis, etc., Hezbollah. The nuclear program, Iran sees it as a survival mechanism. That's why it's insisting on enriching uranium above, or at least until, a certain degree, as well as develop nuclear energy. There's historical mistrust between Iran and America, particularly after the 2018 exit from the JCPOA-sponsored nuclear deal. It was President Trump in his first term who pulled out of that deal. Therefore, that sowed a lot of mistrust between Iran and America. It also positioned the United States as an unreliable partner. Future threats about abandoning the nuclear program would expose Iran to future coercion. You look at Ukraine, for example, which gave up its nuclear weapons and it's been completely battered by the Russian war machine in the last 4 years. Now, Iran feels that nuclear weapons and its ability to produce a nuclear weapon is the ultimate deterrent, and they're not going to give that up. I'm going to take a break here in the program. When we come back, we'll continue to focus on this massive military confrontation, this ratcheting up, this escalation that has happened in the Middle East, with a joint operation by American and Israeli forces off the coast of Iran, have struck multiple, over a dozen targets across Iran. Iran has also retaliated. Is this the beginning of a much bigger, wider regional conflict? We'll talk about that right on the other side.
Are reporting missile attacks. Those are the sirens in Bahrain, one of the countries reporting those strikes. Now, officials say a missile hit the service center of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. You can see here smoke billowing. And you can see here a missile flying over Erbil, Iraq. Jordan and Qatar said that they also intercepted missiles. Our team is up and covering the breaking story from around the world. We'll get to Paula Hancock's in a moment. But first, we'll go to CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, what's happening there?
Well, Victor, we have been witnessing over the last few hours the beginnings of Iran's retaliation for those U.S. and Israeli strikes targeting a variety of Iranian targets over the course of the last several hours. So far, we haven't witnessed any major impacts in Israel as a result of what an Israeli military official tells me have been dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been targeted at Israel. It appears that the majority of those have so far been intercepted. This all began at about 8:15 a.m. local time here this morning, with air raid sirens sounding across the country, warning Israelis of a state of emergency due to the fact that the United States and Israel had begun launching strikes against Iran. Those strikes cast off the diplomatic track that had been moving forward over the course of the last several weeks. It came just one day after the Omani foreign minister, who was mediating these negotiations, said he believed that a deal was potentially at hand. But it seems like President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu lost patience with those negotiations and decided to go the military route instead, striking dozens of targets inside Iran, everything from Iran's ballistic missile program, its nuclear facilities, as well as senior Iranian targets. I'm told by two Israeli sources familiar with the matter that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, was the target of some of of these Israeli strikes alongside several other senior Iranian figures. And we've been witnessing the Iranian retaliation across the Middle East, not just here in Israel, but strikes that have actually made impact near U.S. bases in other countries in the Middle East, particularly in the Gulf. This is a very volatile situation and one that certainly has the potential to escalate much, much further. A very perilous moment for the Middle East. And lastly, I would just note that we've just learned that Iran has also fired dozens of drones at Israel. Those typically take a bit longer to actually reach their targets here. They do tend to be intercepted, in particular by Israeli jets. We will see, but those are now en route to Israel. So this targeting and this back and forth is certainly going to continue throughout the day, and in fact, expected to continue for several days. Victor?
Jeremy Diamond reporting from Tel Aviv. Jeremy, thank you. Becky, the scope and scale of the response continuing to expand in this retaliation from Iran.
That's right. That's right. Explosions here in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE, and heard over Dubai as well in the past couple of hours. Joining me now is CNN correspondent Paula Hancox, who is here in Abu Dhabi. What have we learned about the strikes here, Paula, and around this Gulf region?
Well, Becky, this is really an unprecedented level of military attack that these Gulf nations are undergoing at this point. As you mentioned, we have been hearing several explosions here in Abu Dhabi. We've heard from the Ministry of Defense saying that they have intercepted a number of those Iranian ballistic missiles, is what they called it, calling it a blatant attack. They have said, though, that one person has been killed by falling debris as well. A shelter in place warning here. Also, the airspace is closed. Going over to Qatar, this is where the Al Udeid military base is, the largest US military installation in the Middle East, and also the target of Iran back in June of last year when those US-Israeli strikes were hitting the nuclear facilities. That once again has become a target. We've heard from officials there that they have intercepted a number of missiles. In fact, just in the past 10 minutes or so, saying that a second wave has been intercepted into that area. Then you also have Bahrain. This is where the US Navy's 5th Fleet is based. So we understand that has been targeted as well, and in Kuwait. We're also hearing about Jordan. They're saying that they have had to intercept a number of missiles. So the level of military attack that these Gulf nations are under at this point is really quite remarkable.
So we have this massive story that's been developing over the last few hours. In fact, it was set into anticipation over the last few days and weeks that America and Israel will, in a joint strike, try to take out not just the top leadership of Iran, but also to try and undermine the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as well as Iran's nuclear program. But the kind of attacks that we're seeing, the kind of airstrikes that we're seeing since about noon India time or so, it is unprecedented. We have not seen these kind of multi-pronged attacks in the Middle East, at least in the last 20-25 years. The last big war was the American war in Iraq that happened in 2003. I want to go across to try and make sense of what happens next. Are we just beginning to climb the escalation ladder? Because Iran is also retaliating. Iran has targeted multiple American air bases and military bases in the Middle East, including in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Iraq. But some of those have been unsuccessful as well. So how does this story move next? Tom Cooper is an Austrian aerial warfare analyst and historian. Adrian Fontanelles is Swiss-based military historian and author. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for speaking with us. Tom Cooper, from whatever you've seen for about the last 5 or 6 hours, are they just laying the groundwork now, given the targets that they have sort of zeroed in on, the hits that have happened across the length and breadth of Iran? The objective, at the top level, the objective is to change the regime, to take out the Ayatollah. So far, that hasn't happened. And at the bottom two levels are getting rid of the ballistic missiles and getting rid of the nuclear program. How do you see this joint American-Israeli assault on Iran progress so far in the last 6 or 7 hours?
Hello, and thank you for inviting us. How do we see this, or how do I see this? As last-ditch attempt to save Private Netanyahu and his government in Israel. That is the primary objective, obviously. The secondary objective is to achieve something positive, something the Trump administration can brag about. That means any kind of success is going to be declared for a super success and fantastic and better than Obama and whatever else. Everything is better than obviously continuing negotiations with Iran. And therefore, they have attempted to liquidate the regime in Iran without considering that it is very unlikely that even if such a strike would be 100% successful, that it would bring tangible results in these regards, because the IRGC regime in Iran is not just Khamenei and a few head figures, but it is thousands of people and supported by millions of Iranians. Therefore, knocking it out with just one, even if massive strike, is not going to work.
You heard President Trump speaking from Mar-a-Lago a few hours ago, and he sort of spoke directly to the Iranian people saying, this is your government, go out there and take over your government once these immediate strikes end. How easy or difficult would that be, given what we saw just last month, where the regime brutally crushed down the protesters? By the most conservative estimates, more than 6,000 protesters have been killed by the iron fist of the regime.
That is an excellent question. We have seen in December the protesting began. In January it was bolstered by Mossad, by secret operations by the Israeli Secret Service inside Iran, where these were motivating people to go out to the street to demand the regime to step down. And the regime reacted in most brutal fashion. But in the end, no matter how many people in Iran have protested, how many people are against the regime, it didn't work, because the regime is well prepared for such an eventuality. Therefore, now the Americans and Israelis are hoping that they might weaken the regime through airstrikes and missile strikes, and then to prompt the population to protest against the regime again. I think that, or at least this is my expectation, that it is going to end in similar fashion, which means again, even if Iranians go out to the streets and protest in millions, the regime is going to react in a similar fashion, just like in January. And there are going to be who knows how many thousands of victims, but nothing major is going to change, because the regime is much too well prepared just for this kind of a scenario.
Adrian Fontanelles, our viewers are interested in knowing what happens next, because we've seen America and Israel strike. Then Iran has retaliated across multiple military bases, U.S. military bases in the Middle East. Whether or not those have been successful, the jury is still out on that one. We can still debate. It may have been, a large number of them may have been unsuccessful, but at least it's demonstrated its ability to target multiple U.S. bases in the Middle East. The question is, what happens next? Are we just at the first rung of the escalation ladder? Will U.S. and Israel be forced to climb up the escalation ladder to the next rung, and thereby again Iran forced to climb up the escalation ladder as well? Or do you see better sense prevailing in the next few days?
I do not see much ladders to escalate further as the American and Israeli try to decapitate the Iranian regime. So you can't do much worse than that in terms of escalation, actually. And so we see that Iranian is retaliating with foremost missile attacks against US bases and waves of missiles against Israeli proper, although we don't know exactly what the Iranians are targeting at Israel so far. The allies of Iran, that is the Houthi in Yemen and Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, announced that they will target American bases as well. So now it's more a matter of Iranian strategy. Do they want to attrit the Americans and Israeli by trying to exhaust their anti-missile ammunition stocks by firing missiles during days on head, Will they try to launch massive attacks as long as they can do it? Meanwhile, it is certain that both the Israeli and American aviations will try to suppress the Iranian missile launchers. And as for the air campaign against the Iranian regime targets, we can expect Iranian air defenses to be completely unable to oppose frontally the American aviation. However, they can try to operate in a way to survive as long as possible, hoping to gain some limited success, for example, hoping to shut down one or the other US aircraft, which would allow them to gain significant PR points. So this is a scenario, but in the end of the day, we can only speak about hypotheses. There is no way to predict what will happen. And it is also significant that apparently the Iranians try to engage an American destroyer already with long-range attack UAVs, and both the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and the regular Iranian armed forces have a lot of means and specific weapons to attack enemy ships which are sailing close to the Iranian shores. So there is no lack of possible Iranian counterattacks.
Tom Cooper, we don't know because the Iranian regime is so opaque, but the estimates of the long-range ballistic missiles that Iran has vary between 3,000 and 5,000. If this is a sustained war, then is it just a question of America and Israel waiting it out so that Iran exhausts its ballistic missiles? Because that's one very, very important facet of its counter strikes or its retaliatory strikes. Once the ballistic missiles are exhausted, what does Iran have to hit back?
Well, as you have said, there are estimates ranging between, let's say, 2,000 and 5,000 ballistic missiles in Iranian arsenals. This is just the missiles capable of reaching Israel. Then there are additional estimates for up to 12,000 tactical ballistic missiles, shorter-ranged ballistic missiles in Iranian arsenals capable of reaching US bases in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in United Arab Emirates, and in Oman. So now keep in mind, this is actually the other way around than you have described it. You think that Americans and Israelis can sit this out and just wait for the Iranians to run out of missiles. Actually, it is the other way around. The Israelis and Americans are far more likely to run out of so-called interceptors, which would be surface-to-air or anti-ballistic missiles, to defend themselves, than the Iranians are likely to run out of their ballistic missiles. They have a huge arsenal, they have underground facilities, so the mass of their missiles are safe underground. So the question is actually going to be whether the United States can help Israel achieve something that it didn't achieve in June last year, which is to hit these underground facilities where so many missiles are hidden.
No,
destroy them.
The objective in June
they're going to run out of...
was the nuclear sites, the 3 sites, Isfahan, Nanats, and one more. The 3 nuclear sites were hit back in June. Whether or not they were successful, we can always argue. But today, the objective is diffused. At the one hand, the objective is regime change, which is very difficult. The second objective is getting rid of these ballistic missiles, which I don't see why Iran should give that up. And of course, the overarching one is the nuclear program, and getting Iran to agree that they will not enrich any more uranium. So the objective seems very diffused, very confused, if you will. And that's a problem.
Well, that is that way. Just a second. That is that way because there are official, publicly stated objectives, and there are actual objectives. This is just like last year. Israel was striking Iranian nuclear facilities for the first 2 or 3 days, and this was not enough. And then it started striking oil facilities, factories for production of missile engines, missile fuel, solid fuel production of fiber optic cables and similar items. Then this was not enough. Then it started another campaign targeting civilians in Tehran because Iranians have hit Tel Aviv. So there was a public demand from the mayor of Tel Aviv to strike back up on Tehran, and the Israelis have targeted Iranian civilians and killed dozens of them. There were strikes on ambulance cars and so on and so on. So again, whatever they have claimed to be after and what they were actually after were two different things. And this is the same right now.
Okay.
They're explaining that they are after regime change and they are after...
In fact, President Trump has reiterated that. He's put out a latest statement saying freedom for the people of Iran. That's his ultimate goal. Adrian, I'll give you the final word. How possible, how plausible is this at all? His earlier speech from a few hours ago, he spoke to the Iranian people and said, come back and take back your government. How easily or how difficult would this be without any boots on the ground, without a sustained, long-drawn war, the kind of which President Trump doesn't really want to get entangled in?
I would say that generally speaking, you can't remote control entire populations and public opinions from the outside, even if you try very hard to do it. So sometimes the local people aspiration is meeting some external influence operations. Sometimes it happens, but it is in no way an ability to remote control public opinions. It's never that simple. Which means, in turn, that if we believe Trump's and Netanyahu allegations that is their ultimate objective is regime change, it means an entire part of their strategy is basically relying on sheer luck or relying on uncertainties. This is what I could say in this regard.
All right,
it is an unrealistic statement to expect that they are going to effect a regime change through killing, let's say, 15 people at the top of Iran, because the regime is not living from these 15 people alone. It is living from thousands and millions who are supporting it. And you can't kill all of them, except, well, you can try with nuclear weapons, of course.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Tom Cooper, Adrian Fontanenas, thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen, with a fascinating conversation. This is a fascinating war that has been unleashed now on Iran. It was on expected lines. This is not something new. We were expecting this for the better part of the last 2 months with this armada of warships and destroyers and cruisers that was sent to the Middle East and particularly to the Gulf of Persia. Now, in an exclusive interview with General Sir Nick Carter, who's the former Chief of Defense Staff of the United Kingdom, he spoke to my colleague Shivani Gupta. He reflects on some of these past wars and draws comparisons with what is unfolding right now in this axis involving America, Israel, and Iran, this conflict that involves these three powers. He shares his perspective on what may be driving President Trump and how this is likely to proceed over the next few days.
What we're witnessing year after year are, wars, are conflicts. Some of, old making, but they're now descending into actual armed military conflicts. How do you look at this latest step by US and Israel?
Yes, I think before we go into that, I think it's just worth reflecting on that last observation you made about there being so much war now, and reflecting perhaps on why that is the case. Because, of course, I was a child of the Cold War, where we were in a bipolar world that was inherently stable. And we then left that bipolar world at the end of the Cold War, and we had a US that wanted to be the global policeman, exercised her muscles doing that. And actually, we had the end of history. You'll remember Francis Fukuyama writing that. And, of course, there was inherent stability. And that all started to go wrong come 9/11, when, of course, it ended up, as we've exited from it, with a multipolar world which doesn't have any inherent rules to it. It seems to be that might now is suddenly right. And I think it's worth reflecting on that before one dives into what is occurring today, which, of course, your listeners will be fascinated by. because what's that all about? What are the objectives? What are people trying to achieve here? Because there's also a direct correlation between setting out achievable objectives and whether you achieve victory.
So how do you read into this then? Why are we seeing so many conflicts? And you talked about America's role post-Cold War, but we're seeing a very different America today under Donald Trump. Nobody seems to be able to read his mind, and even domestically, he doesn't have much support as far as another, military strike against another country is concerned. None of what America has attempted in the 21st century has actually gone very well, as far as the war in Afghanistan is concerned. So how do you read into his mind, and what is he trying to achieve?
Well, I mean, I think you make the point. I think it's very difficult to read his mind, but I think there are some commonalities in his approach, but also some contradictions. I mean, I think we are all, as human beings, victims of our lived experience. And in many ways, when you look at his foreign policy, it's a transactional foreign policy. And we've seen that with the unpredictability of tariffs and the bilateral deals he makes with different countries. He's definitely not a multilateralist, but he's probably a multi-bilateralist, and it's all underpinned by the art of the deal. And we read his book on that, didn't we? So I think there are some themes there that we can perhaps remember and think about as we answer the question. I think the other thing that's been very interesting about this is, and it probably comes to the MAGA connection in his politics, which is this idea of a Western Hemisphere strategy, what he's calling the Dunroe Doctrine, which is taken from the Monroe Doctrine of the 19th century, which is essentially about America first. It's about America dominating the Americas and the Western Hemisphere. And that, of course, then makes one wonder about some of the adventures that are happening beyond there. And I think we all know that the next decade is going to be dominated by an intense competition between the United States and China. It's going to be dominated by a competition for technology, but it's also going to be dominated by a race for influence. And the world that I think is evolving, which comes from that Western Hemisphere, which is the world I think Donald Trump is very comfortable with, is a world of spheres of influence. And that I think is interesting, sitting here in India as a British person, because I think, where middle powers, which we are sort of, sit in the world these days between these spheres of influence, and how we perhaps run with a hare and hunt with the hounds, to use that old British expression, I think is a very interesting question for us to reflect on. But where does this all end? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think, to your point about Afghanistan, if you look back at Western, in parenthesis, interventions since 1945, there's really only been two successful ones. One was when the West came together to evict Saddam Hussein from Kuwait in 1990, and the other perhaps was when the UK decided to take the Falklands back from the Argentinians. Everything else has ended, sadly, in defeat. And the reason it ends in defeat is because the military objectives don't necessarily fall out of the political objectives. And that, I think, is worth reflecting on when one considers what has been launched today, is how achievable those political objectives are.
Are reporting missile attacks. Those are the sirens in Bahrain, one of the countries reporting those strikes. Now, officials say a missile hit the service center of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. You can see here smoke billowing. And you can see here a missile flying over Erbil, Iraq. Jordan and Qatar said that they also intercepted missiles. Our team is up and covering the breaking story from around the world. We'll get to Paula Hancock's in a moment. But first, we'll go to CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, what's happening there?
Well, Victor, we have been witnessing over the last few hours the beginnings of Iran's retaliation for those U.S. and Israeli strikes targeting a variety of Iranian targets over the course of the last several hours. So far, we haven't witnessed any major impacts in Israel as a result of what an Israeli military official tells me have been dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been targeted at Israel. It appears that the majority of those have so far been intercepted. This all began at about 8:15 4:15 a.m. local time here this morning, with air raid sirens sounding across the country, warning Israelis of a state of emergency due to the fact that the United States and Israel had begun launching strikes against Iran. Those strikes cast off the diplomatic track that had been moving forward over the course of the last several weeks. It came just one day after the Omani foreign minister, who was mediating these negotiations, said he believed that a deal was potentially at hand. But it seems like President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu lost patience with those negotiations and decided to go the military route instead, striking dozens of targets inside Iran, everything from Iran's ballistic missile program, its nuclear facilities, as well as senior Iranian targets. I'm told by two Israeli sources familiar with the matter that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, was the target of some of these Israeli strikes alongside several other senior Iranian figures. And we've been witnessing the Iranian retaliation across the Middle East, not just here in Israel, but strikes that have actually made impact near U.S. bases in other countries in the Middle East, particularly in the Gulf. This is a very volatile situation, and one that certainly has the potential to escalate much, much further. A very perilous moment for the Middle East. And lastly, I would just note that we've just learned that Iran has also fired dozens of drones at Israel. Those typically take a bit longer to actually reach their targets here. They do tend to be intercepted, in particular by Israeli jets. We will see, but those are now en route to Israel. So this targeting and this back and forth is certainly going to continue throughout the day, and in fact, expected to continue for several days.
Welcome back to our continuing and rolling coverage of the Iran-America war. It is being billed as the mother of all conflicts, the mother of all battles, playing out in real time right now across the Middle East. It's the biggest confrontation that we've seen in West Asia in at least the last 20 years, if not the last 30 years. America and Israel on the one side have struck multiple targets across Iran after a huge naval and air buildup. Trump had called it an armada moving towards the Persian Gulf. It happened over a period of the last 2 months or so, and today, just a few hours ago, they decided to go all in and strike dozens of targets across the length and breadth of Iran. Numerous targets have been struck. The defense minister is said to be one of the casualties. One of the chief advisors to the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, also said to be among the targets, possible fatalities. But the two main protagonists in Iran, Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and the President Masoud Pezeshkian, have managed to escape, at least for now. But it's not like Iran is sitting on its hands and cowing down to America and Israel. Iran has retaliated. It's hit multiple targets using ballistic missiles across multiple American military bases in the Middle East, whether it's in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and also multiple strikes at Israel. A lot of these strikes have been intercepted, have been unsuccessful, but Iran is also demonstrating that it's not a pushover. How is this going to progress? Are we going to go into full-blown war now between these three countries over the next 24 to 48 hours, or will there be an attempt to de-escalate? Will there be an attempt to try and climb down? And of course, how does this square up with the stated objective by US President Donald Trump, who has issued the strongest warning yet on Iran, calling for the unconditional surrender of the regime, the unconditional surrender of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? Listen in.
I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. We will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
Implications for India as well, not least because there are as many as 9 million Indian expats who live and work across the Middle East. So life for them will be on the tenterhooks over the next few days. But the implications for India economically, this is going to be a huge strain on India's crude import. Remember, India imports more than 80, in fact, close to 90% of its oil, crude oil requirements are imported. A large chunk of it, almost 30% of it, passes through the Strait of Hormuz. India is vulnerable to global price spikes. There will immediately be an oil price spike in the aftermath of this massive escalation, this massive confrontation between America and Israel on the one side and Iran on the other. It also will lead to supply choke points. Nearly 40% of India's energy imports transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has demonstrated as recently as just a few days ago that it can close down the Strait of Hormuz and thereby affect this massive inflow and outflow of oil which passes through the Strait of Hormuz. There's also infrastructure risks. Projects like the Chabahar port, the IMEC, the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, these could face inordinate delays and even operational halts. It's going to be a diplomatic tightrope for India. It has to maintain critical partnerships both with Israel and America on the one side and with Iran on the other side. Market volatility. Indian indices are likely to react negatively when they open on Monday to the tensions that are brewing in the Middle East. In fact, this full-blown confrontation that is happening between America and Israel and Iran. I want to go across to a piece of breaking news that's just coming through. We're also hearing, and this is a big story, we're hearing that there were reportedly explosions heard in the Chabahar port, which India is helping build. India has invested more than $100 million in the building of the Chabahar port, which is a strategic port which is located in southern Iran. Recently, it was in the news because America had removed a sanctions waiver exemption. It had then extended that up until, I believe, April of this year. Now we're given to understand that there have been multiple explosions heard in the Chabahar port. What the damage on the ground is, we don't know yet, but Sanjay Suri is joining us live. Sanjay, what is the latest you're picking up from Tel Aviv as to the nature of this explosion, the extent of damage that this explosion has left behind in the Chabahar port, which India was helping build in Iran?
You know, across the territory of Iran, it seems that the attacks are on 2 or 3 kinds of targets. Certainly is the regime, and the word from the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, is that they targeted a meeting where top Iranian leaders were gathered. Who may have been killed in that attack and who has survived it, we don't know yet. As you were pointing out, there's no word of any danger at the moment to Khamenei or to Pezeshkian or to even other senior IRGC figures. So the first target really has been the regime. The second, clearly, the ballistic missile sites. There would be an attempt to attack those and to neutralize those. This attack was launched as a declared preemptive attack. There can be, militarily speaking, a no more pointed preemptive action than to attack the missiles that Iran will certainly have been planning to launch, and of which it has launched a few already, to some devastating effect on a relatively minor scale, as you pointed out. So the other, of course, target is going to be the economy, to choke Iran's economy, to put the squeeze on. And this is not the most obviously people-friendly thing to do. People are going to run short of supplies. There already have been chronic shortages and severe shortages. Those, in fact, led to the protests in the first place. Now, if that is exacerbated by this attack, there will be unrest among people. And this is certainly what Israel and the US want. They would like to provoke an uprising. And this is the month, let's not forget, of Ramzan. At the end of a day's fasting, people will want to break their fast at sunset. If day after day they're running short of food to do so, that is going to be a real difficulty. Their first line of anger will not be necessarily Israel and the US. They are not within reach anyway. It will be the regime. This militarily and strategically would suit Israel and the US, and certainly they do want to encourage a rebellion.
Okay, Sanjay, we'll see how this plays out. The latest report is that there's been an explosion in Chabahar. We don't know if it's in the vicinity of the port or inside the port or whether there's been any damage to the port itself. But we will see how this story plays out. Thank you very much for joining us, Sanjay Suri, one of the few Indian reporters live from Tel Aviv right now. I also want to go across to our guest, George Birnbaum. Is a former chief of staff to the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu. Lieutenant General KJS Dillon, defense expert, joining us. Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat. Sushant Sareen, senior fellow with the Observer Research Foundation. Mr. Birnbaum, you know, the big question is, of course, this was on expected lines. The build-up, the armada, as President Trump called it, has been building up for the better part of the last 2 months. Now the attack has finally come. Are you surprised by the retaliatory nature of the counterstrikes by Iran? We can debate whether or not they've been successful, but the fact that they've hit multiple targets in different countries, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, does that concern you?
No, it doesn't concern me. During last year's 12 days of attacks on Iran, both Israel and the United States took out a large portion of Iran's missile and drone capabilities. And let's not forget that Iran has also been supplying Russia an enormous amount of their drones to fight against Ukraine. So the quantities of missiles and offensive weapons that the Iranians have is greatly reduced. Of course, I think the attacking of U.S. military assets in other Gulf nations, such as Bahrain or the UAE, are meant to try and have them put pressure on the United States. But I believe, based on my knowledge and conversations with many of the people in those countries and various forms of leadership, they are as much in favor of getting rid of the Ayatollahs as the Americans or the Israelis. They recognize how unstable Iran makes the Gulf region, oil markets, the world in general. And so while they will, I think, publicly show a little bit of condemnation for this, they are privately hoping that this is the beginning of the end of the Iranian regime.
General Dillon, how easy or difficult would that be? It sounds easier said than done, especially in light of what's happened just in January, where people came out and protested in large numbers. And by the most conservative estimates, at least 6,000 people were brutally killed by the iron fist of the regime. And President Trump, earlier when he spoke from Mar-a-Lago, he spoke to the Iranian people and he said, this is your government to retake. Come out there and retake your government. How easy or difficult would it be, given just what we've seen in the last few weeks?
Good evening, Zaka, and good evening to the fellow panelists and viewers. We must understand this war, which is initiated against Iran now, it's not going to be a single domain war. It's not going to be only a military war, or you cannot expect a regime change by only military means. It's going to be a multi-domain war. Military will do their best to destroy the key figures, that is the political or the government figures. It will also destroy the military assets, as the ballistic missile, as Sanjay Suri was saying, or the air defense. It will also destroy the economic assets, like Chabahar port or any other thing. And it will most importantly destroy the military industrial complex, so that for the future, maybe 1 or 2 decades, Israel is not able to build this military capability again. And that includes nuclear assets. But that is one part. Second is, when they will destroy the economic aspects, the people will face hunger and they will do the uprising from within. That is the second domain. And third domain will be the economic sanctions, and fourth will be the narrative building. So it's going to be a multi-pronged attack, and it's not going to be over in a few days. I think it will take a little longer, but it's not going to go the Ukraine way also. It will take time. And
General,
I think now,
you know, the second point that you made, which is about it will force the people to come out onto the streets and you know, ask for a regime change, you know, wouldn't the opposite happen? Now, this gives a reason to the Iranian people, certainly to the regime, to ask the people to rally around the Iranian flag, to rally around the regime, because the outsider is attacking you.
yes, overtly they would do that. But from within, the people who have suffered at the hands of this regime for the last 40 years, and you yourself said a few thousand were massacred after the last, skirmish. So there will be internal uprising. Israel has assets